Before we begin tonight's journey through one of the most remarkable stories of courage and wisdom from ancient scripture, I want to take just a moment to connect with you, our community of listeners spread across the world. If you're enjoying this content and finding value in these stories, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It is one of the most powerful ways you can support what we do here, and if you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps us reach more people who might benefit from these contemplative narratives. We also love hearing from you in the comments. If you feel like sharing, let us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing the global community that gathers here each night. And of course, if you enjoy this content and haven't already, subscribing means you'll never miss a story. Now, let's turn our attention to a tale from ancient Israel. A story that unfolds in the wilderness during one of the most turbulent periods in biblical history. This is not a story of armies clashing or kingdoms falling. Instead, it's something far more profound. A story about how one woman's wisdom prevented a massacre, changed the course of destiny, and revealed that sometimes the greatest victories come not through violence, but through discernment. Imagine a moment when history balances on a knife's edge. When anger threatens to consume reason, when vengeance seems not only justified, but inevitable, and then imagine a single voice, calm, measured, fearless, that changes everything. This is the story of Abigail, a woman whose name deserves to be remembered alongside the great heroes of faith. While warriors are celebrated for their strength and kings for their power, Abigail earned her place in sacred history through something rarer and more precious, the wisdom to see what needed to be done and the courage to do it. Her story takes place during a transitional period in Israel's history, a time of uncertainty and violence, when the old order was dying but the new order had not yet been born. It was an era that tested everyone who lived through it, demanding choices that would echo through generations. Chapter 1. The Wilderness King. The wilderness of Paran stretched endlessly beneath a merciless sun, a landscape of stone and dust where only the hardiest could survive. In this unforgiving terrain, David lived as an outlaw, though destiny had already marked him for something far greater. Years earlier, the prophet Samuel had anointed him in secret, pouring sacred oil over the head of a shepherd boy and declaring him the future king of Israel. But standing between David and that throne was Saul, the current king, whose jealousy had turned to murderous obsession. David had done nothing to deserve this persecution except succeed where Saul had failed, slaying Goliath, winning battles, earning the love of the people. The irony of David's situation was profound and painful. He had been chosen by God, anointed by God's prophet, promised a kingdom and a dynasty. Yet he lived in caves and hid in the wilderness like a criminal. He commanded the loyalty of hundreds of brave men, yet possessed no land to call his own. He was Israel's greatest warrior, yet he spent his days running from Israel's king, rather than defending Israel's borders. So David ran. He gathered around him a band of men who had also been cast out by society. Those in debt, those in distress, those discontent with the current order. They numbered in the hundreds, these wilderness warriors, and they survived by their wits and their swords in the barren places where civilization's reach grew thin. These were not simple bandits or raiders, despite what some might have claimed. These were men who'd been failed by the current system, who saw in David a leader worth following, who believed that Israel's future lay with this anointed fugitive rather than with the increasingly unstable king who currently sat on the throne. They were soldiers without an army, loyal to a king without a kingdom, living in the tension between what was and what would be. Despite his circumstances, David maintained a code of honor that set him apart from common bandits. When he and his men encountered shepherds tending flocks in the wilderness, they didn't rob them. Instead, they protected them from raiders and wild animals, forming a living wall around the vulnerable. They asked nothing in return, operating on the ancient principle that hospitality and mutual aid were sacred bonds, especially in harsh lands where survival often depended on the kindness of strangers. This protection wasn't merely about being nice or maintaining good public relations, though those factors certainly played a role. It was about David's understanding of leadership and justice. He knew that how he acted now in these wilderness years would shape what kind of king he would become. He knew that God was watching, that his character was being tested and refined. He knew that the men who followed him were learning from his example, absorbing his values, becoming the kind of soldiers and leaders who would help him build a kingdom when the time came. The days in the wilderness were long and uncertain. David knew he was destined to be king, yet he lived as a fugitive. He had been chosen by God, yet he hid in caves. He commanded hundreds of loyal men, yet possessed no kingdom. This contradiction defined his existence: anointed but uncrowned, powerful but powerless, righteous but hunted. In these years of waiting, David learned patience. He learned to trust in divine timing rather than his own ambition. Twice he had opportunities to kill Saul and seize the throne by force, and twice he refused, unwilling to raise his hand against the Lord's anointed. Even though that same anointed king sought his destruction, David would not force God's hand. He would not take by violence what had been promised to him through providence. The first opportunity came in a cave at En-Gedi, where Saul entered alone, unaware that David and his men were hiding in the darkness deeper within. David's men whispered that God had delivered Saul into their hands, that this was the moment they had been waiting for. But David refused to kill Saul. Instead, he crept forward and cut off a corner of Saul's robe, then immediately felt guilty even for that small act of disrespect toward God's anointed. When Saul left the cave, David emerged and called out to him, showing him the piece of robe, proving that he could have killed Saul, but chose mercy instead. The second opportunity came in the wilderness of Ziph, where David and his nephew Abishai crept into Saul's camp at night and found the king sleeping, his spear stuck in the ground near his head. Again, David's companion urged him to kill Saul. One thrust of that spear would end the threat, forever. Again, David refused, taking only the spear and a water jug as proof of their visit, leaving Saul alive despite the danger he represented. These incidents revealed David's character. He would not compromise his principles even when doing so would have solved all his problems. He would not sin to escape persecution. He would not take by violence what God had promised to give him through providence. This restraint was not weakness but strength, the strength of a man who trusted God enough to wait, even when waiting was agonizing. But patience, as anyone who has practiced it knows, can be worn thin by hardship. And in the wilderness, hardship was the only constant companion. The sun beat down mercilessly during the day. The cold crept in at night. Water was scarce. Food was uncertain. Danger lurked constantly, not just from Saul's pursuing army, but from the wild animals and hostile tribes that inhabited the desert places. David and his men existed in a state of perpetual alertness, never fully resting, always watching the horizons for signs of threat. They moved frequently, never staying in one place long enough to be tracked and cornered. They relied on the hospitality of those who supported David's cause, but such supporters were increasingly reluctant to help openly, fearing Saul's reprisal. In this context of constant stress and uncertainty, maintaining discipline and morale became a daily challenge. Men who were hungry and tired could become dangerous and unpredictable. Men who felt dishonoured could demand satisfaction. Men who had given up everything to follow a fugitive king needed to believe that their sacrifice meant something, that the promises would eventually be fulfilled. David understood all of this. He understood that leadership in the wilderness required not just military skill, but emotional intelligence, not just strategic thinking, but moral clarity. His men needed to see that their cause was just, that their leader was worthy, that their suffering had purpose. This is why the insult from Nabal cut so deeply. It wasn't just a personal affront to David. It was an attack on the entire enterprise, a public declaration that David and his men were worthless, that their protection meant nothing, that they deserved no respect or consideration. For men living on the edge of survival, maintaining their honour was not a luxury but a necessity. Without honour, they were just bandits. With honour, they were a kingdom waiting to be born. Chapter 2. The Wealthy Fool. Not far from where David and his men made their camp, In the fertile regions where the wilderness gave way to cultivated land, there lived a man named Nabal. His name meant fool, and seldom has a name been more prophetically appropriate. Whether his parents named him this at birth, recognizing something in his infant character, or whether it was a name he acquired later in life due to his behaviour, the text does not say. But by the time we meet him in this story, the name fits perfectly. Nabal was a fool, not in the sense of lacking intelligence. He had successfully managed substantial business operations and accumulated significant wealth. But in the deeper biblical sense of moral and spiritual folly, he was a fool because he lived as if there were no consequences to his actions, as if power and wealth made him immune to the natural order of justice, as if he could treat others with contempt without eventually facing the results of that contempt. Nabal was extraordinarily wealthy by the standards of his time and place. He owned 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, a fortune in livestock that required numerous servants and shepherds to manage. His wealth came from the land around Maon, and his business operations extended into Carmel, a fertile region where his flocks could graze and multiply. To put this wealth in perspective, most families in ancient Israel might own a few sheep or goats. A moderately prosperous family might have a dozen or two. A wealthy family might have 50 or 100. Nabal had thousands. His flocks represented not just wealth, but power, economic influence, social status, the ability to employ many people and control significant resources. This wealth had come to him through inheritance, business acumen, or some combination of both. The text doesn't detail how he acquired it, but it does make clear that he knew how to maintain and grow it. Shearing season, when his sheep were harvested for their wool, was a major commercial event that generated substantial revenue. The wool would be sold to traders, who would transport it to cities where it would be processed into cloth, which would then be made into garments. Nabal sat at the beginning of this economic chain, producing the raw material that fed an entire industry. Despite his material abundance, Nabal was poor in the qualities that truly matter. He was harsh in his dealings with others, seeing every interaction as a transaction to be one rather than a relationship to be honoured. He was stubborn, refusing to consider perspectives other than his own. He spoke cruelly and acted without wisdom, believing that his wealth gave him license to treat others with contempt. His harshness manifested in multiple ways. He drove hard bargains with those who had to deal with him, using his economic power to extract maximum value while giving minimum compensation. He spoke roughly to his servants, treating them not as people with dignity but as tools to be used. He ignored the traditional expectations of hospitality and generosity that were central to his culture's moral framework, acting as if his wealth exempted him from social obligations that others had to honour. His stubbornness meant that once he had decided on a course of action, no amount of reasoning could change his mind. He didn't see this as a flaw, but as strength of character, the ability to stick to his guns, to not be swayed by the opinions of others, to maintain his course regardless of circumstances. But there's a difference between principled consistency and foolish inflexibility. Nabal had the latter. He couldn't distinguish between standing firm on important matters and simply being too proud to admit he might be wrong. His household suffered under his character. Servants spoke of him in whispers, careful not to draw his attention or provoke his anger. Those who worked his fields and tended his flocks did so out of necessity, not loyalty. They feared him but didn't respect him. They obeyed him but didn't honour him. The difference might seem subtle, but it's profound. Fear can compel outward compliance, but it breeds resentment and disloyalty. Respect and honour, by contrast, create genuine commitment and faithfulness. The servants in Nabal's household developed elaborate strategies for managing his temper and minimising their contact with him. They learned to anticipate his moods, to stay out of his way when he was in a particularly foul disposition, to present information in ways that wouldn't trigger his anger. It was an exhausting way to live, always walking on eggshells, always calculating how to avoid the next explosion. Nabal inspired fear, perhaps, but never respect. Obedience, certainly, but never devotion. When his servants spoke of him among themselves, It was with resignation and barely concealed contempt. They stayed because they needed employment, because their families depended on the wages he paid, because leaving would mean starting over somewhere else with no guarantee of finding better circumstances. But they would have felt no particular loyalty if circumstances changed. They served Nabal, but they didn't serve him willingly. In this same household lived Nabal's wife, Abigail. The contrast between husband and wife could not have been more striking. Where Nabal was foolish, Abigail was wise. Where he was harsh, she was kind. Where he acted impulsively, she thought carefully. Scripture describes her as intelligent and beautiful, but these surface qualities barely hinted at the depths of her character. Abigail possessed what the ancient Hebrews called chokmah, wisdom that goes beyond mere knowledge to encompass understanding, discernment, and the ability to act rightly in complex situations. She saw not just what was, but what could be. She understood not just facts, but consequences. She could read situations with remarkable accuracy, perceiving the dynamics at play, the motivations of the people involved, the likely outcomes of various courses of action. This kind of wisdom is different from intelligence, though the two often go together. A person can be intelligent, able to learn quickly, to remember facts, to solve abstract problems, without being wise. Wisdom requires not just mental capacity, but emotional maturity, moral clarity, and what we might call situational awareness. It requires seeing the world as it truly is rather than as we wish it to be, and then acting appropriately based on that clear vision. Abigail also possessed tremendous emotional intelligence. She could read people, understanding not just what they said, but what they meant, not just what they claimed to feel, but what they actually felt. This ability made her effective in managing difficult situations and navigating complex social dynamics. She knew when to speak and when to remain silent, when to act boldly and when to exercise patience, when to be direct and when to be diplomatic. In a household ruled by folly, she maintained an island of reason. The servants knew they could come to her when problems arose that needed genuine wisdom, rather than Nabal's typical bluster and cruelty. She quietly smoothed over many situations that her husband's foolishness created, maintaining relationships with neighbours and business partners that Nabal would have destroyed through his harsh dealing. She was, in many ways, the real power holding the household together, even though her husband held the official authority. How she came to be married to such a man, we can only speculate. Perhaps it was an arranged marriage, as was common in that culture. Perhaps her family needed the economic alliance that marriage to a wealthy man provided. Perhaps Nabal had once been different, his character corroded over time by unchecked wealth and power, the way copper turns green with oxidation. Perhaps Abigail had simply done what countless wise people throughout history have done when circumstances placed them under foolish authority. She made the best of an impossible situation, exercising what influence she could while navigating the limitations she could not change. The text doesn't give us her inner thoughts about her marriage, doesn't tell us whether she had loved Nabal once or had always seen him clearly for what he was. It doesn't reveal whether she had been married to him for years or decades, whether they had children together, whether she had ever tried to reform his character or had long since given up that hope. What we know is that she had learned to survive in a difficult household, to maintain her own integrity while married to a man without integrity, to exercise wisdom even when surrounded by foolishness. Whatever the reason for their union, Abigail had learned to live with a difficult truth. She could not change her husband, but she could, when necessary, protect him from the consequences of his own folly. She had probably done this many times before in smaller ways, smoothing over an insult he had given, quietly compensating someone he had cheated, making excuses for behaviour that needed no excuse but would create problems if not addressed. She would soon need to do exactly that, but on a scale she had never faced before. This time, protecting Nabal from the consequences of his folly would require not just quiet diplomacy, but extraordinary courage. This time, the stakes would not be a lost business deal or a damaged reputation, but the lives of everyone in the household. Chapter 3. The Request and the Insult. Shearing time came to Carmel, a season of celebration and prosperity. The sheep had grown their wool through the year, and now that wool would be harvested, sold, and transformed into wealth. For a man as rich as Nabal, shearing time meant the movement of tremendous value, and traditionally, it was also a time of generosity, when wealthy landowners shared their abundance with those who had helped them throughout the year. The cultural expectations around shearing time were well established. It was understood that landowners would host feasts for their workers, would give gifts to those who had provided assistance during the year, would demonstrate through their generosity that they understood their wealth came not just from their own efforts, but from the broader community's support and cooperation. Stinginess during shearing time was considered shameful, a violation of social norms that could damage a person's reputation and standing in the community. David learned that Nabal was shearing his sheep in Carmel. He knew that his men had spent months protecting those very shepherds and flocks, forming a wall of protection around them in the lawless wilderness. Not a single sheep had been stolen, not one shepherd had been harmed. The shepherds themselves had acknowledged this protection, had been grateful for it, had recognized that David's men could have taken what they wanted but instead had acted honorably. The protection David's men had provided was substantial and valuable. The wilderness was full of threats, raiding parties from neighbouring tribes, wild animals like lions and bears, even individual thieves who would steal sheep and disappear into the wasteland. Shepherds were vulnerable, often young men or boys armed with nothing more than a staff and a sling. The presence of David's armed warriors created a zone of safety around Nabal's flocks that would otherwise not have existed. Moreover, David's men had not just refrained from stealing, they had actively protected the shepherds and flocks from others who would have stolen. This was the service of professional soldiers, security that someone like Nabal would normally have to pay for. David had provided it for free, asking nothing at the time, trusting in the traditional customs of hospitality and reciprocity that governed relations in that society. David's band had asked for nothing in return at the time, but now, at this season of plenty, he thought it reasonable to request some provisions. This was not extortion or a protection racket, though some might try to characterize it that way. This was a legitimate request based on services rendered, framed within the cultural expectations of that time and place. David was not demanding specific payment or threatening consequences. He was simply asking, during a season of abundance, if Nabal might share some of his prosperity with those who had helped protect it. He chose 10 young men from among his followers and gave them careful instructions. They were to approach Nabal with respect and courtesy. They were to greet him with words of peace and blessing. They were to remind him of the protection David's men had provided. And they were to make a humble request for whatever provisions Nabal felt appropriate to share. David's careful instructions reveal his understanding of how to approach such situations. He didn't send his most intimidating warriors or his roughest veterans. He sent young men who would seem less threatening. He didn't demand or threaten. He requested humbly. He didn't specify what he wanted or how much. He left it to Nabal's discretion, trusting in the man's sense of obligation and generosity. The messengers found Nabal at Carmel and delivered their message exactly as instructed. They spoke with deference and humility. They emphasized peace and friendship. They detailed the protection they had provided without compensation. And they asked, politely, if Nabal might share some food with David's men during this prosperous time. The greeting they delivered was formal and respectful. Long life to you, good health to you and your household, and good health to all that is yours. Now I hear that it is sheep shearing time. When your shepherds were with us, we did not mistreat them, and the whole time they were at Carmel nothing of theirs was missing. Ask your own servants, and they will tell you. Therefore be favourable toward my men, since we come at a festive time. Please give your servants and your son David whatever you can find for them. Every element of this message was calibrated to be non-threatening and respectful. The blessing at the beginning, the acknowledgement that this was a festive time, the invitation to verify their claims with his own servants, the humble request for whatever he could spare, the reference to David as Nabal's son, a term of respect indicating David's willingness to position himself as Nabal's inferior in this exchange. Nothing in the message could reasonably be interpreted as threatening or disrespectful. Nabal's response revealed the full extent of his character, his foolishness, his contempt for those he considered beneath him. "Who is David?" he sneered. "Who is this son of Jesse? Many servants are breaking away from their masters these days. Why should I take my bread and water and the meat I've slaughtered for my shearers and give it to men coming from who knows where?" The insult was carefully constructed and deliberately offensive. Every phrase was chosen to wound, to diminish, to express contempt. "Who is David?" This opening question pretended ignorance of one of the most famous men in Israel. David had killed Goliath in front of 2 armies. He had led successful military campaigns. He had been celebrated in songs sung throughout the nation. Everyone knew who David was. Nabal's pretense of not knowing was a calculated insult, suggesting that David was so insignificant as to be beneath notice. Who is this son of Jesse? By reducing David to son of Jesse, Nabal stripped him of any titles or honours, any recognition of his accomplishments. He wasn't the warrior who killed Goliath. He wasn't the commander who routed the Philistines. He was just Jesse's boy, a nobody from nowhere, presumably someone of no importance or standing. Many servants are breaking away from their masters these days. This comparison was particularly venomous. Nabal was explicitly comparing David and his men to runaway slaves, to criminals who had fled their legal obligations, to rebels without legitimate cause. He was saying that David was not a warrior or a leader, but an outlaw, a troublemaker, someone who had abandoned his proper place in society and now lived outside the bounds of law and decency. "Why should I take my bread and water and the meat I've slaughtered for my shearers and give it to men coming from who knows where?" This final section doubled down on the insult. By calling his provisions my bread, my water, my meat, emphasizing the possessive, emphasizing his ownership, Nabal made clear that he felt no obligation to share anything with anyone. The phrase, "men coming from who knows where," suggested that David's men were not just strangers, but potentially dangerous drifters, people of unknown origin and probably criminal character. The entire response violated every norm of hospitality, generosity, and basic human decency that governed that culture. Even if Nabal had wanted to refuse the request, there were polite ways to do so. He could have claimed he had already distributed all his excess provisions. He could have offered a token amount as a gesture of goodwill. He could have explained that times were hard and he needed to be careful with his resources. Any of these responses would have been socially acceptable, maintaining face for both parties. Instead, Nabal chose the most offensive possible response. He didn't just refuse help, he mocked and insulted the men who had provided him protection. He didn't just say no, he impugned their character, questioned their legitimacy, and treated them with open contempt. The messengers returned to David with empty hands and full reports of Nabal's contemptuous response. As they spoke, repeating Nabal's insults word for word, David's face darkened with anger. We can imagine the scene, the messengers delivering their report, probably with some embarrassment on behalf of the man they served, and David's reaction building as each phrase of Nabal's response was recounted. Here was a man who had treated David's kindness as weakness, who had returned good with evil, who had mocked and insulted him before his own men. David's restraint, his patience, his honour, all of it had been thrown back in his face by a wealthy fool who apparently believed his riches made him untouchable. For David, this was more than a personal insult. It was an attack on his authority, his legitimacy, his honour before his men. The men who followed David had given up everything to join him. Their homes, their security, their place in normal society. They followed him because they believed in him, because they thought he was destined for greatness, because they trusted his leadership. If David allowed himself and his men to be insulted with impunity, if he let some wealthy landowner treat them with contempt without consequences, how long before his authority eroded? How long before his men started to doubt whether following him had been the right choice? David's response was immediate and decisive. "Each of you strap on your sword," he commanded his men. They obeyed without hesitation, and 400 armed warriors prepared to march on Nabal's household. David himself strapped on his sword as well, his jaw set in grim determination. 400 men. Not a small raiding party, but a small army. Enough warriors to overwhelm. Any defence Nabal's household could mount to ensure total victory, to make absolutely certain that the message would be delivered with devastating force. As they marched, David's thoughts spiralled into righteous fury. His anger was not irrational. By any reasonable standard, he had been wronged. He had provided valuable service and asked reasonable compensation. He had approached respectfully and been answered with contempt. By the standards of that time and culture, he would have been justified in seeking satisfaction for the insult. "It's been useless, all my watching over this fellow's property in the wilderness so that nothing of his was missing," he said to those around him, his voice bitter with the taste of betrayal. "He has paid me back evil for good. May God deal with David, be it ever so severely, if by morning I leave alive one male of all who belong to him." The oath was traditional and binding. David had sworn before God that he would kill every man in Nabal's household before the sun rose again. Not just Nabal himself, but every male in the household. Servants, shepherds, anyone who lived under Nabal's authority. It was a blood oath, the kind that could not be taken back easily, the kind that committed David to a course of action from which retreat would bring shame. This oath reveals both David's fury and the cultural context in which he operated. In that time and place, honour killings in response to grievous insults were not uncommon. A man who failed to defend his honour and the honour of his men risked losing their respect and loyalty. The ancient world operated on codes of honour and shame that modern readers sometimes find difficult to fully understand. David was not being randomly violent. He was responding according to the logic of his culture and his circumstances. Yet even in his anger, even in his oath, there was something troubling. 400 warriors marching to slaughter an entire household because the head of that household had been rude. Women and children and servants who had done nothing wrong would die alongside the guilty party. This felt less like justice and more like massacre, less like righteous anger and more like disproportionate vengeance. But David, consumed by his fury, was not thinking clearly about proportionality or justice. He was thinking about respect and honour, about protecting his position as leader, about demonstrating to his men that no one could treat them with contempt without facing consequences. 400 warriors marched through the wilderness toward Carmel. Behind them, dust rose in clouds visible for miles. Before them, death waited to be delivered. The machinery of vengeance had been set in motion, and nothing, it seemed, could stop it. The march would take several hours, enough time for word to reach Nabal's household, enough time for terror to build, enough time for people to realise that death was coming and there was nothing they could do to stop it. But this reckoning had not accounted for Abigail. No one had considered that there might be someone in Nabal's household who possessed the wisdom to see a different path, the courage to take it, and the skill to persuade an angry warrior to abandon his sworn oath. Chapter 4. The Wisdom of a Careful Listener. One of Nabal's young servants, observing the exchange between his master and David's messengers, immediately understood the catastrophic danger. Unlike his employer, this young man possessed both intelligence and survival instinct. He didn't waste time trying to convince Nabal to change his mind. He knew that would be futile. Instead, he went directly to the one person in the household who might be able to do something: Abigail. The servant's decision to approach Abigail rather than Nabal tells us something important about the household dynamics. The servants knew who really held power, who could really solve problems, who possessed the wisdom and capability to address crises. It wasn't the man who held official authority. It was the woman who had earned genuine respect through her character and competence. "David sent messengers from the wilderness to give our master his greetings," the servant explained urgently, his words tumbling out in his haste to convey the full scope of the danger. But he hurled insults at them. Yet these men were very good to us. They did not mistreat us, and the whole time we were herding our sheep near them, nothing was missing. Night and day they were a wall around us the entire time we were with them taking care of our flocks. The servant's testimony was crucial. He confirmed that David's claims were absolutely true. The protection had been real, substantial, and valuable. He used vivid language, a wall around us night and day, to convey how complete and reliable that protection had been. He wanted Abigail to understand that David's request had been entirely reasonable, and that Nabal's refusal was not just rude but unjust. "Now, think it over and see what you can do," he continued, his voice dropping to emphasize the gravity of what came next. "Because disaster is hanging over our master and his whole household. He's such a wicked man that no one can talk to him." This final statement reveals multiple truths. First, the servant openly called his master wicked, showing that Nabal's character was recognized and condemned even by those who served him. Second, he acknowledged that talking to Nabal was impossible. The man could not be reasoned with, could not be persuaded, could not be made to see sense. Third, and most importantly, he made clear that the coming disaster would affect everyone, not just Nabal. Innocent people, servants, shepherds, women, children, would all die because of one man's foolish pride. The servant's message contained several crucial elements. First, he confirmed the truth of David's claims. The protection had been real and valuable. Second, he acknowledged his master's character. Nabal was indeed a fool who would not listen to reason. Third, he recognized the danger. Disaster was coming for the entire household, not just for Nabal himself. Fourth, he understood that disaster could be prevented if someone acted wisely and quickly. And fifth, by coming to Abigail, he implicitly acknowledged that she was the only person capable of addressing this crisis. Abigail listened carefully to every word. While others might have panicked or despaired at the news, her mind immediately began calculating options and strategies. She knew David's reputation. He was no ordinary bandit, but a proven warrior who had killed giants and routed armies. She knew that 400 armed men could annihilate everything and everyone in Nabal's household in a matter of hours. She understood that her husband's stubbornness made it impossible to reason with him directly, and she realized, with crystal clarity, that she had perhaps a few hours at most to prevent a massacre. Most importantly, Abigail understood something that her husband had failed to grasp. David was not just a wilderness chieftain, but the anointed future king of Israel. The prophet Samuel's anointing was known among those who paid attention to such things, even if the anointing had been conducted in secret. David's character, his victories, his supernatural protection from Saul's repeated attempts to kill him, all of this pointed to a man marked by destiny, chosen by God for a purpose. To insult such a man was not just rude, it was cosmically foolish, setting oneself against not just a powerful warrior, but against God's own chosen instrument. But Abigail also understood something else about David. He was a man who valued honour and righteousness. He had spared Saul's life when he could have taken it. He maintained discipline among his men in the lawless wilderness. He protected shepherds rather than robbing them. This was a man who could be reasoned with, if the reasoning was sound and the approach was wise. This was a man who had a conscience, who cared about doing right, who would listen to wisdom if it was presented properly. She made her decision instantly. She would act without consulting her husband, because consulting him would accomplish nothing except wasting precious time. She would take full responsibility for her actions, and she would trust that wisdom, properly applied, could accomplish what force could never achieve. Abigail moved with remarkable speed and efficiency. She understood that time was critical. Every minute that passed brought David's army closer to her household. She ordered her servants to gather provisions, and she specified generous quantities that would show real respect and appreciation. 200 loaves of bread, enough to feed David's entire band with some left over. 2 skins of wine, not cheap wine, but good quality wine appropriate for an important gift. 5 dressed sheep, already slaughtered and prepared for roasting. Substantial amount of meat, the kind of provision that required real effort and expense. Nearly 8 gallons of roasted grain, portable, nutritious, practical for men living in the wilderness. 100 cakes of raisins, sweet, energy-dense, valuable. 200 cakes of pressed figs, another luxury item showing that this was not some grudging minimum offering, but a genuine expression of generosity. These were substantial quantities, the kind of provision that showed both respect and generosity. More than what David had originally requested, enough to feed his entire band well. Abigail was not merely trying to buy her way out of trouble. She was correcting her husband's insult with genuine generosity, demonstrating the kind of hospitality that Nabal should have shown in the first place. The choice of provisions was strategic. She selected items that were valuable and appreciated, wine and meat and sweets, but also practical for men living in the wilderness. These were things David's men could use immediately and would genuinely appreciate. She was showing respect not just through the quantity, but through the thought put into what would actually be helpful and welcome. She had these provisions loaded onto donkeys, creating a visible caravan that would be impossible to miss. The sight of multiple donkeys loaded with food and wine would immediately communicate peaceful intent, would signal that whoever was coming was bringing gifts rather than weapons, was seeking reconciliation rather than conflict. She gave her servants explicit instructions. "Go on ahead, I'll follow you." This arrangement was carefully planned. The servants would arrive first, their laden donkeys making clear that this was a mission of peace and generosity. They would begin unloading the provisions, creating a visual tableau of abundance and goodwill. And then Abigail would arrive, able to speak with David after the initial impact of the generous provisions had already begun to soften his anger. The servants departed immediately, creating a caravan that would be visible from a distance. Meanwhile, Abigail told Nabal nothing. There was no point. He would either forbid her mission, and she would have to disobey him anyway, or he would ignore her warning, secure in his foolish confidence that his wealth made him untouchable. Either way, consulting him would waste time they didn't have. This was a moment that required action, not permission. Some might question whether Abigail was right to act without her husband's knowledge or consent. After all, wasn't she violating the proper order of authority in the household? Wasn't she being disobedient to her husband? But biblical wisdom literature consistently affirms that there are times when a higher principle must take precedence over a lower one. The preservation of innocent life takes precedence over formal procedures. Preventing evil takes precedence over maintaining appearances. Doing right takes precedence over doing what's expected. Abigail understood that this was one of those moments when wisdom required her to act beyond the normal boundaries of her role, because staying within those boundaries would result in catastrophe. She mounted her own donkey and began riding toward the wilderness, toward the armed men marching to destroy her household. She rode alone, following her servants at a distance, moving steadily toward the confrontation that would determine whether wisdom or violence would prevail. As she rode, Abigail likely prayed. She would have asked God for wisdom in choosing her words, for courage to speak boldly when the moment came, for divine favour in turning David's heart from vengeance. She would have committed herself and her mission to God's providence, trusting that if she acted rightly, God would honour her faithfulness. She also likely considered carefully what she would say when she met David face to face. She understood that words would be her only weapons, and that those words would need to be chosen with perfect precision. Too much deference might seem insincere or manipulative. Too little might inflame David's anger further. She would need to acknowledge the wrong done to him while not defending her husband's actions. She would need to appeal to David's better nature while respecting his legitimate grievances. She would need to remind him of his destiny without seeming to lecture him. She would need to turn his anger away from violence without suggesting that his anger itself was unjustified. All of this would need to be accomplished while speaking to a man she had never met, who was currently marching toward her home with 400 armed warriors intent on slaughter, who had sworn an oath before God to kill every male in her household before morning. The odds were not in her favour. A wrong word, a misjudged tone, a poorly chosen argument, any of these could result in David dismissing her and continuing his march toward violence. But wisdom, Abigail knew, often succeeds precisely when the odds suggest it should fail. And she was about to demonstrate that principle in a way that would be remembered for thousands of years. Chapter 5. The Meeting in the Ravine. The geography of that fateful encounter is significant and worth pausing to consider. Abigail rode down into a mountain ravine, a place where the land itself created natural walls on either side, focusing attention, limiting distractions, creating a kind of natural amphitheatre where every word would carry weight and importance. Ravines in that region were formed by seasonal water flow, carved over centuries by occasional flash floods that rushed through during the rainy season. During the dry season, they became natural passages through the mountainous terrain, shadowed by the steep walls on either side, cooler than the exposed hillsides, often the quickest route between locations but also potential places of ambush. And there, coming from the opposite direction, she saw them. David and his men, 400 warriors, armed and grim-faced, marching with the purposeful stride of men committed to violence. At their head, David himself still burning with the fury of insult and betrayal. They'd come too far to turn back easily. The momentum of anger carried them forward, and the oath David had sworn gave that momentum the force of sacred obligation. Imagine the visual impact of that moment. Abigail, a woman alone on a donkey, riding toward an army. The contrast could not have been more stark. 1 against 400. Peace against war, wisdom against fury. Any reasonable person would have been terrified. But Abigail's courage came not from absence of fear, but from conviction that what she was doing was right and necessary. When Abigail saw David, she acted quickly, her movements deliberate and practiced. She dismounted from her donkey and bowed down before him with her face to the ground, the deepest form of respect and submission in her. Culture. This was not weakness, but strategy. She immediately diffused any perception that she came in defiance or pride. She acknowledged David's authority and position. She showed humility without grovelling, respect without civility. The act of dismounting and bowing would have required David and his men to stop. They couldn't simply march past a woman prostrated in their path. This gave Abigail her opening, created the space for words to be spoken and heard. Then she spoke, and in speaking she demonstrated why wisdom is sometimes called the highest gift, why Solomon asked God for wisdom above all other possible gifts, why the book of Proverbs consistently presents wisdom as more valuable than gold or silver or any material treasure. "Pardon your servant, my lord, and let me speak to you," she began, her voice clear and steady despite the circumstances. "Hear what your servant has to say. Please pay no attention to that wicked man Nabal. He is just like his name. His name means fool, and folly goes with him. And as for me, your servant, I did not see the men my lord sent." Notice the structure and wisdom of her opening. She asked permission to speak, showing respect for David's authority, even though he had no formal authority over her. She referred to herself as your servant multiple times, positioning herself as someone under David's care rather than as an adversary or even a neutral party. This was strategic. By calling herself his servant, she appealed to his responsibility as a leader to listen to those under his protection. She immediately disavowed her husband's actions, calling Nabal what he was, wicked and foolish. She didn't make excuses for him, didn't try to minimize what he had done, didn't ask David to understand or forgive Nabal's perspective. She simply acknowledged the truth. Nabal was a fool, and his response had been foolish. By doing this, she separated herself from his actions while taking responsibility for her household's obligations. She explained that she had not been present when David's messengers came, establishing that she bore no personal responsibility for the insult. This wasn't an excuse but a statement of fact. If she had been there, the implication was clear. Things would have gone differently. David's men would have been welcomed and provided for as they deserved. In these opening sentences, Abigail accomplished several things simultaneously. She showed respect without weakness. She acknowledged wrong without defending it. She established her own character as distinct from her husband's. She created a foundation for everything else she was about to say. But Abigail was just beginning. She continued, her words carefully chosen, building her argument with the precision of a skilled advocate. "And now, my lord, as surely as the Lord your God lives, and as you live, since the Lord has kept you from bloodshed and from avenging yourself with your own hands, may your enemies and all who are intent on harming my lord be like Nabal, and let this gift, which your servant has brought to my lord, be given to the men who follow you." This passage is masterful in its construction, revealing Abigail's deep understanding of how to appeal to a person's better nature. She invoked the name of God, reminding David that his actions would be witnessed and judged by a higher authority than any human. She didn't threaten David with divine judgment. That would have been counterproductive. But she framed the situation in terms of David's relationship with God. She reframed what was happening in the present moment. David had not yet shed blood. God, through Abigail's intervention, was keeping him from that action. By framing it this way, she made it easier for David to change course without losing face. He wasn't backing down from his oath. He was accepting God's intervention to prevent him from doing something he would later regret. She pronounced a curse on David's real enemies, lumping Nabal, together with them as equally foolish and deserving of divine judgment. This was clever. She wasn't asking David to forget the offence or pretend it didn't matter. She was simply asking him to leave the judgment to God rather than taking it into his own hands. David's honour would be satisfied through divine justice rather than human violence. She called the provision she had brought a gift freely given, restoring honour to the interaction. This wasn't payment extracted under duress or compensation offered out of fear. It was a gift from a friend, the kind of generous provision that should have been offered in the first place. By framing it as a gift, she allowed David to accept it without feeling that he was being bought off or manipulated. She pressed on, speaking with increasing boldness, her confidence growing as she saw that David was actually listening. "Please forgive your servant's presumption. The Lord your God will certainly make a lasting dynasty for my Lord, because you fight the Lord's battles and no wrongdoing will be found in you as long as you live. Even though someone is pursuing you to take your life, the life of my Lord will be bound securely in the bundle of the living by the Lord your God. But the lives of your enemies he will hurl away as from the pocket of a sling." Here, Abigail revealed her understanding of David's true identity and destiny. This was not information available to just anyone. The fact that she knew about David's anointing, knew about God's promises to him, knew about his destiny to establish a lasting dynasty. All of this showed that she was a woman who paid attention to what mattered, who understood the deeper spiritual realities beneath the surface events of her time. She knew he would establish a dynasty, not hoped, not guessed, but knew with the certainty of faith in God's promises. She knew he fought the Lord's battles, framing his military activities not as those of a bandit or rebel, but as someone carrying out divine purposes. She knew that no wrongdoing would be found in him. This was both a statement of confidence in his character and a subtle warning that if he slaughtered her household, that would be wrongdoing that would stain his record. She used beautiful imagery to describe God's protection of David. Bound securely in the bundle of the living, evoked the image of something precious being wrapped carefully and protected, the way valuable items were bundled for safekeeping. David's life was in God's hands, protected by divine care, immune to the schemes of his enemies no matter how powerful they seemed. And then she reminded him of his greatest victory, referencing his defeat of Goliath with a sling, turning that image into a promise that God would handle his enemies just as David had once felled a giant. With a single stone from a sling, David had defeated Israel's greatest enemy. With similar efficiency and power, God would deal with all of David's foes. The message was clear. David didn't need to take vengeance into his own hands. God was fully capable of handling his enemies. Then came the crucial turning point, the heart of her argument, the appeal that would ultimately change everything. "When the Lord has fulfilled for my Lord every good thing he promised concerning him, and has appointed him ruler over Israel, my Lord will not have on his conscience the staggering burden of needless bloodshed or of having avenged himself. And when the Lord your God has brought my Lord success, remember your servant." This was the masterstroke, the argument that cut through all the anger and wounded pride to touch something deeper in David's character. Abigail asked David to think not about the present moment of anger, but about his future. She asked him to imagine himself years from now, sitting on Israel's throne, looking back on this day. When he became king, not if, but when, treating his future as an established fact, speaking with the confidence of faith, would he want to look back on this day with regret? Would he want to carry the weight of having slaughtered an entire household over an insult? Would he want his conscience stained with unnecessary violence? Would he want to remember that he had killed innocent people because their master had been rude to him? She called it the staggering burden of needless bloodshed, acknowledging that taking life has weight, has consequences, leaves marks on the soul of the one who does it. Even justified killing carries weight. But needless killing, disproportionate killing, killing driven by anger rather than justice, that kind of bloodshed becomes a burden that never fully lifts, a stain that never quite washes clean. She appealed to David's conscience, to his sense of who he was and who he wanted to be. She reminded him that he was not just a warrior but a man of God, not just a fighter, but someone called to lead God's people. She called him to his higher self, to the man God had anointed him to be, not the angry warrior he was in that moment. And notice what she didn't do. She never directly criticised David. She never suggested that his anger was unjustified, or that Nabal's insult didn't matter. She never implied that David was wrong to feel offended, or that he should simply swallow the insult and move on. Instead, she elevated David above the situation. She reminded him that he was destined for greater things than petty vengeance. She showed him a path forward that would preserve his honour without requiring violence. Her final request, "Remember your servant," was both humble and wise. She wasn't demanding reward or recognition. She was simply asking David to remember that she had helped him avoid a terrible mistake. And the phrase carried an implied promise. When David became king, when he held power and authority, she trusted that he would remember this day and the woman who had shown him wisdom. Throughout her speech, which probably lasted only a few minutes but contained the distilled wisdom of a lifetime, Abigail demonstrated mastery of persuasive communication. She showed respect while speaking boldly. She acknowledged legitimate grievances while pointing toward better responses. She appealed to self-interest while grounding everything in spiritual truth. She offered practical solutions while addressing deeper principles. Most importantly, she spoke as someone who believed in David, who saw not just who he was in that moment, but who he was meant to become. She spoke as someone who understood that great leaders sometimes need to be reminded of their greatness, that angry men sometimes need to be shown a path away from their anger, that pride sometimes needs to be given away to back down without losing face. Chapter 6. When wisdom dissolves. Fury, David stood silent as Abigail spoke, listening to every word. The men around him watched, probably with some surprise, wondering how their commander would respond to this unexpected intervention. They had been marching toward violence, committed to an oath, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. Now here was this woman, speaking words that challenged everything they had been thinking, offering a perspective they hadn't considered. The moment stretched, balanced between violence and peace, between the momentum of anger and the pull of wisdom. David's next words would determine whether 400 warriors would turn back or continue forward, whether an entire household would live or die. Then David spoke, and in his words, everyone present heard the sound of anger transforming into something else entirely, not disappearing, but being redirected, being elevated, being refined into something better than blind rage. "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who has sent you today to meet me," David said, his voice carrying a note of wonder, as if he was only now fully recognizing how close he had come to disaster. "May you be blessed for your good judgment and for keeping me from bloodshed this day and from avenging myself with my own hands. Otherwise, as surely as the Lord, the God of Israel lives, who has kept me from harming you, if you had not come quickly to meet me, not one male belonging to Nabal would have been left alive by daybreak." These words revealed several truths about David's character and about what had just happened. First, David recognized divine intervention. God had sent Abigail to stop him. This wasn't just a lucky accident or a clever woman taking initiative. This was providence, divine orchestration, God actively working to prevent David from making a terrible mistake. Second, he acknowledged that Abigail had saved him from bloodshed. Not saved Nabal, that's what we might expect him to say, but saved David himself. He understood that he was the one who needed saving, that he was the one about to commit an act he would regret. The violence would have stained him more than it would have hurt Nabal, who would have been dead and beyond regret. Third, he confirmed what he had intended to do. The slaughter would have been total. Not one male would have survived. He didn't soften this or try to minimize it. He stated it plainly, acknowledging the full extent of what he had been about to do, owning the reality that his anger had been leading him toward mass murder. Fourth, by speaking these things aloud before his men, David demonstrated the kind of leadership that would eventually make him a great king. He didn't try to save face by pretending he hadn't really meant it, didn't minimize his anger or the oath he had sworn. Instead, he publicly acknowledged that he had been wrong, that he had needed correction, that this woman's wisdom had been greater than his fury. This is what wisdom does in the presence of anger. It doesn't deny the anger or call it invalid. It doesn't argue against the reasons for the anger, or suggest that the offended party should just get over it. Instead, it provides perspective, appeals to deeper values, offers a path forward that preserves honour without requiring violence. Wisdom acknowledges that anger can be righteous while still recognising that righteous anger can lead to unrighteous actions. It creates space for people to change course without losing face, to redirect their energy toward better ends without denying the legitimacy of their feelings. David accepted the provisions Abigail had brought, a visible sign that he was accepting her entire message, not just taking the food while continuing with his original plan. "Go home in peace," he told her, his voice now calm, the fury drained away. "I have heard your words and granted your request." Those simple words contained multitudes. David acknowledged that he had truly heard her, not just listened to the sound she made, but understood the wisdom she was offering. He had heard her with his mind and his heart, had allowed her words to penetrate past his anger to touch something deeper in his character, and he granted her request, which was nothing less than the lives of everyone in her household. 400 warriors who had sworn to kill every male in Nabal's house would now return to their camps without having shed any blood. Servants who would have died for their master's folly would live. Shepherds who had done nothing wrong would continue tending their flocks. An entire household was saved because one woman had the wisdom to act and the courage to speak. With those words, the crisis ended. The immediate danger passed. 400 warriors who had been marching toward massacre turned around and headed back to their wilderness camps. The machinery of vengeance, once set in motion, had been stopped by the intervention of the wisdom. The men began to disperse, probably with mixed feelings. Some might have felt relief. Killing an entire household isn't something most people want to do, even when they're angry. Some might have felt disappointment. They had worked themselves up for violence and now had to let that energy dissipate without release. Some might have felt admiration for David, seeing in his willingness to change course evidence of the kind of wisdom that makes good leaders. Some might have gained new respect for the power of the well-spoken words to change outcomes that seemed inevitable. Abigail had accomplished the impossible. With no weapons except words, with no authority except her own moral clarity, with no power except the power of truth spoken well, she had prevented a tragedy. She had saved her household from death. She had protected David from a decision he would have regretted for the rest of his life. And she had demonstrated that the right words, spoken at the right time in the right way, can accomplish what armies cannot. As she prepared to return to her household, Abigail must have felt a complex mixture of emotions: relief that the immediate danger had passed, exhaustion from the intensity of what she had just experienced. Perhaps some trepidation about what she would face when she returned home and her husband learned what she had done, but also surely a deep satisfaction in knowing that she had done the right thing, that she had acted according to wisdom and conscience, that she had saved innocent lives through her courage and skill. The sun was likely getting lower in the sky by now. The shadows in the ravine would have been lengthening. Abigail mounted her donkey and began the journey home, back to a household that had no idea how close it had come to annihilation, back to a husband who was probably still celebrating his shearing feast without any awareness of the disaster that had been averted. She rode home carrying the knowledge that she had changed history, though she probably didn't think of it in such grand terms. She had simply done what needed to be done, what her wisdom told her was right, what her conscience demanded. She had demonstrated that one person acting with courage, And wisdom at the right moment can change outcomes that seem inevitable, can redirect the course of events, can prevent tragedies that others thought were unstoppable. Chapter 7. The Fate of Folly. Abigail returned to her home in Carmel as evening was settling over the land. The dust of David's departing army had settled behind her. The crisis had passed, but she now faced a different challenge, dealing with her husband and the aftermath of what she had done. She found Nabal hosting a feast, and the description Scripture provides is revealing. A feast like that of a king. This detail tells us much about Nabal's character and self-perception. He wasn't content to have a normal celebration. He had to display his wealth, had to demonstrate his status, had to make sure everyone understood just how rich and important he was. He was drunk, celebrating his wealth and his shearing season, completely unaware that his household had come within hours of annihilation, while Abigail had been racing to intercept David's army, while servants had been loading donkeys with provisions in desperate haste, while 400 armed men had been marching toward them with swords drawn and death in their eyes. Nabal had been drinking wine and congratulating himself on his prosperity. The scene would be almost comical if it weren't so tragic. A man completely oblivious to the danger he had created through his own foolishness, celebrating in ignorance while others saved him from the consequences of his actions. He had no idea that every person at his feast owed their life to his wife's wisdom and courage. He had no idea how close he had come to destroying everything through his stubborn pride. Abigail said nothing to him that night. There was no point in trying to communicate with a drunk man, especially one as foolish as Nabal, even when sober. She had learned through long experience that some conversations are futile, that some moments are wrong for truth-telling, that wisdom includes knowing when to speak and when to wait. So she waited through the night, waited through his drunken revelry, waited for morning when sobriety might make understanding possible. We can imagine her during those hours, exhausted from her journey and the emotional intensity of her confrontation with David, but unable to rest, knowing that she still had to face her husband, still had to tell him what she had done, still had to deal with the aftermath of her actions. When morning came and Nabal had sobered up, his head probably aching from the previous night's excess, Abigail told him everything. She didn't soften the truth or minimize the danger. She explained about David's messengers and his own contemptuous response. She described the 400 armed men who had been marching toward their home with sworn intent to kill every male in the household. She detailed her intervention, the provisions she'd taken without his knowledge or permission, and her meeting with David in the ravine. She made absolutely clear exactly how close they had all come to death, how his foolish insult had nearly cost everyone their lives. The news had a dramatic and immediate effect. Scripture says that Nabal's heart failed him, and he became like a stone. This description suggests either a stroke or some form of shock so profound that he became paralyzed, unable to move or speak. Medical historians have speculated about the exact nature of Nabal's condition. Perhaps a massive stroke, perhaps a heart attack, perhaps a psychological shock so severe that it manifested as physical paralysis. Whatever the medical mechanism, the meaning is clear. The man who had been so certain of his own importance and invulnerability, who had been celebrating with royal pretensions just hours earlier, suddenly came face to face with the consequences of his folly, the reality of how close he had come to death, the understanding of how his own actions had nearly destroyed everyone and everything he possessed, the humiliation of learning that his wife had to save him from his own stupidity. All of this crashed down on him with crushing force. Some speculate that what killed Nabal was not just physical shock, but spiritual and psychological devastation. He had built his identity on his wealth and status, on the illusion that his riches made him untouchable and superior. Now he had to confront the reality that his wealth meant nothing in the face of real power, that his status hadn't protected him, that he had been completely vulnerable and had been saved only through the intervention of the wife he had probably treated with contempt. For a proud man, a man whose name meant fool, but who probably believed himself quite clever, this realization might have been more devastating than any physical blow. His entire self-image collapsed. Everything he had believed about himself and the world was revealed as false. And unlike physical injuries which can heal, damage to one's fundamental sense of self can be fatal. He lingered for about 10 days in this condition, neither dead nor truly alive, existing in some twilight state between the two. We don't know if he was conscious during this time, if he could hear or understand what was happening around him, if he experienced this time as suffering or simply as a kind of blankness. The text is spare in its details, telling us only that he remained like a stone for approximately 10 days. Then he died. The text simply states that the Lord struck Nabal and he died, leaving the exact mechanism ambiguous, but the meaning clear. Nabal's death was connected to his character and his actions. God's justice had found him. The consequences he had created through his own foolishness had finally caught up to him. When David heard that Nabal was dead, his response revealed his character and his understanding of what had happened. He didn't gloat over the death of an enemy. He didn't celebrate that someone who had insulted him had suffered and died. Instead, he praised God and acknowledged how God had worked in the entire situation. Praise be to the Lord who has... Before we begin, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know, and it means the world to us. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review also helps out tremendously, and if you want, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. Finally, if you enjoy the content, please consider subscribing. It helps us continue bringing you these stories. Now let's begin. There are moments in life when the ground beneath your faith begins to crack, when the miracles you've witnessed feel like distant memories, when the voice that once thundered with certainty becomes nothing more than an echo in an empty canyon. This is a story about one of those moments. A story about a man who spoke with God, who called down fire from heaven, who stood before kings without trembling, and then found himself alone in a cave waiting to die. His name was Elijah, and what happened to him on a mountain in the wilderness would change everything we think we know about how God speaks to broken people. This is the story of the whisper on the mountain. Chapter 1. A prophet at his peak. The kingdom of Israel had never been more divided. King Ahab sat on the throne, a man who had married power and called it love. His wife Jezebel came from Sidon, bringing with her the worship of Baal, a god of storms and fertility, a god whose priests promised rain and harvest in exchange for blood and devotion. Under their rule, the worship of Yahweh, the God of Abraham and Moses, had been pushed to the margins. Altars were torn down. Prophets were hunted. The people who once knew their God now bowed before golden statues and carved poles, hoping the gods of other nations might hear them. But there was one man who refused to bend. Elijah the Tishbite came from Gilead, from the rough country beyond the Jordan River. He was not a man of palaces or priestly robes. He wore animal skins and spoke in absolutes. When he appeared before King Ahab, his message was simple and terrifying. As the Lord God of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, except by my word. It was a declaration of war, not between armies, but between gods. If Baal truly controlled the weather, let him prove it. If Yahweh alone was God, the skies would remain shut until he chose to open them, and the skies stayed shut. For 3 years the land withered. Rivers became dust, crops failed, livestock died. The people cried out to Baal, but no rain came. The prophets of Baal performed their rituals, cutting themselves, dancing, shouting until their voices broke, but the heavens remained silent. Then Elijah appeared again. He sent word to Ahab, "Gather all of Israel at Mount Carmel. Bring the 450 prophets of Baal." It was time to settle the question once and for all. When the people assembled, Elijah stood before them and posed a challenge that cut through years of compromise and confusion. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. The crowd said nothing. They had learned to hedge their bets, to worship whichever god seemed most convenient. But Elijah was done with convenience. He proposed a test. 2 altars would be built. 2 bulls would be prepared as offerings. The prophets of Baal would call on their God. Elijah would call on his. Whichever God answered with fire would be proven true. The prophets of Baal went first. From morning until afternoon they called out, they danced, they cut themselves with swords and spears until their blood ran down their bodies. Elijah watched and mocked them. Shout louder. Maybe your God is deep in thought, or busy, or travelling. Maybe he's sleeping and needs to be awakened. But there was no response, no voice, no fire, nothing. As evening approached, Elijah stepped forward. He rebuilt the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. He arranged the wood. He prepared the sacrifice. Then he did something that seemed like madness. He ordered that the altar be drenched with water. 4 large jars were poured over the offering, then 4 more, then 4 more again. The water ran down and filled the trench around the altar. Then Elijah prayed, not with frenzy or showmanship, but with quiet confidence. Lord, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God and that you are turning their hearts back again. The fire fell, not a spark, not a gradual flame. Fire from heaven that consumed the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, the soil, and even the water in the trench. The people fell on their faces, crying out in terror and awe, "The Lord, he is God! The Lord, he is God!" The prophets of Baal were seized and executed in the valley below. Elijah climbed back to the top of Carmel, bent low to the ground and prayed for rain. He sent his servant to look toward the sea. Nothing. He prayed again. Nothing. 7 times he prayed, and on the 7th the servant returned with news. The cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea. Within minutes the sky turned black with clouds. The wind rose, and the rain came. After 3 years of drought, the rain came in torrents. Elijah ran ahead of Ahab's chariot all the way to Jezreel, empowered by the hand of the Lord, his faith riding the crest of an undeniable miracle. He was at the peak of his prophetic power. He had stood before a nation and proven God's supremacy. He had called down fire and rain. He had witnessed the people return to worship the true God. In that moment, Elijah must have felt invincible. But that feeling would not last. Chapter 2. The threat that changes everything. When King Ahab returned to Jezreel, he told Queen Jezebel everything that had happened. He described the challenge on Mount Carmel, the failure of Baal's prophets, the fire from heaven, the slaughter in the valley, and the rain that ended the drought. For Ahab, these were simply facts, events to be reported. But for Jezebel, they were a declaration of war against everything she had built. She sent a messenger to Elijah with a simple, chilling promise. May the gods deal with me, be it ever so severely, if by this time tomorrow I do not make your life like that of one of them. She meant the dead prophets. She meant blood and execution. She meant that his victory would be meaningless if he did not live to see the next sunset. And something inside Elijah broke. This was the same man who had stood before King Ahab without fear, the same man who had challenged hundreds of false prophets alone, the same man who had just witnessed the most spectacular demonstration of God's power in a generation. But now, faced with the threat of one woman, he ran. He did not stand his ground. He did not call down fire. He did not wait for God to protect him. He simply ran. He fled south, out of Israel, into the territory of Judah. He travelled to Beersheba, the edge of the settled world, and left his servant there. Then he went another day's journey into the wilderness, alone. This moment is where the story becomes uncomfortably human. Elijah was not weak because he ran. He was human. Fear is not the absence of faith. It is the collision of faith with exhaustion, isolation, and the weight of carrying too much for too long. On Mount Carmel, Elijah had been surrounded by thousands. He had been vindicated publicly. He had seen God move in undeniable ways. But now, in the wilderness, he was alone. And in the silence, the questions that he had kept buried rose to the surface. Why was he the only one left? Why did serving God feel like constant danger? Why, after everything he had done, did it still feel like nothing had changed? The drought had ended, but Jezebel still reigned. The people had cried out in worship, but how long before they forgot? The prophets of Baal were dead, but their altars could be rebuilt. Elijah had won the battle, but the war felt endless. And so, he walked deeper into the wilderness, away from people, away from purpose, away from hope. Chapter 3. Collapse in the wilderness. Elijah found a solitary broom tree and sat down beneath its sparse shade. The desert stretched in every direction, vast and indifferent. The heat pressed down. The silence was absolute. And in that silence Elijah prayed the most honest prayer of his life. I have had enough, Lord. Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors. This was not a prayer of faith. It was a prayer of surrender, not to God's will, but to despair. Elijah did not ask for deliverance. He did not ask for strength or clarity or a new mission. He asked for death. It is a jarring prayer, especially from a prophet who had just seen God move with such power. But it is also one of the most honest prayers in all of Scripture. Elijah did not hide behind religious language. He did not pretend to be stronger than he was. He simply said what he felt. I am done. I cannot do this anymore. I want it to end. This is the part of faith that people do not often talk about. The part where serving God does not feel glorious or meaningful. The part where the cost feels too high and the burden too heavy. The part where you wonder if you have given everything and received nothing in return. Elijah lay down beneath the tree and fell asleep, hoping he would not wake up. But then something happened, something gentle and unexpected. He felt a touch on his shoulder. A voice spoke, "Get up and eat." Elijah opened his eyes. Beside him was a freshly baked cake of bread on hot stones and a jar of water. There was no explanation, no sermon, no rebuke for his despair, just provision, just kindness. He ate, he drank, then he lay down again and slept. The angel returned, touched him again, spoke again. "Get up and eat, for the journey is too much for you." Elijah rose. He ate the bread and drank the water, and something shifted. Not in his emotions necessarily, but in his body. The food sustained him in a way that felt beyond natural. Strengthened by that meal, Elijah travelled for 40 days and 40 nights, walking deeper into the wilderness toward a destination he may not have fully understood yet. He was heading toward Horeb, the mountain of God, the same mountain where Moses had encountered the burning bush, the same mountain where the law had been given, the same mountain where the covenant between God and Israel had been forged. Elijah was returning to the source, to the place where it all began. And when he arrived, exhausted and empty, he found a cave and went inside. He crawled into the darkness and waited. Chapter 4. God provides before he speaks. There is something profound in the way God responded to Elijah's despair. He did not immediately correct him. He did not offer a theological explanation for suffering. He did not tell Elijah to have more faith or to stop feeling sorry for himself. Instead, God gave him bread and water. This is a pattern that runs throughout Scripture. God meets people in their physical needs before addressing their spiritual state. He provides rest before revelation. He gives strength before sending. When Elijah collapsed beneath the broom tree, he was not just spiritually depleted. He was physically and emotionally exhausted. He had been running on adrenaline and conviction for years. The confrontation on Mount Carmel was the culmination of a long and dangerous mission. And the moment it was over, the crash came. God understood this. The angel did not scold Elijah for his weakness. He simply fed him, twice, and then allowed him to rest. There was no rush, no immediate assignment, just the quiet provision of what was needed. This challenges the way we often think about faith. We imagine that God is most concerned with our spiritual state, our beliefs, our obedience. And while those things matter, God is also deeply concerned with our humanity. He knows that we are not merely souls housed in bodies. We are embodied beings whose physical state affects everything else. Rest is not a sign of weakness. It is a necessity. And sometimes the most faithful thing we can do is stop, eat, sleep, and let God sustain us. When Elijah finally set out again, strengthened by that miraculous provision, he travelled for 40 days and 40 nights. The number 40 appears again and again in Scripture. Moses spent 40 days on the mountain receiving the law. The Israelites wandered for 40 years in the wilderness. Jesus fasted for 40 days before beginning his ministry. It is a number associated with testing, transformation, and preparation. Elijah's journey to Horeb was not just physical. It was an internal pilgrimage. Every step took him further from the noise of his mission and deeper into the silence where God was waiting. He was not running away anymore. He was moving toward something, toward an encounter that would redefine everything he thought he knew about how God works. When he reached the mountain, he found a cave and went inside. The cave became a kind of womb, a place of darkness and waiting, and there, in the stillness, the word of the Lord came to him. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It was not an accusation. It was an invitation, an opening for honesty. And Elijah responded with raw, unfiltered truth. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." This was Elijah's perspective. This was how it felt. He had given everything, and it seemed like nothing had changed. He felt alone, abandoned, and hunted. And God listened. He did not interrupt. He did not correct. Not yet. Instead, he gave Elijah an experience that would shift everything. Chapter 5. The Journey to the Mountain. Mount Horeb, also called Sinai, was not just any mountain. It was the mountain. The place where God had first revealed his name to Moses in a burning bush. The place where the ground itself was declared holy. The place where the covenant had been given amidst smoke and thunder. Where the people had trembled at the foot of the mountain while Moses ascended into the cloud of God's presence. It was a place of power, a place of fear, a place where heaven had touched earth in a way that left no room for doubt. When God spoke from Horeb, the mountain shook. Fire blazed. The voice of God was so overwhelming that the people begged Moses to be their mediator because they could not bear to hear God speak directly. This was the tradition Elijah was stepping into. This was the weight of history he carried with him as he climbed. Perhaps he expected another Mount Carmel moment, another display of undeniable power, another public vindication. After all, this was where God had appeared before. This was where miracles happened. But when Elijah arrived, there was no fire, no thunder, no voice from the clouds, just a cave, just silence, just the long, empty stretch of waiting. He went inside the cave and sat in the darkness. The stone was cool against his skin, the air was still, and he waited. Hours passed, maybe days. The solitude pressed in, thick and heavy. And then finally the word of the Lord came. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It was a question without judgment, but it demanded an answer. Not for God's sake. God already knew, but for Elijah's. Sometimes we do not fully understand what we are feeling until we say it out loud. Elijah's response poured out like water from a broken vessel. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." Every word carried the weight of isolation, the exhaustion of being the last one standing, the bitterness of feeling forgotten. Elijah was not asking for comfort. He was stating facts as he saw them. He had done everything right, and it had cost him everything. And now, even after the victory on Mount Carmel, nothing felt secure. God's response was not what Elijah expected. "Go out and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by." Elijah obeyed. He stepped out of the cave and stood on the rocky ledge, facing the vast expanse of the wilderness. The wind began to pick up. At first, it was just a breeze, then it grew stronger, and stronger, until it became a roaring gale that tore at his clothing and threatened to knock him off his feet. Then the wind became something else entirely. Chapter 6. Power without presence. The wind that struck the mountain was not a natural wind. It was a force of pure destruction. It howled through the canyons and shattered rocks, sending boulders tumbling down the cliffs. The noise was deafening, a sound like the world itself was being torn apart. Elijah braced himself, shielding his face, waiting for the voice of God to speak from the storm. But the Lord was not in the wind. As the wind subsided, the ground began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, deep beneath the surface, and then the entire mountain shook. The earth groaned and split. Fissures opened in the rock. Dust and debris filled the air. It was the kind of earthquake that topples cities, that swallows armies, that leaves nothing standing in its wake. Elijah clung to the stone, his heart pounding, expecting at any moment to hear the voice that spoke worlds into existence. Surely this was it. Surely this was how God would speak to him, just as he had spoken to Moses from the thunder and smoke. But the Lord was not in the earthquake. Then came the fire, not a small flame, but a roaring inferno that swept across the face of the mountain. It consumed everything in its path, turning stone black, burning away every living thing. The heat was unbearable. The light was blinding. Fire was the signature of God's power. Fire had fallen on Mount Carmel. Fire had led the Israelites through the wilderness as a pillar by night. Fire descended on Sinai when the law was given. But the Lord was not in the fire. And then, in the aftermath of wind and earthquake and flame, there was silence. Complete, absolute silence. The kind of silence that feels heavy, that presses into your ears and your chest and makes you aware of your own breathing. And in that silence there was a sound, not loud, not dramatic, just a gentle whisper, a still, small voice, so quiet that it would have been missed if Elijah had not been listening, so soft that it required stillness and attention and the willingness to lean in. When Elijah heard it, he pulled his cloak over his face and went back to the entrance of the cave. He knew in that moment that he was standing in the presence of the living God, not because of power, but because of intimacy, not because of spectacle, but because of tenderness. God had not come in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire. He had come in the whisper. This was a moment of profound revelation. Elijah had spent his entire ministry in the mode of power. He had called down drought and fire. He had confronted kings and executed false prophets. His faith had been expressed through bold, public acts of divine intervention, and those things were real. God had been in those moments. But here, on the mountain, God was teaching Elijah something new, that power is not the only way God speaks, that sometimes the most important truths are communicated not through spectacle, but through stillness, that the same God who can shake the earth and split the sky can also speak in a whisper so quiet that only those who are truly listening will hear it. The still, small voice was not weaker than the wind or the earthquake or the fire. It was more personal, more intimate, more direct. It was the voice of a God who does not need to shout to be heard, a God who chooses to meet his people not in their strength, but in their brokenness, not in their certainty, but in their doubt. And when that voice asked the question again, it carried a different weight. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" Chapter 7. The still, small voice. Elijah stood at the mouth of the cave, his face covered, and answered the same way he had before. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." The words were identical, but the context had changed. The first time Elijah spoke them, he was pouring out his frustration into the void, unsure if anyone was listening. Now, he was standing in the presence of God, having witnessed power and then heard the whisper. And God's response was not rebuke, it was redirection. God began by gently correcting Elijah's perception. Elijah believed he was the only one left, but that was not true. God had reserved 7,000 in Israel who had not bowed to Baal, 7,000 people who still worshipped in secret, who had not compromised, who had remained faithful even when it seemed like the entire nation had fallen away. Elijah was not alone. He had never been alone. His isolation was real, but it was not total, and this is one of the great dangers of despair. It distorts our vision. It makes us believe that the struggle is ours alone, that no one else understands, that we are the last one standing. But God sees the whole picture. He knows the hidden faithful, the quiet believers, the ones who do not make headlines but who remain steadfast. Then God gave Elijah new instructions. His mission was not over. There was still work to be done. He was to anoint Hazael as king over Aram. He was to anoint Jehu as king over Israel, and he was to anoint Elisha as his successor. These were not small tasks. They were political and prophetic acts that would shape the future of nations. But they were also acts of continuity. God was telling Elijah that the work would continue beyond him, that he did not have to carry the weight of everything alone, that there were others who would take up the mantle. The instruction to anoint Elisha was particularly significant. Elijah had been operating as if he were the last prophet, the final voice of God in a godless nation. But God was preparing someone to come after him. The ministry would not end with Elijah's death or retirement. It would be passed on. The torch would be carried. This is a profound mercy. God was releasing Elijah from the burden of believing that everything depended on him. He was not indispensable. He was not the final hope. He was a servant, yes, but he was part of a larger plan that stretched far beyond his own life. And in that moment, standing on the mountain, hearing the still, small voice outline the path forward, something inside Elijah began to heal. Not immediately, not completely, but enough. Enough to take the next step. Enough to return to the world. Enough to believe that even in the midst of exhaustion and fear and doubt, God had not abandoned him. The encounter on Mount Horeb did not erase Elijah's struggles. He would still face danger. He would still question. He would still carry the weight of a difficult calling. But he would no longer carry it alone, believing he was the only one left, and he would no longer expect God to speak only in fire and thunder. He had learned that God also speaks in whispers, in stillness, in the quiet moments when the world is silent, and all that is left is the sound of his voice, gentle and sure. Chapter 8. God's answer to Elijah's fear. The conversation on the mountain was not just about mission, it was about identity. Elijah had defined himself by his role as prophet, by his victories, by his willingness to stand alone. And when that identity felt threatened, when the victory on Mount Carmel did not result in permanent change, when Jezebel's threat reminded him that the fight was far from over, he collapsed. God's response was not to bolster that old identity, but to expand it, to remind Elijah that he was not defined solely by his prophetic acts, but by his relationship with the one who called him, to show him that strength is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to keep moving even when you are afraid. The anointing of Elisha was a pivotal moment. When Elijah descended from the mountain and found Elisha ploughing a field with 12 yoke of oxen, he threw his cloak over him. It was a symbolic act, a passing of the mantle, a declaration that the work would continue. Elisha left everything, slaughtered his oxen, burned his ploughing equipment, and followed Elijah. He became not just a successor, but a companion, someone to walk alongside, someone to share the burden. This is one of the gifts God gave Elijah in his despair. Community, not crowds, not public vindication, but one person to walk with, one person to invest in, one person who would carry the mission forward when Elijah could not. The story of Elijah does not end on the mountain. He continued to prophesy. He continued to confront kings. He continued to call the nation back to God. But something had shifted. He was no longer operating from a place of isolated strength. He had learned that weakness is not the end of usefulness. That doubt does not disqualify you, that even the strongest believers experience fear, exhaustion, and the temptation to give up. And perhaps most importantly, he had learned that God does not always speak in the ways we expect, that the fire from heaven and the still, small voice are both expressions of the same God. That power and tenderness are not opposites, but two sides of the same divine nature. Years later, when Elijah's time on earth was ending, he did not die. He was taken up to heaven in a whirlwind, surrounded by chariots of fire. It was a dramatic conclusion to a dramatic life, but the lesson of Mount Horeb remained, that even in the whirlwind, even in the fire, God is most intimately known in the quiet moments, in the whisper, in the still, small voice that speaks to the deepest parts of who we are. Chapter 9. Passing the Mantle. The relationship between Elijah and Elisha was not just a professional arrangement. It was a mentorship, a friendship, a spiritual legacy being passed from one generation to the next. Elisha followed Elijah faithfully, learning not just the mechanics of prophecy, but the heart of it. He witnessed Elijah's continued struggles, his moments of courage, his flashes of doubt. He saw that being a prophet did not mean being perfect. It meant being obedient, even when obedience was costly. When the time came for Elijah to be taken, Elisha refused to leave his side. They travelled together from Gilgal to Bethel to Jericho to the Jordan River. At each stop, Elijah urged Elisha to stay behind, but Elisha insisted on accompanying him. He had seen what it cost to serve God. He had watched Elijah wrestle with fear and loneliness and the crushing weight of responsibility. And still, he chose to follow. At the Jordan River, Elijah struck the water with his cloak, and the river parted. They crossed on dry ground, an echo of Joshua and Moses, a reminder that God's power does not diminish with time. And on the other side, Elijah asked Elisha what he wanted before he was taken. Elisha's request was bold. "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit." It was not a request for power, but for the ability to carry on the work, to have the strength to do what needed to be done, to continue the mission without collapsing under the weight of it. Elijah's response was honest. "You have asked a difficult thing, yet if you see me when I am taken from you, it will be yours. Otherwise it will not." Then it happened. A chariot of fire appeared, drawn by horses of fire, and swept between them. A whirlwind lifted Elijah up, carrying him into the heavens. Elisha watched, crying out, tearing his own clothes in grief and awe. And when it was over, Elijah's cloak fell from the sky. Elisha picked it up. He walked back to the Jordan River, struck the water with the cloak, and cried out, "Where now is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" The water parted, and Elisha crossed over, carrying the mantle, carrying the mission, carrying the legacy. The work continued, the story did not end. And the lesson remained that faith is not about individual heroics, but about faithful obedience passed from one generation to the next, that we are not called to do everything, but to do what is set before us and trust God with the rest. Epilogue. When God speaks softly, there is a temptation, especially in moments of crisis, to believe that God has abandoned us if we do not hear his voice in power. We wait for the burning bush, the pillar of fire, the parting of the sea. We expect miracles to be loud and undeniable, and sometimes they are. But the story of Elijah and the still, small voice reminds us that God's presence is not measured by volume, that the same God who spoke worlds into existence also whispers to broken hearts, that the most profound encounters with the divine often happen not in the middle of the storm, but in the silence after it passes. Elijah went to the mountain expecting power. He got intimacy. He expected vindication. He got companionship. He expected answers. He got a question. "What are you doing here?" And in that question was an invitation, not to explain himself, but to be known, to be seen, to be met in his exhaustion and doubt and fear, and to be reminded that he was not alone, that the work was bigger than him, that his weakness did not disqualify him, but made space for God's strength. The lesson of the still small voice is not that power is unimportant. It is that power is not the only language God speaks, that sometimes the most important thing is not to witness a miracle, but to hear a whisper, to stand in the silence and listen, to trust that even when God seems quiet, he is near. Faith is not always loud. It does not always feel triumphant. It does not always result in immediate vindication. Sometimes faith is simply the willingness to stand at the mouth of the cave, face covered, listening for the voice that speaks not in thunder, but in stillness. And when that voice comes, it does not always give us what we want, but it gives us what we need. It reminds us that we are not alone, that our story is part of a larger story, that the mission we carry will be carried by others when we cannot carry it anymore. It tells us to rest, to eat, to be strengthened, and then, when we are ready, to take the next step, because God is not only in the fire, he is also in the whisper, and sometimes the whisper is all we need. Sleep well, and may you find peace in the stillness. There are moments in history when a single choice echoes across generations, when one act of hesitation unravels everything that came before it. Tonight, we explore a story buried in ancient text, a narrative so stark and uncompromising that it forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Obedience delayed is obedience denied. This is not a story about villains or heroes in the traditional sense. It is about a faithful servant, a clear command, and the catastrophic consequences of listening to the wrong voice at the wrong moment. It is about the razor-thin line between trust and doubt, between following instruction and negotiating with it. In a time when kingdoms fractured and worship became a tool of politics, one man was chosen to deliver a message that would shake the foundation of power itself. He succeeded in his mission. He spoke truth to authority. He witnessed miracles unfold before the eyes of a king. And yet he never made it home. This is the story of the prophet who obeyed too late. A story that begins not with the prophet himself, but with the shattering of a nation that had once stood united under God. A story that unfolds in the shadow of golden calves and false altars, in the quiet moments of temptation that follow great acts of faith, in the devastating realization that partial obedience is still disobedience. What you're about to hear is drawn from the ancient texts, from the historical record of a people who understood that every action carries weight, that every choice reverberates through time, that the voice we choose to follow determines not just our destination, but our very survival. This is a story about power and prophecy, about truth and deception, about the terrible cost of listening to secondary voices when the primary command was already crystal clear. The man at the centre of this story has no name. History remembers him only as the man of God from Judah. Perhaps that anonymity is intentional. Perhaps it reminds us that this story is not really about one man's failure, but about a pattern we all face, the temptation to negotiate with clear instructions, to seek permission for what we already want to do, to trust the voice that tells us what we wish to hear. So, settle in. Let the world around you fade, and prepare to walk a road that leads from triumph to tragedy, from obedience to compromise, from faithfulness to consequence. This is the prophet who obeyed too late. Chapter 1. A kingdom divided. The kingdom of Israel had not always been broken. There was a time, not so distant in memory, when the 12 tribes stood united under one crown, one temple, one God. The reign of Solomon had brought prosperity beyond measure. His wisdom was legendary, drawing dignitaries and queens from distant lands who came to test him with hard questions and left amazed at his understanding. The temple he built in Jerusalem was a wonder of the ancient world, a structure so magnificent that it took 7 years to complete and required the labour of thousands. Gold covered its walls, cedar from Lebanon formed its beams, bronze pillars stood at its entrance, each with a name, Jachin and Boaz, representing establishment and strength. The Ark of the Covenant, that sacred chest containing the tablets of the law, resided in the innermost chamber, the Holy of Holies, where God's presence dwelt among his people. But Solomon's heart had wandered in his later years. He had married many wives, 700 wives of royal birth, the text tells us, and 300 concubines. These were not merely personal choices, they were political alliances, marriages that sealed treaties and established relationships with surrounding nations. Each wife brought her own gods, her own religious practices, her own worldview. And slowly, incrementally, Solomon's devotion fractured. He built high places for the gods of his wives. He allowed the worship of Chemosh, the detestable god of Moab. He erected altars to Molech, to whom some nations sacrificed their children. The man who had built the temple of the living God now sanctioned the worship of idols on the hills surrounding Jerusalem. God spoke to Solomon in judgment. Because you have done this and have not kept my covenant and my decrees, I will most certainly tear the kingdom away from you and give it to one of your subordinates. Nevertheless, for the sake of David your father, I will not do it during your lifetime. I will tear it out of the hand of your son. The clock was ticking. The fracture lines were already forming. When Solomon died, his son Rehoboam prepared to take the throne. The transition should have been smooth. Rehoboam was the legitimate heir, the son born to Solomon's first wife, the expected successor. But legitimacy alone does not guarantee loyalty. The people came to Rehoboam at Shechem, where he had gone to be crowned king. They sent for Jeroboam, who had fled to Egypt during Solomon's reign after the prophet. Ahijah had told him he would one day rule 10 of the 12 tribes. Jeroboam had been a capable administrator under Solomon, put in charge of the labour force from the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. But when Solomon learned of the prophecy concerning Jeroboam's future kingship, he tried to kill him. So Jeroboam had fled and remained in Egypt until Solomon's death. Now he returned, and the people made their request through him. Your father put a heavy yoke on us, they said, but now lighten the harsh labour and the heavy yoke he put on us, and we will serve you. It was a reasonable request. Solomon's building projects had been magnificent, but they had come at enormous cost. The labour required to build the temple, the palace, the fortifications, the cities, all of it had been extracted from the people. Taxes had been heavy, work crews had been conscripted, the burden had grown with each passing year. The people were not asking for revolution, they were asking for relief. Rehoboam asked for 3 days to consider their request. During that time, he consulted 2 groups of advisors. First, he spoke with the elders who had served his father Solomon. These were men of experience, men who had witnessed the glory years of the United Kingdom and also seen the growing discontent. Their advice was measured and wise. If today you will be a servant to these people and serve them and give them a favourable answer, they will always be your servants. It was counsel rooted in the ancient understanding that true leadership requires service, that a king who listens to his people earns their lasting loyalty. That strength is sometimes demonstrated through mercy rather than force. But Rehoboam rejected their counsel. Instead, he turned to the young men who had grown up with him, his peers who had never known anything but privilege and power. They gave him different advice. Tell these people who have said to you, your father put a heavy yoke on us, but make our yoke lighter. Tell them, my little finger is thicker than my father's waist. My father laid on you a heavy yoke. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions. It was the advice of arrogance, of insecurity masked as strength, of men who had never faced real consequences and therefore could not imagine them. Rehoboam followed their counsel. When the 3 days had passed and the people returned for his answer, he spoke harshly to them. He rejected the advice of the elders. He repeated the words of his young advisors, threatening greater burdens, harsher treatment, more severe discipline. The people's response was immediate and devastating. What share do we have in David? They shouted. What part in Jesse's son? "To your tents, Israel! Look after your own house, David!" It was a declaration of independence, a rejection of the dynasty, a shattering of the unity that had held for 3 generations. 10 of the 12 tribes rebelled. They appointed Jeroboam as their king, fulfilling the prophecy that had driven him into exile years before. Only the tribes of Judah and Benjamin remained loyal to Rehoboam and the house of David. United Kingdom was no more. Rehoboam considered military action. He assembled an army to force the rebellious tribes back under his authority. But God sent a prophet named Shemaiah with a message. "Do not go up to fight against your brothers, the Israelites. Go home, every one of you, for this is my doing." The division was permanent. The fracture was by divine design, a consequence of Solomon's unfaithfulness and Rehoboam's foolishness. 2 kingdoms now existed where one had stood. The southern kingdom of Judah, ruled by Rehoboam from Jerusalem. The northern kingdom of Israel, ruled by Jeroboam from Shechem. And Jeroboam faced an immediate problem that would define his entire reign and corrupt his kingdom for generations to come. The temple, the centre of worship, the place where God's presence dwelt, remained in Jerusalem, in Rehoboam's territory. 3 times a year, God's law required all Israelite men to appear before the Lord at the temple for the major festivals: Passover, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Tabernacles. If the people of the northern kingdom continued travelling to Jerusalem to worship, Jeroboam feared their loyalty would eventually shift back to the house of David. The temple was more than a religious site. It was a symbol of legitimacy, of divine approval, of connection to the covenant God had made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jeroboam consulted with his advisors. The question before them was not theological but political. How do we maintain the people's loyalty when the centre of their faith lies in enemy territory? The solution they devised was both brilliant and blasphemous. Jeroboam would create alternative centres of worship. He would give the people sanctuaries in their own land, eliminating the need to travel to Jerusalem. He would establish a religious system that mirrored the true worship just enough to seem legitimate, while being different enough to serve his political purposes. He commissioned 2 golden calves. The choice was significant. Calves, or more accurately, young bulls, were common religious symbols throughout the ancient Near East. They represented strength, virility, and divine power. The Canaanites used bull imagery in their worship of Baal. The Egyptians, where the Israelites had been enslaved for 400 years, used bulls in their religious iconography. But for Israel, the image carried a particularly dark resonance. When Moses had been on Mount Sinai receiving the law from God, the people had grown impatient. They had gathered their gold and fashioned a calf, declaring, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." It had been the first great apostasy, the first great breaking of the covenant. Moses had come down from the mountain to find the people dancing around the golden calf, and 3,000 had died that day as judgment for their idolatry. Now Jeroboam deliberately echoed that rebellion. He placed 1 golden calf in Bethel, at the southern border of his kingdom, conveniently located for those who might otherwise have continued to Jerusalem. The other he placed in Dan, at the far northern extent of his territory, and he used the exact same words spoken at the first apostasy. "It is too much trouble for you to go up to Jerusalem. Here are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." It was a masterful piece of political manipulation. He was telling the people that these images represented the same God who had delivered them from slavery. He was not asking them to abandon their faith, only to worship in a more convenient location. He was wrapping apostasy in the language of practicality and accessibility. But he did not stop there. True worship in Israel had always been mediated through the Levitical priesthood. God had specifically set apart the tribe of Levi to serve in the tabernacle and later in the temple. The priests had to be descendants of Aaron. The requirements were clear, specific, and non-negotiable. Jeroboam threw out those requirements. He appointed priests from all sorts of people, even though they were not Levites. Anyone who wanted to become a priest could do so by offering a sacrifice. The priesthood, which had been a sacred calling reserved for those God had chosen, became a position available to whoever could afford the entrance fee. He also altered the religious calendar. God had established specific dates for the festivals, times that were tied to the agricultural cycle and to the historical events of Israel's redemption. The Feast of Tabernacles, for instance, was to be celebrated in the 7th month. Jeroboam moved it to the 8th month. It was a subtle change, but it was significant. By shifting the date, Jeroboam was asserting his authority to define religious practice. He was telling the people that worship could be adjusted to fit political and practical considerations. He was making himself the arbiter of what was acceptable to God. He built shrines on high places, those elevated locations that had always been associated with pagan worship. He instituted a religious system that borrowed elements from the true faith while fundamentally perverting it, and the people accepted it. They came to the altars, they brought their sacrifices, they bowed before the golden calves and called it worship of the God of Israel. For a time, the system worked. Jeroboam maintained control of his kingdom. The people did not revolt. The practical advantages of having local worship sites seemed to outweigh any theological concerns. But God was watching, and he was not silent. The altar at Bethel became the focal point of the northern kingdom's corrupt worship. It was there that Jeroboam himself often presided over ceremonies personally, legitimizing the false system he had created. It was there that priests who had no right to the office performed rituals that mimicked true worship while being hollow at their core. It was there that God decided to send a message that could not be ignored, a sign that could not be explained away, a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of Jeroboam's carefully constructed religious political system. And the messenger he chose was a man from the southern kingdom of Judah, a prophet whose name is never given, whose identity mattered less than the words he carried, a man who would succeed in his mission but fail in his obedience, a man who would deliver God's truth but fall victim to a lie, a man who would confront a king but could not resist an invitation. The stage was set, the kingdoms were divided, the false worship was established, and into this fractured, compromised world, God was about to send his word. Chapter 2. The man of God sent thee. Journey from Judah to Bethel was not a short one. The man of God would have travelled north through the hill country, passing through territory that had once been united under one king, but now represented enemy terrain. He was crossing a border, entering a foreign kingdom, carrying a message that would directly challenge the authority and religious system of that kingdom's ruler. He travelled alone. There was no entourage, no bodyguards, no delegation of officials to lend him credibility or protection. He carried no credentials beyond the word God had given him. His authority came not from position or title, but from the message itself. The text does not tell us how long the journey took, or what thoughts occupied his mind as he walked. Did he rehearse the words he would speak? Did he feel the weight of what he was about to do? Did he understand that he was walking into a moment that would be recorded and remembered for thousands of years? We know only that he arrived in Bethel on a day when Jeroboam himself was present. The timing was not coincidental. Jeroboam was standing at the altar, personally conducting a ceremony. The king was not merely endorsing the false worship system, he was actively participating in it, leading it, demonstrating his authority over both the political and religious spheres of his kingdom. It was a festival day, the one Jeroboam had instituted in the 8th month to replace the divinely ordained Feast of Tabernacles. People had gathered from across the northern kingdom. Priests were officiating, sacrifices were being offered, incense was burning. Everything appeared legitimate. Everything had the outward form of true worship. And then the man of God arrived. He did not approach Jeroboam. He did not seek an audience or wait for permission to speak. He walked directly to the altar, the physical symbol of the entire corrupt system, and prophesied against it. His voice rang out across the gathered crowd. Altar, altar, this is what the Lord says. A son named Josiah will be born to the house of David. On you he will sacrifice the priests of the high places who make offerings here, and human bones will be burned on you. The prophecy was stunning in its specificity and its scope. First, it named the altar itself as the target of God's judgment. Not just the worship practices, not just the priests, not just the king. The physical structure, the symbol of the entire system, Second, it named a specific individual who would carry out the judgment, Josiah. This was extraordinary. Prophecies often spoke in general terms about future events, but to name a person who would not be born for more than 300 years, this was unprecedented. It demonstrated that God's knowledge and purposes transcended time itself. Third, it described the nature of the judgment. The priests of the high places would be sacrificed on the very altar where they had offered false sacrifices, human bones, defiling, polluting, rendering the altar ceremonially unclean, would be burned on it. It was a prophecy that reached centuries into the future while addressing the immediate present. And it declared unequivocally that the worship system Jeroboam had established was not merely politically inconvenient or theologically questionable, it was an abomination that God would not tolerate forever. But the people needed more than words. Prophecies could be dismissed as the ravings of a fanatic. Claims of divine authority could be questioned. Without some immediate confirmation, the man of God's message might have been written off as political theatre or religious extremism, so he gave them a sign. This is the sign the Lord has declared. The altar will be split apart and the ashes on it will be poured out. A sign in the present to confirm a prophecy about the future. Physical evidence that the words he spoke carried divine authority. King Jeroboam's reaction was immediate and visceral. He was not a man, accustomed to being challenged. He had led a rebellion against the house of David. He had established his own kingdom. He had created an entire religious system to serve his political purposes. His word was law. His authority was absolute within the borders of the northern kingdom. And now a prophet from Judah, from enemy territory, was standing before his altar, in front of his people, declaring that everything Jeroboam had built would be destroyed. Jeroboam stretched out his hand toward the man of God and shouted, "Seize him!" It was a command that should have been instantly obeyed. Guards should have rushed forward. The prophet should have been arrested, possibly executed on the spot for sedition and blasphemy. But something went terribly wrong. The hand Jeroboam had stretched out toward the prophet shriveled. The arm that had gestured in royal command froze in place, withered and useless. Jeroboam tried to pull it back, but he could not move it. The limb that had pointed in, judgment now hung paralyzed, a visible demonstration that there was a power greater than the king's authority. And then the altar split. The sound must have been tremendous. Stone and mortar cracking, the structure breaking apart down the middle. Ashes that had been contained within the altar's boundaries now spilled out onto the ground, scattering in the dust, contaminating the sacred space. The sign had been given exactly as promised. Silence fell over the gathered crowd. The ceremony had been interrupted. The king stood paralyzed. The altar lay broken, and the man of God from Judah stood as the only one present who did not seem surprised by what had just occurred. Jeroboam's rage collapsed into desperation. His withered hand was more than a physical ailment. It was a symbol of his powerlessness in the face of God's authority. It was a public humiliation. It was a demonstration that all his political maneuvering and religious innovation meant nothing when confronted with genuine divine power. The king who had seized power now begged for mercy. "Intercede with the Lord your God," he pleaded. "Pray for me that my hand may be restored." There was bitter irony in his words. He asked the man of God to pray to your God, as though the God of Judah were somehow different from the God of Israel, as though the golden calves he had erected represented a different deity, a separate authority. But the God of Judah was the God of Israel, the God who had brought both kingdoms out of Egypt, the God who had given the law at Sinai, the God whose presence had dwelt in the tabernacle and now dwelt in the temple in Jerusalem. There was only one God. And Jeroboam had just learned, in the most humiliating way possible, that this God would not be mocked or manipulated. The man of God did not hesitate. He did not negotiate. He did not use the moment to extract concessions or promises from the king. He simply prayed. And immediately, as instantly as the judgment had fallen, Jeroboam's hand was restored. The withered limb returned to normal. The king could move it again, flex his fingers, lower his arm. The mercy was as dramatic as the judgment had been. But Jeroboam had not learned the deeper lesson. His concern was not for his soul, but for his hand. He wanted healing, not repentance. He wanted restoration of function, not transformation of heart, and his next move revealed the shallowness of his response. "Come home with me for a meal," he said to the man of God, "and I will give you a gift." It was the gesture of a politician, not a penitent. Jeroboam was attempting to do what he did best, co-opt potential opposition. If he could not silence the prophet by force, perhaps he could neutralize him through hospitality and reward. Sharing a meal with the king would create a relationship. Accepting a gift would establish obligation. The man of God would become, in a subtle way, indebted to the very system he had just condemned. It was the oldest trick in the Book of Power. If you cannot defeat your critics, embrace them. Absorb them into your circle. Make them complicit. But the man of God had received clear instructions. "Even if you were to give me half your possessions, I would not go with you, nor would I eat bread or drink water here. For I was commanded by the word of the Lord. You must not eat bread or drink water or return by the way you came." The refusal was absolute and unambiguous. There was no consideration of circumstances, no weighing of political advantages, no thought that perhaps a meal with the king could lead to further opportunities to influence him toward repentance. The command had been clear, and the man of God intended to follow it precisely. He spoke the words of the command aloud, making his obedience public. Everyone present heard him declare his separation from the system he had condemned. He would not eat or drink in this place. He would not return by the same road. He would maintain complete independence from the corrupt worship of the northern kingdom. And then he left. He walked away from the broken altar, from the humiliated king, from the gathered crowd. He took a different road, exactly as commanded. At this moment, the man of God was completely faithful. His obedience was total. His mission was successful. His message had been delivered, confirmed by visible signs, and his personal conduct had reinforced the separation between true worship and the false system Jeroboam had established. Everything was still intact. The story could have ended here, with the man of God returning safely to Judah, his mission accomplished, his obedience complete. He would have been remembered as one of the great prophets, a man who confronted royal authority without fear, who witnessed miraculous confirmation of his message, who maintained his integrity in the face of both threats and rewards. But the story does not end here, because somewhere on that different road, somewhere, between the confrontation in Bethel and the safety of home, the man of God made a choice that would cost him everything. Chapter 3. A clear command. The instructions had been explicit and simple. Before the man of God ever left Judah, before he set foot in the northern kingdom, before he stood before the altar in Bethel, God had given him 3 commands. Do not eat bread, do not drink water, do not return by the way you came. 3 simple prohibitions, 3 clear boundaries, 3 instructions that required no interpretation, no theological expertise, no complicated reasoning to understand. But understanding the words was not the same as understanding the purpose. Why these specific commands? Why did God care whether his prophet ate or drank in Bethel? Why did the return route matter? What spiritual principle was being established through these practical restrictions? The first 2 commands, the prohibition against eating and drinking, carried deep symbolic significance in the ancient world. Food and water were more than physical sustenance. They were vehicles of relationship and covenant. When people ate together, they were establishing a bond. They were declaring through the shared meal that they belonged to the same community, that they trusted one another enough to share resources, that they were willing to be vulnerable together in the intimate act of eating and drinking. In the ancient Near East, hospitality was sacred. Sharing bread and salt created obligations that lasted for generations. To eat at someone's table was to place yourself under their protection and, in a sense, under their authority. The man of God had been sent to condemn the worship system in Bethel. His message was one of complete rejection, of fundamental opposition to everything the altar represented. By refusing to eat or drink, he was making a powerful statement. I am not part of your system. I do not share your covenant. I will not create any bond or obligation with what God has condemned. It was prophetic theatre. His abstinence reinforced his message. His physical separation embodied the spiritual separation God demanded between true worship and idolatry. But there was also a protective element. Eating and drinking with the wrong people could compromise the message. It could blur the lines. It could create confusion about whether the prophet's condemnation was total or partial, whether his opposition was fundamental or merely a disagreement over details. In refusing food and water, the man of God was protecting the purity of his witness. The third command, to return by a different route, served a similar purpose. To go back the same way would suggest routine, repeatability, the possibility of future visits. It would make the prophetic confrontation seem like one installment in an ongoing relationship rather than a single, decisive declaration. The different route emphasized finality. The man of God had delivered his message. The sign had been given. There would be no negotiation, no follow-up meetings, no ongoing dialogue. The word had been spoken, and that was the end of it. But there was likely another layer to these commands. They were tests. God was not merely protecting his prophet or establishing symbolic boundaries. He was also evaluating the prophet's faithfulness. Would he obey commands whose full purpose was not immediately clear? Would he trust God's instructions even when they seemed merely procedural rather than deeply theological? Obedience is easiest when we understand the reasons. When the logic is clear, when the benefits are obvious, when the command aligns with our own judgment, we follow willingly. But true obedience is revealed in the moments when we do not understand, when the command seems arbitrary, when we cannot see the full picture, when our own reasoning might suggest that circumstances warrant flexibility. The man of God, standing in Bethel after witnessing the altar split and the king's hand restored, demonstrated complete obedience. When Jeroboam offered him half his possessions, the prophet did not even pause to consider. He simply repeated the command and walked away. He understood that this was not about food or water or travel routes. It was about trust. It was about recognizing that God's instructions were complete as given, that they required no improvement or adjustment, that obedience meant following them exactly without addition or subtraction. So he left Bethel by a different road. The text does not tell us how far he travelled. It does not record what he thought about as he walked. Was he replaying the confrontation in his mind, marvelling at what had happened? Was he eager to return home and report the success of his mission? Was he tired from the journey and the emotional intensity of what he had just experienced? We know only that at some point he stopped. Perhaps he needed rest. Perhaps the midday heat had grown too intense for comfortable travel. Perhaps he simply wanted a moment to collect himself before continuing the journey home. He found an oak tree and sat beneath its shade. It was a small decision, a moment of rest, a pause in his journey. But it was during this pause that everything would unravel, because the man of God was about to face a test far more subtle than Jeroboam's offer of wealth and hospitality. He was about to encounter something more dangerous than royal threats or promises of reward. He was about to hear a voice that claimed divine authority while contradicting the clear command he had already received, and in that moment, he would have to choose which voice to trust. Chapter 4. The Invitation. News travelled with remarkable speed in the ancient world. There were no telephones, no internet, no instant messaging. But there were runners, witnesses, travellers who carried reports from place to place. And what had happened at Bethel was not the kind of event that could be kept quiet. An altar had split apart before a gathered crowd. A king's hand had withered and been restored. A prophet from Judah had publicly condemned the worship system that formed the foundation of the northern kingdom's political identity. People talked, word spread, stories were told and retold, probably with embellishments and dramatic flourishes as they passed from mouth to mouth. And one of the people who heard the news was an old prophet who lived in the Bethel area. The text calls him simply an old prophet. We are not told his name, his background, his relationship with God, or his role in the community. We know only three things. He was a prophet, he was old, and he lived in Bethel, the very city where false worship had been established. His presence there raises uncomfortable questions. If he was truly a prophet of God, why was he living in a city devoted to idolatry? Why had he not spoken out against the golden calf? Why had he not confronted Jeroboam? Why had a prophet from Judah needed to come deliver a message that a prophet already living in Bethel should have been proclaiming? The text offers no answers to these questions. It simply records that he lived there, and that his sons had witnessed what happened at the altar. When his sons came home, they told him everything. They described the man of God from Judah. They recounted his prophecy against the altar. They witnessed the sign, the altar splitting, the ashes pouring out. They saw Jeroboam's hand wither and be restored. They heard the man of God refuse the king's invitation and declare his obedience to God's command. And they told their father which road the man of God had taken when he left. The old prophet's response was immediate and urgent. Which way did he go? His sons showed him the road. "Saddle the donkey for me," the old prophet commanded. He set out in pursuit immediately. Why? What motivated him to chase after the man of God? Was it admiration, curiosity, desire for fellowship with another prophet? Or was it something else, something darker and more complicated? The text does not tell us, but it records his actions with unsettling detail. He found the man of God sitting under the oak tree. The prophet from Judah had not travelled far. He had stopped to rest, perhaps planning to continue his journey after the heat of the day had passed. The old prophet approached with warmth and familiarity. "Are you the man of God who came from Judah?" "I am," the man replied. "Then come home with me and eat." It was the same invitation Jeroboam had extended, the same offer of hospitality, food and fellowship. But it came from a different source, not from a king who represented the corrupt system, but from a fellow prophet, someone who ostensibly served the same God. The words were simple, almost casual. There was no threat, no pressure, just an invitation to rest and share a meal with someone who understood the prophetic calling. But the man of God had received clear instructions, and they had not included exceptions based on who extended the invitation. "I cannot turn back and go with you," he said, "nor can I eat bread or drink water with you in this place. I have been told by the word of the Lord, you must not eat bread or drink water there or return by the way you came." His refusal was firm. He quoted the command directly, making it clear that this was not a personal preference but divine instruction. The source of the invitation did not matter. The command was absolute. This should have been the end of the conversation. A fellow prophet had stated that God had given him specific instructions. Those instructions explicitly forbade him from eating or drinking. There was no ambiguity, no room for negotiation, no invitation for discussion. Any true prophet would have respected that, would have blessed him on his journey, would have let him continue in obedience to the command he had received. But the old prophet did not accept the refusal. Instead, he spoke words that would change everything. "I too am a prophet as you are, and an angel said to me by the word of the Lord, bring him back with you to your house, so that he may eat bread and drink water." The claim was specific and authoritative. He was establishing his credentials, "I too am a prophet," claiming equal standing with the man of God. He was citing a supernatural source, an angel. He was invoking divine authority by the word of the Lord. And he was directly contradicting the command the man of God had already received. The text adds one devastating detail, a parenthetical statement that changes everything. But he was lying to him. The old prophet lied. No angel had spoken to him. No word from the Lord had come. The entire claim was fabricated, a deliberate deception designed to persuade the man of God to break his command. But why? Why would a prophet lie? Why would someone who presumably knew the seriousness of speaking falsely, in God's name, deliberately deceive a fellow servant? Was it jealousy? Had the old prophet spent years living in Bethel without taking a stand against the false worship, and now he felt diminished by this younger prophet who had done what he himself had failed to do? Was it a test? Did he want to see if the man of God would stand firm in his obedience, and was he disappointed when the prophet failed? Was it loneliness? Had he been isolated for so long that he was desperate for fellowship with someone who shared his calling, and was he willing to lie to secure that fellowship? Or was it something darker? a deliberate attempt to compromise a faithful prophet, to bring him down to the same level of compromise the old prophet himself had accepted. The text never reveals his motivation. It simply records the lie and moves forward, leaving us to wrestle with the uncomfortable reality that prophets can deceive, that people who speak for God can also speak falsehoods, that religious authority can be used to lead others astray. The man of God now faced an agonizing dilemma. He had a clear command from God, but he also had what appeared to be an updated command, delivered through another prophet, claiming angelic authority and invoking God's name. On the surface, the old prophet's claims seemed plausible. God had certainly used angels to communicate with his people throughout history. The angel of the Lord had appeared to Abraham, to Moses, to Gideon, to many others. Prophets did sometimes receive messages intended for other prophets, and there was a certain logic to it. Perhaps God had seen that the man of God was tired. Perhaps he wanted to show mercy by allowing him rest and refreshment. Perhaps the original command had served its purpose, establishing separation from the corrupt system in Bethel, and now that purpose had been fulfilled, the restriction could be lifted. But that logic required ignoring one critical fact. The new message contradicted the original command. God's word does not contradict itself. His instructions do not change based on convenience or circumstances unless he explicitly says so. The command had been clear and absolute, with no conditions or time limits attached. If God wanted to change his command, he would have spoken directly to the man of God. He would not have used a third party, especially not one who had failed to take a stand against the false worship in his own city. The man of God should have recognized this. He should have said, "I appreciate your invitation, but God spoke clearly to me. If he wants to change that command, he will tell me himself. Until then, I must obey what I have already been told." But he did not say that. Perhaps exhaustion clouded his judgment. Perhaps the appeal to prophetic and angelic authority seemed too legitimate to question. Perhaps he wanted to believe the new message because it gave him permission to do what part of him had wanted all along, to rest, to eat, to accept fellowship after the intensity of his confrontation with Jeroboam. Or perhaps, and this is the most troubling possibility, he simply preferred hearing a voice that told him what he wanted to hear. The man of God accepted the invitation. He turned around. He went back, not all the way to Bethel, but to the old prophet's house, which was near enough to violate the spirit if not the letter of the command. He entered the home of someone who lived in the region he had been told to separate himself from, and he sat down to eat. In that moment, the man of God broke his obedience. He chose a secondary voice over the primary command. He trusted an outside authority over the clear instruction God had given him directly, and there would be no going back. Chapter 5. The old prophet appears. The old prophet had succeeded in his persuasion. The man of God from Judah now sat in his house, the very place he had refused to go when invited by Jeroboam. The difference, presumably, was that this invitation came from a fellow prophet rather than from the king who represented the corrupt system. But the command had not made that distinction. God had not said, "Do not eat or drink with those who worship falsely," but it is acceptable to eat with prophets who live among those worshippers. The prohibition had been absolute and geographical. Do not eat or drink in this place. The man of God had negotiated with the command. He had found what seemed like a reasonable exception. He had allowed himself to be persuaded that circumstances warranted flexibility. We can imagine the scene. Perhaps the old prophet was a gracious host. Perhaps the conversation was warm and engaging. Perhaps there was genuine pleasure in the fellowship between two men who shared the prophetic calling, even if their circumstances were vastly different. The man of God might have convinced himself that this was acceptable. After all, he had not eaten with Jeroboam. He had maintained his witness before the king and the people. He had refused the royal invitation. Surely sharing a meal with a fellow prophet, someone who claimed to have received a message from an angel, was different. But God does not grade on a curve. Partial obedience is still disobedience. The command had been clear, and the man of God had broken it. The old prophet's role in this tragedy is one of the most puzzling aspects of the story. He had deliberately lied. He had used his position as a prophet to deceive. He had invoked divine authority falsely. claiming an angelic message that had never been given. Why would he do this? What did he hope to gain? If his motive was fellowship, he succeeded. The man of God was now in his home, sharing his table, providing the companionship the old prophet might have craved. If his motive was to test the man of God's faithfulness, he succeeded as well, though the result was tragic. He had discovered that even a prophet who could stand firm before a king could be swayed by the right words from the right source. If his motive was jealousy or resentment, wanting to bring down someone who had demonstrated courage he himself lacked, then he succeeded in that too. The man of God's failure would now be part of his story, a stain on what should have been a tale of complete faithfulness. But whatever his motive, the old prophet was about to discover that deceiving a servant of God carries consequences, not just for the deceived, but for the deceiver as well. Because as they sat at the table, something shifted. The comfortable conversation stopped, the atmosphere changed, and the word of the Lord, the genuine word, not a fabricated claim, came to the old prophet. Chapter 6. The Lie. The meal had begun normally enough. Bread was broken, water was poured. The ordinary rituals of hospitality unfolded in the home of the old prophet. Two servants of God, separated by geography and circumstances, but united by calling, shared food and conversation. The man of God might have felt relief. The tension of the confrontation in Bethel had passed. His mission was complete. He had delivered God's message, witnessed the miraculous confirmation, maintained his integrity before the king. Now he could rest for a moment before completing his journey home. Perhaps the old prophet was a skilled conversationalist. Perhaps he asked questions about life in Judah, about the temple in Jerusalem, about the man of God's prophetic experiences. Perhaps he shared stories from his own life, tales from years of ministry, reflections on the challenges of maintaining faith in a culture that had turned toward idolatry. We do not know what they discussed. The text does not record their conversation, but it records what happened in the middle of the meal. The word of the Lord came to the old prophet who had brought him back, not to the man of God, not to the one who had been faithful up until this moment, not to the prophet who had confronted Jeroboam and witnessed miracles, to the old prophet, the liar, the deceiver, the one who had deliberately led another prophet into disobedience. It is one of the strangest reversals in all of Scripture. The man who had lied now became the vessel of truth. The deceiver became the oracle of judgment, and what he spoke was devastating. He cried out. The text uses a word that suggests loud proclamation, not gentle conversation. This was not a whisper or a quiet aside. It was a prophetic declaration, impossible to ignore or misunderstand. This is what the Lord says. You have defied the word of the Lord and have not kept the command the Lord your God gave you. You came back and ate bread and drank water in the place where he told you not to eat or drink. The accusation was direct and specific. There was no ambiguity, no room for interpretation. The man of God had broken his command. He had defied God's word. He had failed in his obedience. And then came the sentence, therefore your body will not be buried in the tomb of your ancestors. In the ancient world, proper burial in the family tomb was critically important. It represented connection to heritage, continuity with generations past, the hope of being gathered to one's fathers. To be denied burial with one's ancestors was to be cut off, separated, left alone even in death. It was a sentence of tragic finality. The man of God would not complete his journey home. He would not see his family again. He would not be laid to rest among his people. His mission had succeeded, but his obedience had failed, and the consequence was death far from home. The words hung in the air like a physical weight. We can only imagine what the man of God felt in that moment. Horror, disbelief, crushing regret. The realization that he had traded his life for a meal, that he had allowed himself to be persuaded away from clear obedience, that he had trusted the wrong voice at the wrong moment. Did he look at the old prophet with accusation in his eyes? Did he wonder why this man, who had lied to him, was now the one pronouncing his doom? Did he protest? Did he plead for mercy? Did he ask for a second chance? The text does not tell us. It records only the judgment, and then moves forward, leaving us to fill in the silence with our own imagination of what that moment must have been like. There is a terrible irony in this scene. The old prophet, who had used his position to deceive, now found himself compelled to speak truth he probably did not want to speak. He had wanted fellowship with the man of God. He had lied to secure that fellowship, and now he was the instrument of the very judgment that would end that fellowship permanently. Could he have remained silent? Could he have simply let the meal continue, said nothing about the word that had come to him, allowed the man of God to leave in ignorance of the price he would pay for his disobedience? Perhaps. But the text suggests that the word of the Lord was not something that could be ignored or suppressed. When God speaks, his prophets must deliver the message, regardless of how unwelcome or painful it might be. The old prophet had lied when he claimed to have a word from the Lord, but when the actual word came, he could not refuse to speak it, and so he became the unlikely instrument of truth, pronouncing judgment on the man he had deceived, revealing the consequences of the disobedience he himself had caused. The man of God finished his meal in silence. What else could he do? The judgment had been spoken. The word had gone forth. There was no appeal, no higher authority to petition, no way to undo what had been done. He had broken his command, and now he would pay the price. When the meal was finished, the old prophet helped him prepare to leave. He saddled the donkey, not the one he himself had ridden in pursuit of the man of God, but the man of God's own donkey. It was a gesture of service, perhaps, or maybe of guilt, or simply of necessity. One prophet helping another prepare for a journey, even though both men now knew that journey would not end well. The man of God mounted the donkey. He turned toward the road that would take him home, and he rode toward his death. Chapter 7. Truth Revealed. The road from Bethel to Judah wound through hill country. It was not a heavily travelled route, especially not the alternative roads that avoided the main thoroughfares. The man of God had been commanded to return by a different way than he came, and even though he had broken the commands about eating and drinking, he apparently continued to follow at least that part of his original instructions. The text does not tell us how long he travelled. It does not record what thoughts occupied his mind as he rode. Was he praying? Was he hoping that somehow the judgment pronounced in the old prophet's house might be averted? Was he resigning himself to his fate? We know only that the journey did not last long. Somewhere along that road, a lion appeared. Lion attacks on humans were rare but not unheard of in ancient Israel. Lions still lived in the region during this period, particularly in the more remote areas. But what happened next was anything but normal. The lion attacked the man of God. The attack was swift and lethal. The man of God died on the road, far from home, his mission accomplished but his obedience incomplete. But then something extraordinary happened. The lion did not eat the body. In every natural circumstance, a lion that kills would consume its prey. That is the purpose of the hunt, the reason for the attack. A predator does not kill and then simply stand guard over an uneaten carcass. But this lion did exactly that. It stood beside the body, neither eating it nor leaving. The donkey, which should have bolted in terror at the first sight of the lion, remained standing nearby. The lion did not attack the donkey. The donkey did not flee from the lion. The entire scene was frozen in a tableau that defied natural behaviour. Travellers passing along the road saw this strange sight. A dead man lying on the ground, a lion standing guard beside him, a donkey waiting patiently. It was so unusual, so obviously supernatural, that they could not simply pass by. They carried the news to the nearest city. When the old prophet heard the report, he knew immediately what it meant. That is the man of God who defied the word of the Lord, he said. The Lord has given him over to the lion, which has mauled him and killed him, as the word of the Lord had warned him. There was certainty in his voice. This was not speculation or interpretation. He recognized the fulfillment of the judgment he himself had pronounced. He told his sons to saddle the donkey, the same one he had ridden when he pursued the man of God earlier that day. Then he went out to find the body. The scene was exactly as reported. The lion still stood beside the body. The donkey remained nearby. Nothing had changed. The lion had not dragged the body away or consumed it. The donkey had not wandered off. The old prophet approached, and the lion did not attack him. This was perhaps the most remarkable detail of all. A lion that had just killed a man allowed another human to approach without showing aggression. The supernatural nature of the entire event was undeniable. The old prophet loaded the body onto the donkey. The lion watched but did not interfere. Then he brought the man of God back to his own city to mourn for him and bury him. The old prophet's grief was genuine and vocal. He cried out, "Alas, my brother!" It was the cry of lament, the traditional expression of mourning, but it carried additional weight coming from the old prophet. He called the man of God his brother, acknowledging their shared calling, their connection through their service to God, perhaps even acknowledging his own role in the tragedy. Because the old prophet bore responsibility, he had lied. He had used his authority as a prophet to deceive. He had persuaded the man of God to break his command, and while the man of God was responsible for his own choice, he could have refused the invitation, should have stood firm in his obedience. The old prophet had created the circumstances that led to his fall. Now he mourned, and in his mourning there might have been not just grief but guilt, not just sorrow, but the bitter recognition of what his deception had cost. He buried the man of God in his own tomb. This was significant. In the ancient world, burial places were precious family possessions, carved out of rock, intended to house generations of a family line. To give someone burial in your family tomb was an act of great honour and affection. The old prophet was ensuring that the man of God, who would not be buried with his own ancestors, would at least not be left dishonoured or forgotten. He was granting him a place of dignity, a proper resting place, even if it was not the one he should have had. And then he gave his sons a command that revealed the depth of his conviction about the truth the man of God had spoken. "When I die, bury me in the grave where the man of God is buried. Lay my bones beside his bones." For the message he declared by the word of the Lord against the altar in Bethel, and against all the shrines on the high places of the towns of Samaria, will certainly come true. This was an extraordinary statement. The old prophet was declaring that the prophecy spoken in Bethel was true and would be fulfilled. He believed the word the man of God had proclaimed. He recognized it as genuine divine revelation, and he wanted to be buried beside the man who had carried that word, as though proximity to him might offer some protection when judgment finally came. Because the old prophet understood something important. The man of God's disobedience did not invalidate his prophecy. The message remained true even though the messenger had failed. The word stood even though the one who spoke it had fallen. This is one of the mysteries of how God works through imperfect people. The truth of God's word is not dependent on the moral perfection of those who speak it. The prophecy against the altar in Bethel would be fulfilled exactly as declared centuries later by a king named Josiah. The man of God had succeeded in his mission. He had delivered the message. He had witnessed its confirmation. He had confronted power and refused royal bribery. But he had failed in his obedience. He had listened to the wrong voice. He had trusted a secondary source over the primary command, and that failure cost him his life. He never made it home. He never saw his family again. He never stood in the streets of his own city and reported what God had done through him in Bethel. His body lay in a tomb that was not his own, beside a man who had both honoured him and betrayed him, in a region he should have left without looking back. The mission succeeded. The messenger fell. And the story was recorded as a permanent warning about the cost of partial obedience and the danger of listening to voices that contradict the clear command of God. Chapter 8. The Consequence. The death of the man of God sent ripples through both kingdoms. In Judah, his home, his family would have waited for his return. They would have expected to hear the story of his confrontation with Jeroboam, the miraculous signs, the fulfillment of his prophetic mission. Instead, they eventually received news of his death far from home, killed by a lion under circumstances so unusual they could only be understood as divine judgment. In Bethel and throughout the northern kingdom, the news spread differently. The prophet who had condemned the altar and witnessed its destruction had himself been destroyed. Some might have interpreted this as vindication of Jeroboam's system. Look what happened to the one who spoke against us. Others might have seen it as confirmation of the prophecy's power. Even the messenger was subject to the word of God. And if God's word caught him in disobedience, how much more would it catch those who worshipped falsely? But Jeroboam himself learned nothing from what had happened. The text records a devastating summary. Even after this, Jeroboam did not change his evil ways, but once more appointed priests for the high places from all sorts of people. Anyone who wanted to become a priest he consecrated for the high places. The altar had been broken. The king's hand had withered and been restored. A prophet had pronounced judgment that would be fulfilled centuries later, and none of it mattered. Jeroboam continued in his corruption, maintained his false worship system, appointed unqualified priests, led his people deeper into idolatry. The text adds, "This was the sin of the house of Jeroboam that led to its downfall and to its destruction from the face of the earth." The man of God's prophecy would be fulfilled, but not in Jeroboam's lifetime. The judgment would come, but it would come slowly, building over generations, culminating in the complete destruction of the northern kingdom and the scattering of its people. For now, the false worship continued. The golden calves remained in place. The priests who had no right to the office continued their ceremonies. The people continued to confuse convenience with faithfulness, political expediency with spiritual truth. And the man of God lay in a tomb in Bethel, his mission accomplished, his obedience incomplete, his life cut short by a single act of listening to the wrong voice. The manner of his death was crucial to understanding the story. This was not a random tragedy. It was not an unfortunate accident. The supernatural elements were too pronounced to be dismissed as coincidence. A lion that killed but did not eat. A donkey that did not flee. A scene frozen in time, waiting to be discovered by travellers who would carry the news and confirm the judgment that had been pronounced. God could have simply let the man of God return home and die there of natural causes later. The broken command could have been forgiven or overlooked. The mercy God had shown Jeroboam, healing his hand even after his attempt to arrest the prophet, could have been extended to his own servant. But it was not. Why? Why was the judgment so immediate and so severe? Why was there no opportunity for repentance, no chance to return to the right path, no mercy extended to a man who had been faithful in so much? The text does not provide a comfortable answer, but it suggests several possibilities. First, the man of God was a prophet, a representative of God's word to the people. His obedience or disobedience carried symbolic weight beyond his personal situation. If a prophet could negotiate with God's commands, what message did that send to everyone else? If God's chosen messenger could be swayed by secondary voices, how could the people be expected to stand firm? The severity of the judgment was partly about maintaining the authority and clarity of God's word. Prophets were held to a higher standard precisely because they spoke for God. Their failures were not merely personal, they had public implications for how people understood God's character and his commands. Second, the command itself was not arbitrary. It was designed to maintain separation from a corrupt system. By eating and drinking in the region he had condemned, the man of God was symbolically compromising his message. He was creating confusion about whether his opposition to the false worship was absolute or negotiable. The command was protective. It was meant to guard the purity of his witness. By breaking it, he was not just disobeying a rule, he was undermining the very message he had been sent to deliver. Third, the nature of his disobedience revealed something important about spiritual vulnerability. The man of God had stood firm before a king. He had refused wealth and honour. He had maintained his integrity in the face of direct pressure and temptation. But he had fallen when temptation came in a different form, not through threat or bribery, but through the appearance of divine authority from a trusted source. The message was clear. We are often most vulnerable not to open opposition, but to voices that seem legitimate, that claim to speak for God, that tell us what we want to hear using spiritual language and religious authority. The man of God should have known better. He had received his command directly from God. No secondary voice, regardless of its claims or credentials, should have been able to override that primary instruction. But he listened. He chose to trust the message that gave him permission to do what he wanted rather than maintaining his obedience to the clear command he had already received. And the consequences were swift and final. His death was not meaningless, however. It became part of the story, a permanent warning that has echoed through the centuries. Every generation that hears this account is confronted with the same question. Will you obey God's clear commands? Or will you listen to secondary voices that offer you permission to compromise? The man of God's failure became a lesson for countless others. His story has probably prevented more disobedience than his perfect obedience would have. Sometimes God uses our failures, not just our successes, to teach truth to future generations. But that does not make the personal cost any less tragic. The man of God never made it home. His family mourned him. His body lay in foreign soil. His mission succeeded, but he did not live to see its long-term fulfillment. Success and obedience are not the same thing. You can accomplish what you are sent to do and still fail in faithfulness. You can deliver truth and still fall prey to deception. You can stand firm against open opposition and still be swayed by voices that come wrapped in religious language and claims of divine authority. This is the hard lesson of the man of God from Judah. This is the warning his death proclaims across the generations, and it is a warning we ignore at our own peril. Chapter 9. The Old Prophet's Grief. The old prophet lived with the weight of what he had done. Every day he passed the tomb where he had buried the man of God. Every day he remembered the lie he had told, the deception he had used, the tragedy his words had caused. The text does not tell us how long he lived after that day. It does not record whether he felt guilt or justified his actions to himself. It does not reveal whether he confessed his lie to others or kept it hidden, allowing people to believe that he had genuinely received a message from an angel. We know only that he mourned, that he honoured the man of God in death, and that he requested to be buried beside him when his own time came. His grief was complicated by knowledge. He knew the truth of what had happened. He knew that the man of God had broken his command, yes, but he also knew that he himself had created the circumstances for that breaking. He had lied. He had deceived. He had used his position as a prophet to lead another prophet astray. And now that prophet was dead. Could he have prevented it? If he had simply let the man of God continue on his journey, if he had respected the clear command the prophet had quoted to him, would the man of God still be alive? Almost certainly yes. The man of God had shown he could stand firm. He had refused Jeroboam's invitation without hesitation. He had been clear about his command and his intention to obey it. It was only when another prophet claiming angelic authority and invoking God's name told him otherwise that he wavered. The old prophet's lie had been the pivot point. It had created doubt where there should have been certainty. It had offered permission where none should have been sought. It had given the man of God a reason to do what some part of him probably wanted to do anyway. Rest, eat, accept fellowship after a difficult and draining mission. But the text is equally clear that the man of God bore responsibility for his own choice. He could have refused. He should have refused. He had every reason to be suspicious of a message that contradicted the clear command he had already received. God had spoken to him directly. If God wanted to change that command, he would have spoken to him directly again. The man of God should not have needed an intermediary, should not have trusted a secondary voice, should not have allowed himself to be persuaded away from his original instructions. So the tragedy had two authors, the old prophet who deceived, and the man of God who chose to believe the deception. But only one of them paid with his life. This raises troubling questions about justice and mercy. Why was the man of God killed while the old prophet lived? Why was the deceived punished while the deceiver continued on? Why did the one who had been faithful in so much suffer death, while the one who had lived in compromise survived? The text offers no explanation, but perhaps the answer lies in the different roles they occupied. The man of God was an active prophet, sent on a specific mission with specific instructions. His obedience or disobedience had immediate and public implications. He represented God's word to a corrupt system. His failure to obey completely undermined his message in a way that required visible judgment. The old prophet, by contrast, was a passive figure. He had not been sent on a mission. He had not been given a task to fulfill. He lived in Bethel, in the midst of false worship, apparently without actively opposing it, but also without participating in it. He was a compromised figure, but his compromise was one of omission rather than commission, until he lied. And when he lied, he too became subject to God's word in a new way. The lie led to the man of God's death, but it also led to the old prophet becoming the instrument of judgment. He was compelled to speak the word he probably did not want to speak, to pronounce doom on the man he had deceived. That was his punishment, to live with what he had done, to carry the knowledge of his role in another man's death, to mourn a brother he had betrayed. And perhaps there was mercy even in that, because the old prophet's grief suggests that he recognized the truth of God's word, that he understood the seriousness of what had happened, that he was not simply callous or indifferent to the consequences of his deception. His request to be buried beside the man of God was telling. He wanted to be associated with the prophet even in death. He wanted to share his tomb. He recognized that the message the man of God had spoken in Bethel was true and would be fulfilled. It was as though he understood that proximity to God's faithful servant, even a servant who had failed, was better than separation. As though he hoped that the truth the man of God had proclaimed might somehow protect him when judgment came, and there is evidence that it did. Centuries later, when King Josiah came to power in Judah and began his great reformation, he did exactly what the man of God had prophesied. He went to Bethel. He desecrated the altar. He burned human bones on it. He destroyed the high places throughout the northern territories. When Josiah's men came to demolish the tombs and scatter the bones as part of the desecration, the king asked about one particular monument. "What is that tombstone I see?" The people of the city told him, "It marks the tomb of the man of God who came from Judah and pronounced against the altar of Bethel the very things you have done to it." Josiah gave an order, "Leave it alone. Don't let anyone disturb his bones." So they spared his bones and the bones of the prophet who had come from Samaria, the old prophet who had been buried, alongside him. The prophecy was fulfilled. The judgment came. The altar was destroyed, but the tomb was protected. The man of God, who had failed in his obedience but succeeded in his mission, was honoured in death by the very king whose coming he had prophesied. And the old prophet who had lied and deceived was also spared because of his association with the one who had spoken truth. There is a strange mercy in this ending. Both prophets, flawed and failed in different ways, found protection through the truth of God's word. The message outlasted the messengers. The prophecy endured beyond the prophet, and the old prophet, who had to live with his guilt and grief, found that his choice to bury the man of God with honour, to mourn him as a brother, to request burial beside him, ultimately placed him under the protection of the very truth he had tried to undermine through his lie. God's purposes are larger than our failures. His word stands even when his servants fall. The truth endures even when those who carry it stumble. The old prophet learned this in a hard way. He lived the rest of his life knowing what his deception had cost. But he also lived knowing that the word of God was true, that it would be fulfilled, that it was worth dying beside, or at least being buried beside. His grief was real. His guilt was deserved. But his final act, claiming the man of God as a brother and requesting to share his tomb, suggested that despite everything, he recognized where truth ultimately resided. Not in his own claims of angelic messages, not in his own prophetic authority, but in the clear, undeniable word that God had spoken through a faithful servant who had the courage to confront a king and the faithfulness to refuse a royal invitation, even if that same servant had lacked the wisdom to refuse an old prophet's lie. Epilogue. A warning and a mercy. This story does not end with comfort or restoration. There is no resurrection for the man of God. No second chance. No opportunity to return and correct his mistake. He simply dies on the road, far from home, his mission accomplished but his obedience incomplete. It is one of the hardest stories in all of Scripture precisely because it offers no easy redemption. We expect stories of failure to include paths back, opportunities for repentance, demonstrations of God's mercy that allow the fallen to rise again. But this story stands as a stark warning. Sometimes the consequences of disobedience are immediate and irreversible. Sometimes there is no going back. Sometimes the choice we make in a moment of weakness costs us everything. And yet, even in this harsh tale, threads of mercy remain visible. The man of God's prophecy endured. His message was not invalidated by his failure. The word he spoke in Bethel about the altar and the future King Josiah was fulfilled exactly as he declared. His mission succeeded even though his personal obedience did not. This is important. It means that God's purposes are not derailed by our failures. His word stands independent of our faithfulness. The truth we carry does not fall simply because we stumble. The man of God's body was treated with dignity. He was not left to decay on the roadside. The old prophet, despite his lie, gave him honourable burial. His tomb was eventually protected by the very king whose coming he had prophesied. Even in death, he was not abandoned or forgotten. His story became a permanent warning that has protected countless others from similar failure. Every generation that encounters this account is confronted with the same essential questions. Will you obey God's clear commands? Will you trust secondary voices that contradict primary instructions? Will you negotiate with obedience or maintain faithfulness even when it seems unnecessary? The man of God's failure taught lessons his perfect success never could have. Sometimes God uses our worst moments to instruct future generations in ways our best moments never would. But none of this diminishes the tragedy of what happened. A faithful servant who had the courage to confront a king and witness miracles fell prey to a simple deception. A prophet who stood firm against threats and bribes was swayed by words that claimed divine authority while contradicting God's clear command. Why? How could this happen? The story suggests several vulnerabilities we all share. First, we're often most susceptible to deception after moments of great spiritual victory. The man of God had just experienced tremendous success. He had delivered God's message, seen it confirmed by miraculous signs, refused the king's temptations. He might have felt that the hard part was over, that he could relax his vigilance, that he had proven his faithfulness and could now accept a small measure of comfort. But spiritual warfare does not cease after victory. Sometimes the attack comes precisely when we think we are safe. Second, we tend to trust voices that sound religious and use spiritual language. The old prophet claimed angelic authority. He invoked God's name. He presented himself as a fellow servant with legitimate standing to receive divine messages. The man of God should have been skeptical of claims that contradicted his direct instructions. But the religious packaging made the deception seem plausible, even authoritative. We face the same danger today. Not every voice that speaks religious language speaks truth. Not every claim of divine authority is legitimate. Not every prophet who names God actually represents him faithfully. The standard by which we must evaluate all secondary voices is the primary word we have already received. If someone tells us something that contradicts what God has clearly said, we must reject it regardless of how spiritual it sounds, or how impressive the messenger's credentials might be. Third, we often want permission to do what we already desire. The man of God was tired. He had been through a demanding experience. The invitation to rest and eat was appealing. When the old prophet gave him what seemed like religious permission to accept that invitation, he took it. We must be especially vigilant when voices tell us what we want to hear. Our own desires can cloud our judgment, making us susceptible to messages that give us permission to compromise. Fourth, the story reveals that obedience is not just about the big dramatic actions. The man of God succeeded in the major mission, confronting Jeroboam, prophesying against the altar, refusing royal bribes. But he failed in the smaller, seemingly less important commands about eating, drinking, and returning by a different route. We often think of faithfulness in terms of grand gestures and significant moments. But this story insists that obedience to the small commands matters just as much as obedience to the large ones. God's instructions are not divided into important and trivial categories. All of them matter. All of them require our faithful attention. Fifth, The story demonstrates that consequences are real and not always reversible. We live in a culture that often emphasizes grace and forgiveness, to the point where we can forget that choices have costs. God is merciful, yes. But his mercy does not always mean erasing consequences. The man of God died because of his disobedience. That was the consequence. It was not reversed or softened. The judgment was carried out. This is a sobering reminder that while God's grace is infinite, we should not presume upon it. We should not assume that we can disobey and then simply ask for forgiveness without experiencing any consequences. Sometimes the cost of disobedience is more than we can bear. But even with all these warnings, even with the tragedy of the man of God's death, the story contains hope. The hope is not in the man of God being saved from consequences. He was not. The hope is in the enduring power of God's word. The prophecy stood. The message remained true. The word accomplished what it was sent to do, regardless of what happened to the messenger. This is ultimately the story's deepest truth. God's purposes cannot be thwarted by human failure. His word will be fulfilled. His plans will be accomplished. His truth will endure. We who serve him are privileged to be part of that work, but we are not essential to it in the sense that God's purposes depend on our perfection. He can work through our faithfulness, and he can also work through our failures to teach lessons we never intended. The man of God did not intend to become a warning. He intended to be a successful prophet who delivered God's message and returned home safely. But his failure became part of God's larger purpose, a permanent reminder about the cost of compromise and the danger of listening to voices that contradict clear commands. For those of us who hear this story today, the question remains, what will we do with clear commands we have received? Will we obey completely, or will we look for permission to compromise? Will we trust God's word as final, or will we allow secondary voices to sway us? The man of God succeeded in his mission, but failed in his obedience. His story warns us that both matter, that we cannot excuse disobedience by pointing to our successes elsewhere, that God's commands are not negotiable, even when we have proven ourselves faithful in other areas. But his story also reminds us that even when we fail, God's word continues. The truth stands, the purposes endure. We are called to faithful obedience, but we are not the foundation on which God's work rests. His word is that foundation, and it cannot be shaken by our failures, however tragic they might be. This is both warning and comfort. Warning: obey completely, trust God's clear commands, resist voices that tell you otherwise. Comfort: even when we fail, God's purposes continue. Even when we fall, his word stands. Even when we are buried far from home, his truth endures. The man of God never made it back to Judah, but his message reached across centuries and continues to speak today. He is still warning us, still teaching us, still reminding us that obedience cannot be partial, that commands cannot be negotiated, that secondary voices must never override primary instructions. And he is still showing us that while consequences are real and sometimes devastating, God's word remains true, regardless of what happens to those who carry it. May we learn from his success without repeating his failure. May we deliver God's truth faithfully and live it completely. May we resist the voices that offer us permission to compromise. And may we remember that when God gives a clear command, there are no conditions, no exceptions, no secondary authorities that can override his word. Only obedience, or its consequences. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to ask for your support if you're finding value in this content. If you're watching on YouTube and enjoying what you hear, please consider using your hype points on this video. It genuinely helps the channel grow more than you could possibly know. The algorithm notices that engagement, and it allows us to reach more people who might appreciate these stories. For those listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes an enormous difference. It takes just a moment, but it helps others discover the channel and keeps us creating content like this. I'd also love to know where you are in the world right now and what time it is for you. Drop a comment if you feel like it. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. There's something special about knowing this community spans continents and time zones. And of course, if you enjoy these documentary-style deep dives into history, mystery and the unexplained, please subscribe. It costs nothing, and means everything. Now let's begin. Sometimes the most profound moments in history happen in complete silence. No crowds, no cameras, no declarations carved into stone. Just an ordinary man, an ordinary house, and the presence of something so extraordinary that kings feared to approach it. This is the story of Obed-Edom, a man whose name you probably don't know, who never sought fame, never performed miracles, and never delivered a single recorded speech. Yet for 3 months, his home became the dwelling place of God himself, and everything in his life transformed. This is a story about reverence, about trust, about what happens when blessing arrives uninvited at your door, and you choose to welcome it with humility rather than fear. This is a story the world has largely forgotten, but perhaps it's the story we need most. Chapter 1. The Ark returns. The year is approximately 990 years before the Common Era. King David sits on the throne of a united Israel, a nation still finding its identity, still learning what it means to be chosen by God. The wars of consolidation are largely behind him. The capital is being established in Jerusalem, and David, in a moment of spiritual clarity, realizes something is deeply wrong. The Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred object in all of Israel, the physical manifestation of God's presence among his people, has been sitting neglected in the house of Abinadab for 20 years. 20 years. For 2 decades, while Israel fought its enemies and established its borders, the Ark remained in obscurity, treated almost like a relic from a bygone era rather than the living presence of the Almighty. David cannot tolerate this any longer. The Ark must return. It must be brought to Jerusalem, placed at the centre of national life, honoured as it deserves. This is not merely a matter of religious protocol. For David, this is about restoring the very heart of Israel's identity. He calls together 30,000 chosen men of Israel. This is not a quiet procession. This is a celebration, a national event, a moment of collective joy. Musicians are assembled, instruments are prepared. The mood is festive, almost euphoric. The significance of this moment cannot be overstated. The Ark represents more than religious symbolism. It contains the stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments, given directly by God to Moses on Mount Sinai. It holds a golden jar of manna, the bread from heaven that sustained Israel for 40 years in the wilderness. It contains Aaron's rod that budded, proof of God's chosen priesthood. But more than the physical objects inside, the Ark represents the very presence of God dwelling among his people. The mercy seat on top, where the cherubim face each other with outstretched wings, is described as the place where God meets with humanity. Between those golden figures, the invisible presence of the Almighty is said to dwell. This is not merely a religious artifact. This is the throne of God on earth, and it has been sitting in a relative obscurity for 2 decades. The Ark is placed on a new cart, freshly constructed for the occasion. The cart is driven by Uzzah and Ahio, sons of Abinadab, the man in whose house the Ark has rested all these years. They guide the oxen, they steady the cart. They know this object better than anyone, or so everyone believes. David himself dances before the Ark with all his might. The king, stripped of royal pretense, celebrating with unbridled joy. The crowd follows his lead. Music fills the air. Cymbals crash, harps play, voices rise in song. This is how blessing should arrive, they think, with celebration, with joy, with the whole nation watching. The procession winds through the hills toward Jerusalem. Thousands of feet march in rhythm. The sound of celebration echoes off the ancient stones. Children run alongside the procession, caught up in the excitement. Women watch from doorways, some joining the celebration, others preparing food for the festivities they know will follow. This is meant to be the greatest day in David's reign, the restoration of God's presence to the centre of national life, the fulfilment of a dream David has harboured since becoming king. But beneath the celebration, there is a problem. The law of Moses, given centuries earlier on Mount Sinai, contains specific instructions about how the Ark must be transported. It is not to be placed on a cart, no matter how new or sturdy. It is to be carried on poles by the Levites, specific descendants of Levi set apart for this sacred duty. The poles are designed to rest on their shoulders. No hands are to touch the ark itself. These instructions are not arbitrary. They reflect something profound about the nature of God's presence. Holiness cannot be approached casually. Reverence requires obedience, not merely enthusiasm. The Philistines, when they captured the ark decades earlier, had returned it on a cart. But they were Philistines. They did not know the law. They did not understand the proper protocols. Their ignorance was excusable. Israel's ignorance is not. But in the excitement of the moment, these details have been overlooked. Perhaps the exact procedures were forgotten during the 20 years of the ark's absence. Perhaps the enthusiasm of the moment clouded judgment. Perhaps David, in his genuine desire to honour God, assumed good intentions were enough. The procession moves forward, music swelling, voices rising, the entire nation swept up in the moment, and then everything changes. Chapter 2. A sudden tragedy. The road is uneven. Ancient pathways carved through limestone hills, worn by centuries of travellers, oxen, and weather. The wheels of the cart navigate stones and ruts, the precious cargo swaying slightly with each movement. The oxen stumble. It is a small thing, the kind of minor disruption that happens countless times in any journey. The animals lose their footing for just a moment on the uneven ground. The cart lurches. For just a heartbeat, the ark tilts dangerously to one side. Uzzah, walking beside the cart as he has for miles, reacts instinctively. His hand shoots out to steady it, to prevent the sacred object from falling into the dirt. It is a protective gesture, born from care and concern. He has lived with this object in his family's house for 20 years. He feels responsible for it. His fingers make contact with the gold-covered acacia wood, and he collapses, instantly. No warning, no cry of pain, no gradual weakening. One moment he is walking, concerned, protective, his hand extended. The next moment he is on the ground, motionless, dead. The music stops as if cut by a knife. The celebration evaporates like morning mist under the sun. 30,000 men stand frozen in place, watching, trying to comprehend what they have just witnessed. The oxen continue walking for a few steps before Ahio, Uzzah's brother, manages to bring them to a halt. His own face is a mask of shock and incomprehension. The joy that filled the air moments ago is replaced by something else entirely. Fear. Raw, visceral, existential fear. This is not the fear of enemy armies approaching, not the fear of wild animals or natural disasters. This is something deeper, more primal. This is the fear of standing in the presence of something utterly holy, utterly other, utterly beyond human comprehension or control. The people begin to back away from the cart, not in an organised fashion, but in an instinctive recoil. Space opens around the ark, around Uzzah's body, around the entire scene. King David stands among them, no longer dancing, no longer celebrating. His face reflects a cascade of emotions, confusion, anger, grief, perhaps even a sense of betrayal. Uzzah was trying to help. Uzzah was protecting the ark. Uzzah grew up with this object in his home. How could this be the result? The theological implications crash over David like a wave. If God's presence can strike down a man for touching the ark, even with good intentions, even in an attempt to protect it from damage, then what does that say about the nature of this presence? What does it say about how Israel has been treating the ark all these years? What does it say about the celebration they were just having? David's anger is recorded in the text. He is angry at God for this outbreak, for what seems like a disproportionate response to a well-intentioned action. But beneath the anger is something more complex, the realization that he has fundamentally misunderstood something crucial about approaching the divine. The procession cannot continue like this. The joy has turned to mourning. The celebration has become a funeral. Thousands of people are standing on a road, traumatized, uncertain, afraid. David names the place Perez Uzzah, which means the breaking forth of Uzzah, or the outbreak against Uzzah. It is a memorial, a marker, a warning carved into the collective memory of the nation. Future travellers passing this spot will ask about the name, and they will be told the story. They will learn the lesson written in one man's death. But memorials do not answer questions, and the questions are multiplying in David's mind. Why did Uzzah die when he was trying to help? What would have happened if the ark had fallen? Would that have been worse than a man's death? How is anyone supposed to approach this presence safely? If even good intentions and protective care result in death, how can the ark be moved at all? David is afraid now, not the fear of enemy armies or political conspiracies. He has faced down Goliath as a boy. He has survived King Saul's murderous jealousy. He has led armies into battle and established a kingdom. This is different. This is the fear of standing in the presence of something so holy, so other, so utterly beyond human comprehension, that even reverence might not be enough. The practical problem becomes immediate and urgent. What do we do with the ark now? It cannot return to Abinadab's house. That chapter has ended literally and symbolically in tragedy. It cannot continue to Jerusalem. David is too shaken, too uncertain. The people are too afraid. No one wants to be responsible for what might happen next. The ark needs to rest somewhere while David figures out what went wrong and how to proceed correctly. And in this moment of crisis and confusion, with thousands of people watching and waiting for royal direction, David makes a decision that will change one family's life forever. There is a house nearby, a modest dwelling belonging to a man named Obed-Edom. David has probably never noticed it before. It is not politically significant. It does not belong to a high priest or a military commander or a wealthy merchant, but it is there. And in this moment, it represents a solution to an impossible problem. Chapter 3. The Ark Left Behind Obed-Edom. The Gittite is not a name that echoes through history. The designation Gittite indicates his family's origin from Gath, one of the 5 main Philistine cities. This detail is significant. Gath was the hometown of Goliath, the giant David defeated as a young man. It was enemy territory, or at least had been in the recent past. Yet here is a man with Philistine origins, living peacefully in Israel, integrated into society enough to have a house along the road to Jerusalem. Later biblical genealogies suggest he may have been a Levite, possibly one of the Kohathites, the specific clan within the tribe of Levi designated to care for the ark. If this is true, then his Gittite designation might indicate where his family had been living, not his ethnic origin. But in this moment, none of that matters to the narrative. What matters is that he has a house, and King David needs somewhere to leave the ark. We have no record of Obed-Edom being consulted about this decision. The text does not describe a conversation where David asks permission or explains the situation or negotiates terms. The description is stark and simple. David had the ark carried aside to the house of Obed-Edom. Imagine that moment from Obed-Edom's perspective. You're at home, perhaps with your family, going about an ordinary day. Maybe you heard the music in the distance. Maybe you even walked to the road to watch the procession pass. Maybe you were planning to join the celebration in Jerusalem later. Then the music stops. Confusion ripples through the crowd. Word spreads quickly in the way news travels through ancient communities. Someone died. Someone touched the ark and died instantly. The king is angry. The king is afraid. The procession has stopped. And then you see them approaching your house. Not just a few officials, but the royal procession itself, the king himself. And they are carrying the Ark of the Covenant toward your doorway, the same ark that just killed a man for touching it, the same ark that represents the presence of the living God, the same ark that the king himself is too afraid to keep moving toward Jerusalem. You have just watched a man die for one moment of contact with this object. You know the power it represents. You know the fear it has instilled in the king himself, a man known for his courage and faith. And now it is being carried through your doorway, into your home, into the space where your family eats and sleeps and lives. Most people would refuse. Most people would make excuses, claim inadequacy, insist there must be someone more qualified, someone more prepared, someone more worthy. Most people would see this as a burden at best, possibly a curse, certainly a danger to themselves and everyone they love. Obed-Edom accepts it, not with grand speeches about his honour or his worthiness, not with protests about being unqualified or unprepared, not with demands for compensation or guarantees of safety or royal protection. He simply accepts. Perhaps he understands something the king has temporarily forgotten in his fear. The ark, properly honoured, is a blessing, not a curse. The problem was not the ark itself. The problem was approaching it wrongly. Perhaps his Levitical training, if indeed he is a Levite, gives him confidence that reverence and proper care will be enough. Or perhaps he simply trusts that God knows what he is doing, even when humans do not. The ark is carried into his house. The Levites, or whoever is handling it now with extreme caution, place it somewhere inside. Perhaps a main room, perhaps a separate space hastily cleared and prepared. We are not told the details because the details do not matter to the larger story. What matters is the acceptance. The royal procession departs. The musicians pack their instruments. The celebration abandoned. The 30,000 chosen men disperse, returning to their homes with a story they will tell for the rest of their lives. King David returns to Jerusalem troubled, uncertain, angry and afraid, and Obed-Edom is left, with the presence of God in his house, for an indefinite period. No one knows how long this arrangement will last. Days, weeks, months, years, until David figures out what went wrong, until the king's fear subsides, until some prophet or priest receives divine instruction about how to proceed. The future is completely uncertain, but the present is crystal clear. The Ark of the Covenant, the throne of God on earth, the most sacred object in all of Israel, is now residing in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. The story could have ended there. A footnote in a larger narrative about David's reign. A minor detail about where the ark was stored temporarily during a crisis. But the story is just beginning. Chapter 4. Living with the Presence. The first night must have been extraordinary. Imagine the conversations in that household as evening falls. Obed-Edom, his wife, their children, perhaps extended family living under the same roof as was common in ancient times. They gather for the evening meal, the normal routines of daily life, but nothing is normal anymore. The ark sits somewhere in their home. The presence of God rests under their roof. Do they speak in whispers, afraid that normal volume might somehow show disrespect? Do they move more carefully, aware that every action is taking place in proximity to holiness? Do they pray more fervently, more frequently, more consciously than ever before? We are not told these details. The biblical narrative gives us almost nothing about the internal experience of Obed-Edom's household during these months. We are left to imagine, to extrapolate from what we know about human nature and divine presence. What we know is that life continues. It has to. Life does not pause for theology. Crops still need tending, animals still need feeding, children still need raising, work still needs doing. The ordinary necessities of existence continue regardless of how extraordinary the circumstances might be. Days pass, then weeks. The initial shock begins to fade, not into casualness, but into something like routine. You cannot remain in a constant state of heightened alertness indefinitely. The human mind adapts. The extraordinary becomes, in a sense, ordinary, but the awareness never disappears entirely. You cannot forget that the Ark of the Covenant is in your home. You cannot treat it casually. Every time you walk past the room where it rests, you remember. Every morning when you wake, you remember. Every night before sleep, you remember. The presence of God is here. Obed-Edom chooses reverence as his response. Not the reverence of spectacle or ceremony, not the reverence of religious performance or public display, not the reverence of keeping maximum distance and avoiding all contact out of fear, but the reverence of faithful presence, of treating something sacred with consistent daily care, of allowing holiness to shape the rhythms of life rather than interrupt them. His household wakes each morning with an awareness that permeates everything. They work, they eat, they pray, they go about the ordinary tasks of ancient agricultural life. But all of it happens in the context of this extraordinary awareness. There is no evidence in the text of fear dominating their experience. This is remarkable when you consider the context. King David, the warrior poet, the man after God's own heart, The giant slayer, the king who united Israel, was too afraid to keep the ark moving toward Jerusalem. The entire nation watched Uzzah fall dead and recoiled in terror. 30,000 men dispersed with that image burned into their memory. Yet this relatively unknown family accepts the presence of God into their home and responds not with paralyzing terror, but with faithful, reverent stewardship. Perhaps it is precisely because Obed-Edom is not the king that he can do this. Kings think about political implications and national consequences. Kings worry about perception and protocol and precedent. Kings carry the weight of collective expectations. Every decision a king makes affects thousands or millions of people. The pressure of that responsibility can make even simple acts feel impossibly complex. But Obed-Edom is simply a man with a family, trying to honour God in the ordinary circumstances of life. He has no audience to perform for except God himself, no legacy to protect beyond his own household, no reputation to uphold beyond his immediate community. He can simply be faithful. There is profound freedom in obscurity. The person no one is watching can focus entirely on doing what is right, rather than on how it appears to others. The family no one cares about politically can concentrate on genuine devotion rather than public perception. Obed-Edom and his household develop rhythms around the ark's presence. Perhaps they maintain a certain respectful distance. Perhaps they keep the room where it rests particularly clean. Perhaps they pray facing that direction. Perhaps they incorporate acknowledgement of God's presence into their daily prayers and routines. We do not know the specific practices because the text does not record them. What the text records is the outcome of those practices, and in that outcome, something remarkable begins to happen, something that will eventually reach the king's ears and change everything. Chapter 5. Unexpected Blessing. 3 months pass, 90 days of the ark resting in the house of Obed-Edom, 90 days of faithful stewardship, 90 days of reverent care, 90 days of ordinary life lived in proximity to extraordinary holiness. And during those 90 days, everything in that household begins to flourish. The biblical text is characteristically sparse in its description, offering just a handful of words to describe what happened. The Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household, but those few words contain entire volumes of meaning. What does divine blessing look like in practical, concrete terms in an ancient agricultural society? It manifests in ways that are tangible, measurable, undeniable. The fields Obed-Edom tends yield more grain than expected. The harvest is abundant beyond normal predictions. The quality is exceptional. Where neighbours struggle with ordinary yields, his crops thrive. The livestock multiply and stay remarkably healthy. Ewes give birth to healthy twins. Cows produce exceptional amounts of milk. Animals that in other households might sicken or die remain vigorous and productive. Business transactions, whatever form they take in this economy, seem to succeed. If Obed-Edom sells goods, he gets fair prices. If he trades, he makes beneficial exchanges. The ordinary commerce of life flows smoothly. The children in the household thrive. They stay healthy when sickness moves through the region. They grow strong. They learn quickly. The ordinary challenges of raising children in the ancient world, high infant mortality, childhood diseases, accidents, seem somehow held at bay. Relationships within the household remain peaceful. The stress and conflict that naturally arise when people live in close quarters seem diminished. Disagreements are resolved. Harmony prevails. The household functions as a unit with unusual cohesion. This is not mystical prosperity divorced from physical reality. This is not abstract theological blessing that can only be discerned through spiritual contemplation. This is the daily, concrete experience of a household where everything seems to work, where the problems that would normally arise somehow do not materialize, where the ordinary challenges of life become surprisingly manageable, where there is enough, consistently, in every area. Obed-Edom's family notices, of course. They live it every day. They see the difference between their circumstances and those of their neighbours. They recognise that something unusual is happening. But the awareness spreads beyond the household. Neighbours notice. When they visit, they see the prosperity. When they compare yields at harvest time, the difference is obvious. When they observe the health and harmony of the household, it stands out. Extended family notices. Relatives who visit see the transformation. They remember what this household was like before the ark arrived and can contrast it with what they see now. Travellers passing through the area notice. Word of mouth spreads in the way news travels through a pre-modern society, through conversation, through observation, through the natural human tendency to talk about remarkable things. People start paying attention. Have you heard about Obed-Edom's household? Everything is prospering there. Ever since the ark was placed in his house. His crops are exceptional this season. His livestock are thriving. His whole family seems blessed. The connection between the ark's presence and the household's prosperity becomes obvious to everyone paying attention. This is not coincidence. This is not merely good luck or favourable circumstances. The blessing is too consistent, too comprehensive, too remarkable to dismiss as random chance. What is particularly striking about this blessing is what does not accompany it. There are no recorded miracles in the dramatic sense. No angels appearing with announcements. No pillars of fire or divine voices speaking from heaven. No supernatural manifestations that would draw crowds or inspire awe. No prophetic declarations from Obed-Edom claiming special revelation or status. He does not start preaching to the community about his experience. He does not gather followers or establish himself as a spiritual authority. There is no spectacle at all. Just steady, consistent, undeniable blessing manifesting in the ordinary circumstances of daily life. The presence of God in that home does not announce itself with thunder or lightning or dramatic signs. It announces itself with peace, with provision, with prosperity, with the quiet but unmistakable evidence of divine favour resting on a household. This is how the presence of God often works when it is properly honoured, not with fireworks, but with fruitfulness, not with drama, but with daily grace, not with public spectacle, but with private transformation that eventually becomes publicly obvious. Obed-Edom does not publicise his situation. He does not send messengers to Jerusalem announcing how blessed he is. He does not start a ministry or write a book, or claim special status because the ark happened to end up in his house. He simply continues living faithfully, now with the added awareness that faithfulness is being blessed in ways he could never have orchestrated or predicted or earned. His quiet stewardship continues. His reverent care continues. His ordinary faithfulness continues, and the blessing continues to flow. For 3 full months this pattern holds. The household flourishes, the community takes notice, the evidence accumulates, and eventually, inevitably, word reaches the capital. 3,000 cubits away in Jerusalem, in the palace where King David has been wrestling with questions about what went wrong and how to proceed, a report arrives that will change everything. Chapter 6. David hears the news reports filter back to Jerusalem through multiple channels. They are not official dispatches, not formal communications from Obed-Edom requesting an audience or announcing his situation. Just the natural spread of remarkable news through a society where information travels through conversation, through trading networks, through family connections, through the countless informal channels that connect communities. Merchants travelling to Jerusalem mention it. Extended family members visiting the capital share the news. Officials conducting business in the region observe it firsthand and report back. The story is consistent across all these sources. The house of Obed-Edom is blessed. Not just mildly prosperous, not just doing okay, but significantly, unmistakably, extraordinarily blessed. The crops are exceptional, the livestock are thriving, the family is flourishing. Everything in that household is working in ways that defy normal explanation, and everyone agrees on the cause. It is because of the ark. The presence that seemed so dangerous 3 months ago, the object that caused a man's death and struck fear into the entire nation, has become a source of profound blessing in the home of this obscure family. When the news reaches David, it lands with the force of revelation. 3 months have passed since the tragedy that halted the procession. 3 months of David wrestling with theological questions that have no easy answers. 3 months of the ark sitting in Obed-Edom's house while David tried to understand what went wrong and how to proceed. And now there is new data, critical data, data that reframes the entire situation. The ark has been in someone's home for 3 months, and that person is not dead. That person is not cursed. That person is not experiencing divine judgment or wrath or punishment. That person is blessed, profoundly, unmistakably, undeniably blessed. The presence that killed Uzzah has brought nothing but flourishing to Obed-Edom's household. What changed? David sits with this question. He is a poet, a thinker, a man who writes psalms exploring the deepest questions about God and humanity. He does not accept easy answers. He wrestles with truth until he understands. What changed between the tragedy on the road and the blessing in Obed-Edom's house? Not God. That much is theologically certain. God does not change. God's character, God's nature, God's holiness remain constant. Whatever variation exists must be on the human side of the equation. So what was different? The method of transport was different. On the road they used a cart, copying the Philistines' method rather than following the prescribed procedure in the law. In Obed-Edom's house, the ark simply rested in place, carried there, properly by designated bearers. The attitude was different. Uzzah reached out to steady the ark as if it were an ordinary object that might be damaged by falling, as if God's presence needed human intervention to protect it. Obed-Edom, by contrast, received the ark with reverence, not trying to manage it or control it, simply honouring its presence. The approach was fundamentally different. One presumed familiarity, the other maintained appropriate awe. David begins to understand. The problem was never that God's presence is inherently dangerous to be near. The problem was approaching that presence wrongly, with presumption rather than reverence, with casual familiarity rather than appropriate recognition of holiness. The ark itself killed no one. God's presence struck down no one arbitrarily. What happened to Uzzah was the natural consequence of violating the boundaries of holiness, of treating the sacred as common, of approaching with human presumption something that required divine protocol. Once you understand how to honour the presence of God, once you approach with proper reverence, follow prescribed procedures, maintain appropriate boundaries, that presence becomes blessing rather than danger. This realization transforms David's fear into understanding, his hesitation into clarity. The ark does not need to stay in Obed-Edom's house. It was never meant to stay there. Obed-Edom's home was a way station, a temporary shelter during a crisis, a place where the ark could rest while everyone learned the lesson that needed learning. And now the lesson is learned. The ark must complete its journey to Jerusalem, but this time everything will be done correctly. No shortcuts, no innovations, no well-intentioned but misguided procedures. This time they will follow the instructions given centuries earlier through Moses, instructions that seemed overly detailed, perhaps unnecessarily complicated, until tragedy revealed their purpose. Holiness has its own protocols. Divine presence has its own requirements. These are not arbitrary rules designed to make things difficult. They are the pathways to safely approaching what is infinitely holy. David makes his decision. Preparations begin immediately, but first, a message must be sent to Obed-Edom. Chapter 7. The ark moves again. The message arrives at Obed-Edom's house. The king is coming to retrieve the ark. After 3 months of blessing, this moment must carry complex emotions. The presence that has transformed this household, that has brought such abundance and prosperity and peace, will be leaving. The source of daily grace will move on to its proper destination. But there is no record of Obed-Edom protesting or negotiating or requesting more time. He understood from the beginning, perhaps more clearly than anyone, that he was a steward, not an owner. The ark was always meant for Jerusalem, for the tabernacle David would establish, for the centre of Israel's national worship. His house was temporary shelter, a providential pause in a larger journey. That the pause became a time of profound blessing was grace, pure, unearned, unexpected grace. But grace does not create entitlement. Blessing does not mean ownership. When word comes that the king is coming, Obed-Edom prepares to release what was never truly his to keep. David's preparations in Jerusalem are meticulous this time. He consults the written law, the Torah, the specific instructions given to Moses regarding the ark's transport and handling. He identifies the proper Levites by genealogy, the Kohathites specifically designated for this duty. He ensures they understand the procedures, the protocols, the requirements. The poles that pass through the rings on the ark's sides are checked, positioned correctly. The Levites who will carry it are instructed on how to lift it, how to walk, how to maintain appropriate reverence throughout the journey. No more carts, no matter how new or sturdy or well constructed. Carts are for ordinary cargo. The ark is not ordinary cargo. It is the throne of God, and it will be carried as such. No more innovation on sacred procedures. No more assuming that good intentions compensate for wrong methods. This will be done according to instruction, following the pattern established in Scripture. The procession forms in Jerusalem and makes its way to Obed-Edom's house. When they arrive, the ark is brought out carefully, reverently. The Levites position themselves. The poles rest on their shoulders, and the journey toward Jerusalem begins again. The mood is different from 3 months earlier. There is still joy, still celebration, still music. The psalmists and musicians have returned with their instruments. The people once again line the route, wanting to witness this historic moment. But the exuberance has matured into something deeper. The unrestrained excitement has been tempered by wisdom. Everyone remembers what happened last time. Everyone remembers Uzzah. Everyone remembers the fear. This time they approach with sober reverence alongside their joy. David himself has changed in these 3 months. He still dances, still celebrates, still expresses his devotion physically and publicly. But there is a different quality to it now, a recognition of boundaries, an awareness of proper protocol. Every 6 steps the procession stops. Sacrifices are offered. Oxen and fattened calves are brought, ritually slaughtered, offered to God. The journey is not rushed. Every movement forward is accompanied by worship, by acknowledgement, by sacrifice. This is not about efficiency or getting to Jerusalem as quickly as possible. This is about honouring every step of the journey. This is about approaching with the reverence that should have characterised the first attempt. The procession moves slowly, deliberately, carefully. Musicians play, people sing, David dances, but all of it happens within the structure of proper procedure. The ark passes through the countryside, past the place now called Perez Uzzah, where tragedy struck. The memory hangs in the air, unspoken but acknowledged by everyone. They pass the spot carefully, reverently, with full awareness of what happened there. And nothing goes wrong. No one stumbles, no one reaches out inappropriately, no one dies. The journey continues safely because the journey is being conducted correctly. Hours pass. The sun moves across the sky. Jerusalem comes into view on its hills. The city gates stand open. People line the walls to watch. The entire capital has turned out to witness the ark's arrival. The procession enters Jerusalem. Music fills the streets. Celebration erupts from thousands of throats. The ark is carried through the city toward the tabernacle David has prepared, a special tent erected for this purpose. The ark is placed inside the tent, positioned carefully, treated with utmost reverence. More sacrifices are offered. The celebration intensifies. David has robes brought, distributes food to everyone present. Bread and meat and wine for the entire assembly. The feast continues long into the evening. But throughout all the celebration, throughout all the joy and music and public worship, people remember. They remember Uzzah and the first attempt. They remember the fear and the confusion and the uncertainty. And they remember the house of Obed-Edom, where God's presence brought nothing but blessing because it was received with proper reverence. The story could end here, with the ark finally reaching its destination, with David's dream fulfilled, with Jerusalem becoming the religious centre of Israel as intended. But there is a postscript, a detail that emerges later in the biblical narrative, a footnote that reveals the lasting impact of those 3 months. Chapter 8. Obed-Edom remembered years pass. David's reign continues. Plans are made for a permanent temple to replace the tent. Solomon, David's son, will eventually build it. The ark rests in Jerusalem, at the centre of Israel's worship, as David always intended. And Obed-Edom does not fade into obscurity. His name appears again in the biblical record, and when it does, it reveals something profound about how those 3 months changed him. Obed-Edom becomes a doorkeeper in the house of God. Later records, found in the books of Chronicles, mention him serving in the tabernacle, eventually in Solomon's temple when it is built. His descendants are recorded as musicians and servants in the sanctuary, generation after generation. A whole family line dedicated to serving in the place where God's presence dwells. This is not coincidence. This is not just one of many jobs available in ancient Israel. This is calling, vocation, a life oriented entirely around proximity to the divine presence. Something happened during those 3 months beyond material prosperity. Something more than abundant crops and healthy livestock and household harmony. Something transformed not just Obed-Edom's circumstances, but his identity, his purpose, his understanding of what life is for. He had experienced what it meant to live in proximity to holiness. Not occasionally, not during weekly worship services, not in moments of spiritual intensity punctuating otherwise ordinary life, but daily, constantly, as the background reality of every morning and evening, every meal and conversation, every moment of work and rest. He had learned the rhythms of reverence, the habits of honouring the presence of God, the practices that allow a household to function faithfully when dwelling in proximity to the sacred. He had discovered that God's presence, properly honoured, is not something to fear but something to treasure. Not a burden to be endured but a blessing to be protected. Not an imposition on normal life but the very purpose that makes life meaningful. And having experienced that, he cannot go back to ordinary existence. Having tasted what it means to live aware of God's presence, every moment he cannot settle for occasional religious observance. Having stewarded the ark for 3 months, he knows what he wants to do with the rest of his life. He wants to serve in the house of God, to be as close to that presence as possible for as long as possible. To dedicate his days to the kind of faithful service that marked those 3 months. So he becomes a doorkeeper, not a high priest, not a famous prophet, not a political or religious leader whose name would echo through centuries, just a doorkeeper, a gatekeeper, someone who serves at the threshold of sacred space. But in the ancient world, doorkeepers in the temple were not janitors or security guards in the modern sense. They were Levites with significant responsibility. They controlled access to sacred space. They maintained the boundaries between holy and common. They ensured that those approaching the presence of God did so with proper reverence and preparation. Obed-Edom, who learned firsthand what happens when God's presence is approached rightly versus wrongly, is uniquely qualified for this role. He knows the difference between presumption and reverence. He understands the protocols that protect people from violating holiness. He has lived the truth that proper approach to God brings blessing while careless approach brings danger. His service continues for years, possibly decades. Later records mention his sons serving alongside him. The family tradition continues. Generation after generation of Obed-Edom's descendants serve in the temple, many as musicians, some as gatekeepers. The blessing that began with 3 months of crops and livestock and household prosperity extends across generations in a different form. Not material wealth this time, but something more valuable. The privilege of serving in God's presence, of living lives oriented entirely around worship and reverence. This is the true legacy of those 3 months. Not just that one household prospered for a season, but that the experience transformed a family's calling for generations. Not just that blessing was received, but that the experience of receiving it correctly reshaped an entire lineage's understanding of what matters most. When the chroniclers later compile the genealogies and organizational records of temple servants during David's reign, Obed-Edom's name appears prominently. His sons are listed by name. His family's role is documented. The man who once received the ark into his house during a crisis becomes permanently associated with faithful service in God's house. And throughout it all, there is no evidence of self-promotion or claiming special status. Obed-Edom does not write his own story or establish himself as an authority based on his unique experience. He simply serves faithfully in the same spirit that marked those 3 months when the ark rested under his roof. The man who accepted blessing without demanding it also accepts obscurity without resenting it. The man who welcomed God's presence without presumption continues serving in God's presence without pretense. His name is remembered not because he sought fame, but because faithful service in obscurity eventually becomes visible simply by its consistency and longevity. Epilogue: a house that welcomed God. The story of Obed-Edom is barely 3 verses in most Bibles. In 2 Samuel, it occupies a single sentence. The ark of the Lord remained in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite for 3 months, and the Lord blessed him and his entire household. A footnote in the larger narrative of King David's reign. A brief pause in the story of how the ark reached Jerusalem, easy to miss while reading about battles and kingdoms and prophetic promises. But perhaps that is precisely the point. The most profound encounters with God often happen quietly, in places no one is watching, with people no one considers important. Not in the national celebrations with 30,000 witnesses. Not in the moments of spectacular public worship with music and dancing and collective euphoria. Not in the grand gestures that make headlines and inspire songs, but in ordinary houses with ordinary families who respond to unexpected circumstances with faithful reverence. Obed-Edom never asked for the ark to be placed in his home. He did not campaign for the honour or position himself to receive blessing. The crisis that brought God's presence to his doorstep was not of his making. The tragedy that halted David's procession was not his fault. He simply found himself, through no action of his own, responsible for stewarding the most sacred object in Israel. And he accepted that responsibility with humility and faithfulness. He never sought recognition or reward. He never used his experience as a credential or a platform. He never leveraged those 3 months into social status, or political influence, or religious authority. He simply honoured what was entrusted to him, for as long as it was entrusted to him. And when it was time for the ark to move on, he released it without complaint or negotiation. The blessing he received was not payment for services rendered. It was not wages earned through correct performance. It was grace. The natural overflow of God's presence when that presence is welcomed and honoured rightly. And when the blessing moved on in its physical form, when the ark continued to Jerusalem and was no longer under his roof, he followed it. He reoriented his entire life around continued proximity to God's presence. He became a servant in the house of God, content to stand at thresholds and gates, facilitating others' approach to the holiness he had learned to revere. There is something profoundly instructive about this story for those of us living thousands of years later in radically different circumstances. We often think blessing must be pursued, claimed, declared, demanded. We create elaborate systems for attracting God's favour, as if holiness could be manipulated through the right techniques or the right words or the right level of faith. We treat divine blessing like a formula that can be cracked, a code that can be broken, a transaction that can be negotiated. But Obed-Edom teaches a different way. Sometimes blessing arrives uninvited, unexpected, unearned. Sometimes the presence of God shows up in our lives not because we achieved something, or figured out the formula or demonstrated sufficient faith, but simply because in the ordinary faithfulness of daily life, we created space for holiness. And when that presence arrives, the response is not to manage it or control it or try to keep it forever. The response is simply to honour it, to live with appropriate reverence, to continue faithfully, to trust that where God's presence is properly welcomed, blessing will follow. Not because we deserve it, not because we earned it, but because that is the nature of God's presence. When it is received rightly, it transforms what it touches. Obed-Edom's house was blessed for 3 months, 90 days, a season, not forever. The ark moved on. The specific circumstances changed, but the impact of those 3 months echoed through generations. The experience of those 90 days shaped a family's calling for lifetimes. The lesson learned in that brief season became a legacy that outlasted the specific blessing. Perhaps that is the final and most important lesson. Faithfulness in the moment creates legacy beyond the moment. Reverence in ordinary circumstances shapes extraordinary outcomes. And sometimes the most important thing we can do is simply welcome what comes, honour it properly, and trust God with the results. No speeches required, no fame sought, no platform needed, no recognition demanded, just a house that welcomed God and was forever changed by the privilege. In a world that constantly urges us to promote ourselves, to leverage our experiences, to build platforms and establish authority and claim special status, the story of Obed-Edom whispers a different truth. Sometimes the greatest honour is faithful obscurity. Sometimes the deepest blessing is serving in places no one notices. Sometimes the most profound impact comes from simply doing what's right when no one is watching. Obed-Edom stands as a quiet rebuke to the constant noise of self-promotion and a gentle invitation to a different way. A way where we welcome what God brings without demanding more, where we honour his presence without presuming on his grace, where we serve faithfully whether anyone notices or not. The ark stayed in his house for 3 months, but the lesson stays with us still. May we, like Obed-Edom, have the wisdom to welcome blessing with humility, the faithfulness to honour God's presence with reverence, and the grace to continue serving even when the spectacular moment passes and ordinary life resumes. For in the end, it is not the spectacular moments that define us. It is what we do in the ordinary days when no one is watching, when there is no audience to impress and no reward in sight, except the quiet knowledge that we have honoured what is holy. That is the story of Obed-Edom. That is the lesson of the house that God blessed. And that, perhaps, is the story we need most in every generation. Before we begin tonight's story, if you're enjoying this content, using hype points on this video helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It truly makes a difference in ways that go beyond what most people realise. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and we genuinely appreciate every single one. Also, if you want to, comment what time it is for you and where in the world you're listening from. We love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It's amazing to know this community spans the globe. And of course, if you enjoy these stories, subscribing really helps us continue creating this content. Now, let's begin. There's a kind of courage that doesn't announce itself. It doesn't gather crowds or make speeches in the public square. It doesn't wear armour or carry banners. This courage appears in a moment, quiet, deliberate, and often unnoticed by history until much later, if at all. It's the courage of the person who sees something wrong and decides, against every instinct of self-preservation, to act. Tonight's story takes place in Jerusalem during one of the darkest periods in its history. The city is collapsing under the weight of its own corruption, divided leadership, and the looming threat of Babylon. Fear governs every decision. Silence is survival. And in the middle of this chaos, a man most people would never remember made a choice that saved a life. His name was Obed-Melech. He was a servant, a foreigner, a man with no power, no influence, and every reason to stay quiet. But he didn't. This is his story. Chapter 1. A City Under Judgment. Jerusalem in the late 7th century before the Common Era was a city living on borrowed time. The kingdom of Judah, once a powerful nation under kings like David and Solomon, had been reduced to a small territory surrounded by empires. To the north, the Assyrians had already obliterated the kingdom of Israel decades earlier. Now a new power had risen, Babylon, and it had set its sights on Jerusalem. The transformation had been gradual but devastating. Where once the kingdom stretched from the Mediterranean to the Jordan River, from Dan to Beersheba, now it was compressed into a fraction of that territory. The great cities of the north were gone, absorbed into the Assyrian Empire and then inherited by Babylon. The northern tribes had been scattered, their people assimilated into foreign lands, their identity dissolved. Only Judah remained, clinging to its capital, its temple, and its illusions of independence. King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon had already besieged the city once, years earlier. That siege had ended not with destruction, but with submission. Jerusalem had opened its gates. The king at that time, Jehoiakim, had been taken captive along with thousands of the city's elite, craftsmen, warriors, nobles and priests. The temple treasury had been looted. Sacred vessels that had been used in worship for generations were carried off to Babylon as trophies. In Jehoiakim's place, Nebuchadnezzar installed his uncle, a man named Mattaniah, and renamed him Zedekiah. It was a symbolic gesture of ownership. The king of Judah no longer even controlled his own name. He ruled at Babylon's pleasure, a puppet whose strings could be cut at any moment. Zedekiah was weak. Not cruel, necessarily, but weak. He lacked the resolve to make hard decisions and the courage to stand by them once made. His court was full of advisors who each pulled him in different directions, and he lacked the strength to choose a path and commit to it. Some of his officials urged rebellion. They pointed to Egypt, the ancient rival of Babylon, and insisted that Pharaoh would come to their aid if they rose up. These were the hawks, the ones who saw submission as cowardice and believed that honour demanded resistance. They spoke of the glory days of David and Solomon, when Jerusalem was the centre of a powerful kingdom, and they convinced themselves that those days could return if only they had faith and courage. Others counselled surrender. They argued that Babylon was too powerful, that Egypt was unreliable, and that continued resistance would only bring total destruction. These were the pragmatists, the ones who cared more about survival than pride. They remembered what had happened to the northern kingdom, how Assyria had wiped entire cities off the map, and they didn't want that fate for Jerusalem. Zedekiah wavered between both camps, paralysed by indecision. He would nod along with the hawks one day and agree with the pragmatists the next. He made promises he didn't keep and changed his mind with every shift in political wind. His weakness created a vacuum of leadership, and into that vacuum rushed fear, corruption, and self-interest. The royal court became a snake pit. Officials schemed against each other, formed alliances that dissolved as quickly as they formed, and prioritised their own survival above everything else. No one trusted anyone. Every word was calculated. Every action was weighed against personal risk. Meanwhile, outside the palace walls, the people of Jerusalem went about their daily lives with a kind of desperate normalcy. The market still opened each morning. Merchants spread their wares on blankets and wooden tables, selling grain and oil, pottery and cloth. The smell of fresh bread mixed with the dust of the streets. Children played in the narrow alleyways between stone houses. Women gathered at the wells to draw water and exchange news. Men worked their trades, carpenters and blacksmiths, weavers and leather workers, trying to maintain some sense of routine. But beneath the surface, everyone knew something terrible was coming. You could see it in the way people hoarded food, buying extra when they could afford it, storing it away in hidden places. You could hear it in the conversations that stopped abruptly when a stranger approached. You could feel it in the tension that hung over the city like a storm cloud that never broke. Mothers looked at their children and wondered if there would be enough food next month. Fathers repaired the walls of their homes and reinforced their doors, knowing it wouldn't be enough if Babylon came again. Elderly men and women who remembered better times spoke of the past with a mixture of nostalgia and grief, wondering if they would live to see the city destroyed. The temple still stood on its hill, dominating the skyline, but even that sacred place had become tainted by politics and corruption. The priests who served there were divided along the same lines as the officials in the king's court. Some supported rebellion, others urged surrender. Worship continued, but the rituals felt hollow, mechanical, like going through the motions of devotion without any real faith behind them. Into this environment of fear, division, and moral paralysis came a voice no one wanted to hear. His name was Jeremiah. He was from a small town called Anathoth, just a few miles north of Jerusalem. The son of a priest, Jeremiah had been called by God at a young age to be a prophet. It wasn't a calling he had wanted. In fact, when God first spoke to him, Jeremiah had protested, saying he was too young, too inexperienced, too uncertain of his own abilities. But God had insisted. And for decades now, Jeremiah had walked the streets of Jerusalem, delivering a message that grew more urgent with each passing year. Judah's rebellion was not just political, it was spiritual. The nation had turned away from God, embraced idolatry, exploited the poor and corrupted justice. And because of that, judgment was coming. Jerusalem would fall, The temple would be destroyed. The people would be taken into exile. It was a message no one wanted to accept. The officials dismissed him as a doomsayer. The priests accused him of blasphemy. How dare he suggest that God would allow his temple to be destroyed? The people mocked him, called him a traitor, accused him of being in league with Babylon. Jeremiah's message was especially hated by the hawks, the officials who were pushing for rebellion. To them, his calls for surrender to Babylon felt like treason. They argued that his prophecies weakened morale, undermined the soldiers' will to fight, and gave comfort to the enemy. In a city preparing for war, Jeremiah's words felt like sabotage. But Jeremiah wasn't pro-Babylon. He wasn't a defeatist or a coward. He was simply trying to tell the truth as God had revealed it to him. He knew that resistance was pointless, not because Babylon was militarily superior, though it was, but because Judah had already lost the only battle that mattered. They had abandoned God, and now they were facing the consequences. For years, Jeremiah had been tolerated, barely. He was an annoyance, a strange figure who wandered the streets wearing a yoke around his neck to symbolize the coming captivity, who sometimes smashed pottery in the temple courts to illustrate God's judgment, who spoke in metaphors and poetry that made people uncomfortable. But he had always been allowed to speak. The kings before Zedekiah had imprisoned him briefly, threatened him, even beat him. But they had never silenced him completely. That was about to change. The officials in Zedekiah's court had grown tired of Jeremiah's voice. They were planning a rebellion against Babylon, stockpiling weapons, negotiating with Egypt, preparing the city's defences. The last thing they needed was a prophet walking around telling everyone that resistance was futile and surrender was the only option. So they decided to get rid of him. Not publicly, not with a trial or an execution that would draw attention and possibly provoke unrest among the people who still respected Jeremiah as a prophet. Quietly, permanently, and in a way that would allow them to pretend they had nothing to do with it. Chapter 2. Jeremiah Silenced. The decision to get rid of Jeremiah wasn't made in a public trial or through any formal process. It was quieter than that, more insidious. A group of officials had been meeting privately, away from the king's chambers, in spaces where their conversations couldn't be overheard. These men had names: Shephatiah son of Matan, Gedaliah son of Pasha, Jukal son of Shelemiah, and Pasha son of Malchijah. But their names mattered less than what they represented. They were the establishment, the ones who had convinced themselves that they knew what was best for the kingdom, even if it meant silencing dissenting voices. They came from families that had held power for generations. Their fathers and grandfathers had served in the royal court. They owned land, controlled trade routes, had influence with the temple priesthood. They were educated, wealthy, and certain of their own righteousness. And they saw Jeremiah as a threat that needed to be eliminated. The problem from their perspective was simple. Jeremiah's prophecies were undermining their plans. They had been working for months to prepare for a rebellion against Babylon. They had sent secret envoys to Egypt, negotiating promises of military support. They had been stockpiling weapons, fortifying the city walls, training soldiers. Everything was in place for one final attempt to break free from Babylonian control. But Jeremiah kept telling anyone who would listen that rebellion was doomed, that Babylon would crush them, that the only way to survive was to surrender. From a purely military standpoint, the officials might have dismissed him as an old fool, out of touch with reality. But the problem was that some people still listened to Jeremiah. Not the majority, perhaps, but enough. Soldiers heard his words and began to doubt whether the fight was worth it. Citizens who might have supported the rebellion started to waver. In the minds of these officials, Jeremiah wasn't just wrong. He was dangerous. His words were weakening morale. His prophecies were giving aid and comfort to the enemy. In a time of war, or preparations for war, that was treason. So they decided to act. They went to King Zedekiah as a united group, presenting a formal complaint. Their argument was carefully constructed, designed to appeal to the king's fears while giving him political cover for whatever happened next. This man should be put to death, they said, standing before the king in his chamber. He is discouraging the soldiers who are left in this city as well as all the people, by the things he is saying to them. This man is not seeking the good of these people, but their ruin. It was a clever accusation. They weren't attacking Jeremiah's message directly. They weren't engaging with his prophecies or trying to prove him wrong. Instead, they were framing the issue in terms of public safety and national security. Jeremiah's words, regardless of whether they were true or false, were having a negative effect on the city's ability to defend itself. Therefore, he needed to be stopped. Zedekiah listened to their argument. He had heard it all before, of course. This wasn't the first time officials had complained about Jeremiah. Over the years, the prophet had been arrested, beaten, put in stocks, imprisoned in dungeons. But he had always been released eventually. Previous kings had been reluctant to actually kill a prophet, even one as inconvenient as Jeremiah. But Zedekiah was not a strong king. He didn't have the moral courage to stand up to his advisors when they presented a united front. He didn't have the political capital to protect an unpopular prophet against the will of his own officials, and so, in a moment of weakness that would haunt him for the rest of his life, he made a choice. "He is in your hands," Zedekiah said. His voice was flat, emotionless. "The king can do nothing to oppose you." It was a coward's response. Zedekiah was granting permission for injustice while pretending he had no power to prevent it. He was washing his hands of the matter, making himself complicit in Jeremiah's death, while maintaining the fiction that he had no control over what happened next. The officials didn't waste time. They had the permission they needed, and they moved quickly before the king could change his mind, or before anyone could raise an objection. They went to the courtyard of the guard, where Jeremiah was being held under a kind of loose house arrest. He wasn't in chains, but he wasn't free to leave either. The courtyard was part of the palace complex, a walled area where prisoners of a certain status were kept, people who weren't common criminals but who needed to be controlled. When the officials arrived, Jeremiah was sitting in the shade of a wall, his face weathered and tired. He had been a prophet for more than 40 years by this point. He had spent decades delivering messages no one wanted to hear, enduring mockery and persecution and imprisonment. He was exhausted, physically and emotionally, but he had never stopped speaking the truth as God had given it to him. The officials didn't explain what they were doing. They simply grabbed him, pulled him to his feet, and dragged him toward a cistern in the corner of the courtyard. Cisterns were common in Jerusalem. The city was built on a hill, and water supply was always a concern, especially during a siege. So people dug deep pits into the limestone bedrock, lining them with plaster to make them watertight, and used them to collect rainwater during the wet season. This particular cistern, however, had no water in it, only mud. Thick, heavy mud that had accumulated at the bottom over months or years. It was the kind of mud that clung to everything, that made it impossible to move, that could suffocate someone slowly if they sank deep enough into it. It was, in other words, the perfect place to make someone disappear without technically executing them. The officials tied ropes around Jeremiah's body and lowered him into the cistern. He didn't fight them. What would have been the point? He was an old man, unarmed, surrounded by guards and officials who had the authority of the king, or at least the king's permission, behind them. As he was lowered down, the darkness of the pit swallowed him. The opening above grew smaller, a circle of light that receded as he descended. The air was damp and foul. The walls were slick with moisture and moss, and then his feet touched the mud. It wasn't solid. It gave way beneath his weight and he began to sink. Slowly at first, then faster. The mud came up to his ankles, then his knees, then his thighs. He tried to move, but every movement only made him sink deeper. The mud was cold and heavy, pressing against his body, making it hard to breathe. Above him, the officials untied the ropes and pulled them back up. The last thing Jeremiah saw before the darkness became complete was their faces looking down at him from the mouth of the cistern, expressionless, businesslike, already moving on to their next task. Then they walked away. They didn't post a guard. They didn't seal the cistern. They simply left him there. Because they knew that the mud would do the work for them. Jeremiah would sink deeper over time. He would exhaust himself trying to move. He would suffocate slowly as the mud pressed against his chest, making it harder and harder to draw breath. And when he finally died, it would be from natural causes: starvation, exhaustion, exposure. The officials could claim they had simply imprisoned him, not executed him. Their hands would be clean, or so they thought. Jeremiah, alone in the darkness, pressed into the cold mud of the pit, didn't call out. He didn't curse his captors or cry out to God in anger. He had been in situations like this before, though never quite this desperate. He had survived beatings, stocks, dungeons. He had learned, over 40 years of prophetic ministry, that his survival was not up to him. God had called him to speak. God had sustained him this long. If God wanted him to die in this pit, then that was God's choice. But if God wanted him to live, then someone, somehow, would come. And so Jeremiah waited in the darkness, sinking slowly into the mud, and prayed for deliverance, or for the strength to endure whatever came next. Above ground, the city continued on as if nothing had happened. The officials returned to their meetings, discussing strategies for rebellion and negotiating with foreign powers. The soldiers drilled in the courtyards, preparing for a siege that might never be winnable. The priests carried on with their rituals in the temple, offering sacrifices and reciting prayers that had become empty of meaning. King Zedekiah sat on his throne, troubled by what he had allowed to happen, but too weak to do anything about it. And the people of Jerusalem, merchants and farmers, craftsmen and servants, mothers and children, went about their daily lives, unaware that a prophet was dying slowly in a pit just yards away from where they walked. Life in Jerusalem went on, but one man had heard what had been done, and he couldn't let it stand. Chapter 3. Obed-Melech, the Outsider. Obed-Melech was not someone you would expect to be a hero. His name in Hebrew literally means servant of the king, a title more than a personal name, which tells you something about his status. He was a eunuch, a court official who served in the royal household. More importantly, he was a Cushite, a foreigner from the region south of Egypt, in what is now Sudan or Ethiopia. In other words, Obed-Melech was an outsider in every sense that mattered. He wasn't Jewish. He didn't worship in the temple. He wasn't part of the priestly class or the noble families that had run Jerusalem for generations. He had no inheritance in the land, no family connections to leverage, no tribal affiliation to protect him. He was, by birth and by position, someone who existed on the margins of society. Eunuchs in the ancient world occupied a strange social space. They served in royal courts precisely because their condition made them no threat to the king's dynasty. They could have no sons to compete for the throne, no family ambitions to pursue. This made them trustworthy in the eyes of rulers, valuable as administrators and confidants. But it also meant they were fundamentally alone. They had no lineage behind them and none ahead. No brothers to stand with them in conflict, no sons to carry on their name. They existed in service to others, their entire identity bound up in their role rather than their personhood. And as a Cushite, Obed-Melech carried the additional burden of being racially and culturally distinct from everyone around him. His skin was darker, his accent was different. The way he dressed, the food he ate, the languages he spoke, all marked him as foreign. In a city where identity was tied to covenant, to ancestry, to belonging to the people of Israel, Obed-Melech was always and forever an outsider. He had likely come to Jerusalem years earlier, possibly as part of a diplomatic exchange, or as a gift from a Cushite kingdom to the court of Judah. How he had ended up as a servant in the royal household we don't know. But somehow he had carved out a place for himself in a world that had no obligation to accept him. He would have learned to be careful, to watch and listen, to understand the shifting dynamics of court politics without getting caught up in them, to serve faithfully without drawing too much attention to himself. Survival for someone in his position meant staying invisible most of the time. But there was something in Obed-Melech that couldn't stay silent when he heard what had been done to Jeremiah. Maybe it was because he had heard the prophet speak before. Jeremiah's messages were public, delivered in the temple courts and the city gates, places where anyone could listen. And Obed-Melech, working in the palace, would have had reason to be in those areas regularly. He would have heard Jeremiah's warnings about corruption, about exploiting the vulnerable, about turning away from justice and truth. Perhaps those words had resonated with him in a way they hadn't resonated with the officials and priests who considered themselves the rightful inheritors of God's promises. Perhaps, as someone who had experienced marginalization himself, Obed-Edom recognized the truth in Jeremiah's accusations, that power corrupts, that privilege blinds, that those who should be protecting the weak often become their oppressors instead. Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe Obed-Edom had just lived long enough as an outsider to have developed a sharper moral compass than those who had always held power. When you've spent your life on the margins, when you've seen how systems protect the powerful and abandon the vulnerable, you develop an instinct for injustice. You recognize it when you see it, even when everyone else is pretending it's justified. Whatever the reason, when Obed-Edom heard that Jeremiah had been thrown into a cistern and left to die, he knew it was wrong. Not just politically unwise, not just strategically foolish, wrong. An evil act wrapped in the language of necessity. Murder disguised as imprisonment, and he couldn't let it stand. Now think about what that decision meant for him. Obed-Edom had no power. He wasn't one of the king's advisors. He wasn't a military commander or a wealthy landowner or a respected priest. He was a servant. His job was to do what he was told, to serve the royal household without question, to stay out of the way when important matters were being decided. Challenging the officials who had imprisoned Jeremiah would be dangerous. These were men who had just demonstrated their willingness to eliminate someone they saw as a threat. If they could do that to a prophet, someone who theoretically had God's protection, what would stop them from doing it to a foreign servant who had no one to defend him? Obed-Edom could have told himself that it wasn't his place to get involved, that he was just a servant, with no authority to question the decisions of his superiors, that speaking up would only put his own life at risk without actually changing anything. He could have convinced himself that Jeremiah's fate was God's problem to solve, not his. That if God wanted the prophet saved, God would save him without needing help from a Cushite eunuch who barely belonged in Jerusalem in the first place. He could have stayed silent, kept his head down, focused on his own survival. No one would have blamed him. No one would have even known he had a choice. But Obed-Edom chose differently. He chose to act. Chapter 4. A dangerous decision. Going to the king was not a simple matter. In the hierarchical structure of ancient royal courts, access to the king was carefully controlled. You didn't just walk up to the monarch and start talking. There were protocols, gatekeepers, layers of bureaucracy designed to protect the king from being bothered by every servant or citizen who had a complaint or petition. Obed-Edom would have had to navigate all of that. He would have had to find the right moment, approach the right people, make it clear that what he had to say was urgent enough to warrant the king's attention, and he would have known every step of the way that he was putting himself in danger. The officials who had imprisoned Jeremiah were powerful men. They had the king's ear, or at least they had convinced the king to give them permission to do what they wanted. They had already demonstrated their willingness to eliminate anyone they saw as a threat to their plans. If Obed-Edom challenged them publicly, if he accused them of wrongdoing in front of the king, he could easily become their next target. After all, what was the life of a foreign servant compared to the strategic calculations of the kingdom's leadership? If they could justify killing a prophet in the name of national security, they could certainly justify silencing a eunuch who was causing trouble. But Obed-Edom didn't let fear stop him. He learned that King Zedekiah was sitting at the Benjamin Gate, one of the main entrances to the city, a place where the king would sometimes hold court and hear petitions from the people. It was a public space, which meant that whatever Obed-Edom said would be heard by others. There would be witnesses. There would be no taking it back, no pretending the conversation never happened. This was both good and bad. Good because it meant the king couldn't simply ignore him or have him quietly arrested without anyone knowing. Bad because it meant that the officials who had imprisoned Jeremiah would hear about this confrontation almost immediately, and they would not be pleased. Obed-Edom approached the gate. Guards were posted there. watching the comings and goings of people entering and leaving the city. Officials and petitioners milled about, waiting for their chance to speak to the king or conducting their own business. Zedekiah sat in a chair under a canopy that provided shade from the sun. He looked tired. The weight of his impossible position, puppet king of a vassal state, torn between competing factions, knowing that no matter what he did, someone would be angry, showed in the lines of his face and the slump of his shoulders. Obed-Edom waited for the right moment. He watched the flow of people approaching the king, gauged when there might be a break in the proceedings. He couldn't afford to be dismissed as just another servant with a minor complaint. He needed the king to actually listen. Finally, his moment came. He stepped forward, moving through the crowd with a confidence he probably didn't feel. The guards let him pass. He was a court official, after all, recognised as someone who worked in the royal household. He approached the king's seat and bowed, showing the proper respect. Zedekiah looked up, mildly curious. This wasn't a scheduled appointment. Obed-Edom wasn't on the list of people who were supposed to speak to him that day, but the king had learned, over years of political manoeuvring, that sometimes the most important information came from unexpected sources. "My lord the king," Obed-Edom began, his voice steady despite the hammering of his heart. He didn't shout. He didn't accuse. He didn't make a grand speech about justice and righteousness. Instead, he spoke plainly, directly, and with the kind of moral clarity that cuts through political manoeuvring like a knife through cloth. "These men have acted wickedly in all they have done to Jeremiah the prophet. They have thrown him into a cistern where he will starve to death when there is no longer any bread in the city." It was a simple statement of fact, but it was also an indictment. Obed-Edom wasn't just pointing out that Jeremiah had been imprisoned. He was making it absolutely clear that this was murder, that the officials had taken it upon themselves to execute a man without trial, without due process, without the king's explicit order. The phrase "starved to death" was particularly pointed. By the time Jeremiah actually died of starvation, assuming he didn't suffocate in the mud first, the city would be under siege, supplies would be running low, everyone would be hungry, and they could all pretend that Jeremiah had simply died of the same famine that was afflicting everyone else, rather than being deliberately murdered by being thrown into a pit. It was a clever way to kill someone while maintaining plausible deniability, and Obed-Edom was calling it out for what it was. More than that, he was putting the responsibility for what happened next squarely on Zedekiah's shoulders. The king could not claim ignorance now. He could not say he didn't know what the officials had done. A member of his own household had just told him, in public in front of witnesses, that a prophet was dying in a cistern and that the men responsible had acted wickedly. If Zedekiah did nothing, he would be complicit in Jeremiah's murder. The blood would be on his hands. For a moment, no one spoke. The people who had been milling around the gate grew quiet, sensing that something significant was happening. The guards shifted uncomfortably, unsure if they should intervene, but not yet seeing any clear reason to do so. The officials who were present, not the ones who had imprisoned Jeremiah, but others who had been waiting to speak to the king, watched with a mixture of curiosity and calculation, already thinking about how this development might affect their own positions. Zedekiah looked at Obed-Edom, really looked at him perhaps for the first time, saw a foreign servant who had no obligation to care about the fate of a Jewish prophet, saw a man with no power, no protection, no reason to risk his own life by speaking up. And yet here he was, speaking up anyway. The king's expression shifted. Maybe it was shame. Maybe it was respect. Maybe it was just the sudden realization that he had allowed something terrible to happen because he was too weak to stand up to his advisors. Whatever it was, something inside Zedekiah responded to Obed-Edom's courage. And in a moment that no one could have predicted, the king made a different choice than the one he had made just hours or days earlier when he had given the officials permission to imprison Jeremiah. He decided to do the right thing. Chapter 5. Permission granted. Zedekiah surprised everyone. "Take 30 men from here with you," he told Obed-Edom, his voice firmer than it had been in a long time, "and lift Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies." 30 men. That was significant. Obed-Melech had only asked for permission to rescue Jeremiah. He hadn't specified how many people he would need, but Zedekiah, perhaps in a rare moment of political shrewdness, was giving him enough manpower to make a statement. 30 men meant this wasn't a secret operation. It wasn't something that could be undone or covered up later. With 30 witnesses, word would spread throughout the palace and the city. The officials who had imprisoned Jeremiah would have to accept that their decision had been overruled. They might still be angry, but they would be less likely to retaliate against Obed-Melech if the rescue was carried out with the king's full authority and in front of dozens of witnesses. It was, in its own way, a form of protection. Zedekiah was weak, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that by giving Obed-Melech 30 men, he was making it harder for the officials to punish the servant for doing what the king had authorized. Obed-Melech bowed and accepted the order. He didn't waste time celebrating or thanking the king profusely. Every moment that passed was another moment that Jeremiah was sinking deeper into the mud, losing strength, possibly dying. He gathered the men quickly. Some were guards, others were servants like himself. A few were workers from the palace grounds. The important thing was that they were there, ready to help and operating under the direct authority of the king. But here's where something remarkable happens, something that reveals the kind of person Obed-Melech truly was. He didn't just rush to the cistern and start pulling Jeremiah out. He didn't let urgency override thoughtfulness. Instead, he took the time to prepare properly. He went to the palace storeroom first. This was a space where old materials were kept, things that were no longer useful for their original purpose, but hadn't been thrown away yet. Worn-out clothing, torn fabric, rags that had been used for cleaning and then set aside. Obed-Melech gathered armfuls of these materials, old rags, worn-out clothes, anything that was soft and could provide padding. Then he took ropes, strong ones, the kind used for hauling water or lifting heavy loads, and brought everything to the cistern. By this time, word had spread. People were starting to gather. Servants and guards who had heard about the confrontation at the Benjamin Gate. Citizens who had seen the group of 30 men moving through the palace complex with purpose. Even some of the officials who had been in Zedekiah's court, curious about what was happening. The cistern was in the courtyard of the guard, a space that had suddenly become very public. Obed-Melech ignored the onlookers. He focused on the task at hand. When he reached the edge of the cistern and looked down, he could barely see Jeremiah in the darkness below. The prophet was still alive, but barely. He had sunk deep into the mud, which was now up to his chest. His face was pale, covered in grime. His breathing was laboured. "Jeremiah," Obed-Melech called down, "we're going to get you out, but I need you to do exactly as I say." His voice was calm, authoritative. This was a rescue operation, and it needed to be done carefully. If they just threw a rope down and tried to pull Jeremiah up by his arms or around his torso, they could injure him. The rope could cut into his skin. His joints could be wrenched. He was already weakened by exposure and lack of food. A careless rescue could cause as much harm as the imprisonment itself. So Obed-Melech explained what he wanted Jeremiah to do. "I'm going to lower rags and old clothes down to you," he said. "Put them under your arms, around your torso, anywhere the rope will touch your body. Pad yourself as much as you can. Then I'll lower the ropes and we'll pull you up slowly." It was a brilliant solution. The cloth would act as cushioning, protecting Jeremiah's body from the ropes and distributing the pressure more evenly. It would make the process safer and less painful. Obed-Melech lowered the bundle of cloth first. Jeremiah, exhausted and barely able to move in the thick mud, did his best to follow the instructions. He stuffed the rags under his arms, wrapped pieces of cloth around his torso, created as much padding as he could manage. Then Obed-Melech lowered the ropes. The men positioned themselves around the cistern, taking hold of the ropes, ready to pull in a coordinated effort. They couldn't just yank on the ropes. They needed to pull steadily, evenly, giving Jeremiah time to be lifted out of the sucking mud without being injured in the process. "Ready?" Obed-Melech asked the men. They nodded. "Pull slowly." Chapter 6. The Rescue. They pulled. The ropes went taut. There was resistance at first. The mud didn't want to let go of its victim. It clung to Jeremiah's body, sucking at his legs, his torso, trying to pull him back down. But the men were strong, and there were 30 of them. Slowly, inch by inch, Jeremiah began to rise. The mud released him gradually, reluctantly. First his legs became visible, covered in thick, dark sludge. Then his torso, wrapped in the rags and old clothes that Obed-Melech had so carefully provided. Then his arms. The men pulled steadily, pacing themselves. This wasn't a race. This was a careful extraction of a man who had been through an ordeal and whose body was fragile after days in a pit. Obed-Melech supervised the whole operation, watching the ropes, watching Jeremiah, making sure nothing went wrong. He called out instructions when necessary. Steady now, keep it even, not too fast, coordinating the effort like a conductor leading an orchestra. And finally, after what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes, Jeremiah emerged from the cistern. They laid him on the ground gently. He was covered in mud, exhausted, barely able to speak. But he was alive. For a moment everyone just stood there. Everyone just looking at the prophet they had pulled from what should have been his grave. Some of the onlookers were silent, perhaps ashamed that they had allowed this to happen in the first place. Others murmured prayers of thanks. A few of the men who had helped with the rescue clapped each other on the back, relieved that they had succeeded. Obed-Melech knelt beside Jeremiah. He didn't make a speech. He didn't announce to everyone present that he had saved the prophet's life. He simply helped Jeremiah sit up, made sure he could breathe properly, and asked if he was injured. Jeremiah shook his head weakly. He was battered, exhausted, traumatized by the experience, but he had no major injuries. The padding had worked. The careful, methodical rescue had prevented additional harm. Water was brought. Someone found a clean cloth to wipe the mud from Jeremiah's face. The prophet drank slowly, his throat raw from thirst and from breathing the damp, foul air of the cistern. When he could finally speak, Jeremiah looked at Obed-Melech. Their eyes met. The prophet's gaze was full of gratitude, but also something else. Recognition, perhaps. An acknowledgement that this foreign servant had done what no one else in Jerusalem had been willing to do. "Thank you," Jeremiah said. His voice was barely a whisper, but it carried more weight than any of the speeches he had delivered in the temple courts. Obed-Melech just nodded. He didn't need thanks. He had done what needed to be done. By the king's order, Jeremiah was taken to the courtyard of the guard, the same place he had been held before, but now with explicit instructions that he was to be protected and cared for. He was still technically a prisoner, still not free to leave or continue his public prophecies. But he was alive, he had food, he had water, he was safe from the officials who had tried to kill him. It was a compromise, typical of Zedekiah's weak leadership. The king had saved Jeremiah's life to ease his conscience, and to respond to Obed-Melech's moral courage, but he hadn't released the prophet or punished the officials who had tried to murder him. He had found a middle ground that satisfied no one and solved nothing. But for Obed-Melech it was enough. He hadn't set out to reform the entire political system of Judah. He hadn't been trying to change the king's character, or force the officials to face justice for their corruption. He had simply been trying to save one man's life, and he had succeeded. The crowd dispersed gradually. The guards returned to their posts. The servants went back to their duties. Life in the palace complex returned to normal, or as normal as anything could be in a city waiting for destruction. Obed-Melech, the Cushite servant who had risked everything to speak truth to power, returned to his own duties as well. He didn't receive a promotion. He wasn't honoured or celebrated. His name didn't become famous throughout Jerusalem. He had acted not for recognition or reward, but because it was the right thing to do. And in a city where everyone else had chosen silence or self-interest or political calculation, that made him extraordinary. But the story wasn't over, because consequences were still coming. For Jerusalem, for Judah, for everyone who lived in that city, whether they were powerful officials or foreign servants or prophets who spoke uncomfortable truths, judgment was still approaching, and nothing, not even one man's courage, could stop it. Chapter 7. Consequences still come. Jeremiah's rescue didn't change the course of history. Babylon still came. King Zedekiah, unable to make a firm decision, eventually did try to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar. It was a disastrous choice. The Babylonian army laid siege to Jerusalem, cutting off food and supplies. The city starved. When the walls were finally breached, Zedekiah tried to flee under cover of darkness. He was captured near Jericho and brought before Nebuchadnezzar. The Babylonian king forced Zedekiah to watch as his sons were executed. Then they gouged out his eyes, chained him, and took him to Babylon, where he would die in captivity. Jerusalem was destroyed. The temple, the centre of Jewish worship, the symbol of God's presence among his people, was burned to the ground. The city walls were torn down. Most of the population was either killed or taken into exile. Everything Jeremiah had warned about came to pass. Faith does not prevent suffering. It does not guarantee safety or comfort or earthly reward, but it does shape how we respond to suffering, and it does matter, even when the consequences seem inevitable. Obed-Edom had saved one life in a city that was about to lose thousands. In the scope of history, it might seem like a small thing. But it wasn't small to Jeremiah, and it wasn't small to God. Chapter 8. A Promise Remembered. Before the fall of Jerusalem, God spoke to Obed-Edom through Jeremiah. It's recorded in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 39. After the city had fallen and chaos reigned, Jeremiah was given a message specifically for the Cushite servant who had saved his life. "Go and tell Obed-Edom the Cushite," God said. "This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I am about to fulfill my words against this city, words concerning disaster, not prosperity. At that time they will be fulfilled before your eyes. But I will rescue you on that day, declares the Lord. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. I will save you. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life, because you trust in me, declares the Lord." Read that again. God didn't promise Obed-Edom wealth. He didn't promise him power or recognition or a place in history. He promised him survival, safety, life. And he said it was because Obed-Edom trusted in him. Think about what that means. Obed-Edom's act of courage, approaching the king, speaking up for a prophet, risking his own safety, was an act of faith. He trusted that doing the right thing mattered, even when it was dangerous, even when it seemed futile, even when no one else was willing to act, and God saw it. In a city full of officials who were corrupt, a king who was weak, and a population that had turned away from justice, one man stood out. A foreigner, a servant, a man with no power except the power to choose, and his choice was remembered. Epilogue. The faith that intervened. Obed-Edom's name appears only briefly in the Bible, a few verses in Jeremiah chapter 38 and 39. If you weren't paying attention, you might miss him entirely. He wasn't a prophet like Jeremiah. He didn't perform miracles. He didn't lead armies or write scriptures or found movements. He was just a man who saw injustice and couldn't stay silent. And yet, his faith saved a life. More than that, it preserved the voice of a prophet who would go on to speak some of the most important words in Scripture. Jeremiah's writings would survive the fall of Jerusalem. His prophecies would be read for thousands of years. His call to repentance, justice, and faithfulness would echo through history. And none of that would have happened if Obed-Edom had stayed quiet. That's the thing about courage. We don't always know what our actions will lead to. We don't always see the full consequences of our choices. Sometimes all we can do is take the next right step, trusting that it matters even if we never see the results. Obed-Edom didn't save Jerusalem. He didn't stop the Babylonian invasion. He didn't prevent the exile, but he saved one man. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's everything. There are moments in life when the world seems to be crumbling, when corruption and fear and apathy dominate every system, when speaking up feels pointless because you're just one person with no power, no influence, and no guarantee that anything you do will make a difference. Those are the moments when faith becomes most important. Not faith that everything will turn out fine. Not faith that your courage will be rewarded with success or safety or recognition. But faith that doing the right thing matters. that justice is worth pursuing even when it's costly. That one voice, speaking in the right moment, can change everything for at least one person. Obed-Melech didn't know that his name would be remembered in Scripture. He didn't know that thousands of years later people would still be talking about what he did. He just knew that a man was dying in a pit, and he couldn't let that stand. And so he spoke, and God saw, and a life was saved. That's the kind of faith that intervenes, the kind that doesn't wait for perfect conditions or guaranteed outcomes, the kind that acts because silence is not an option, the kind that trusts, even in the darkest moments, that courage matters, because sometimes the most important thing we can do is simply refuse to be silent when everyone else has chosen fear. Obed-Melech was a servant, a foreigner, a man with no power, but when it mattered most, he was the one person in all of Jerusalem who had the courage to speak. And because of that, a prophet lived, a voice was preserved, and a story of faith, quiet, humble, and unshakable, was written into history. Closing reflection. Not every act of faith changes the world, but every act of faith changes something. Obed-Melech didn't stop a war, he didn't prevent a tragedy, he didn't save a city, he saved one man, and in doing so, he demonstrated a truth that echoes through every generation. That courage doesn't always look like power, that faith doesn't always look like victory, and that sometimes the most important thing we can do is simply act when everyone else has chosen to look away. God sees the faith that intervenes. He remembers the ones who speak when silence would be safer, and he keeps his promises to those who trust him, even when the world is falling apart around them. Obed-Melech is proof of that, a forgotten servant who became an unforgettable example of what it means to act in faith, to speak when no one else will, to intervene when injustice demands it, to trust that doing the right thing matters, even when the outcome is uncertain. Because in the end, that's what courage is, not the absence of fear, but the refusal to let fear have the final word. Obed-Melech refused to be silent, and because of that, the voice of a prophet survived. The faith that intervenes doesn't need to be loud. It just needs to be willing to act. That's the lesson of Obed-Melech. That's the story worth remembering. And perhaps if we're paying attention, it's the kind of faith we're all called to embody. One act of courage at a time. There are moments in history that seem unremarkable at first glance. A king makes a decision. A prophet speaks a warning. A door closes quietly on an opportunity that will never return. But sometimes these small moments reveal something profound about the human condition, about the space between faith and self-reliance, between humility and pride. Tonight's story takes us to the ancient kingdom of Judah during a period most historians would describe as relatively peaceful. There were no apocalyptic battles, no dramatic exiles, no nation-ending catastrophes. Instead, there was something far more dangerous, a slow drift away from the very foundation that had brought success in the first place. This is the story of Hanani the seer and King Asa of Judah, a narrative about what happens when a leader who once trusted God completely decides that human alliances offer better security than divine faithfulness. It's a story about the test that comes not during crisis but during comfort, and it reveals a truth that echoes across millennia, that faith proven once must be renewed continually, or it withers in the shadow of our own accomplishments. Chapter 1. A King Who Began Well. The reign of Asa began with the kind of promise that makes historians take notice. When he ascended to the throne of Judah, the kingdom was spiritually fractured, morally compromised, and politically vulnerable. His predecessors had allowed the worship of foreign gods to take root in the land, permitted sacred prostitution at pagan shrines, and tolerated practices that violated everything the covenant with God represented. The nation that was supposed to be set apart had become indistinguishable from its neighbours. Asa inherited this mess as a young king, and the expectations were not high. But something in Asa was different. Perhaps it was the influence of his grandmother Maacah, whom he would later remove from her position as queen mother due to her idol worship. Perhaps it was the counsel of faithful priests who had maintained their devotion despite the surrounding corruption. Or perhaps it was simply a genuine encounter with the God of his ancestors that convinced him the old ways needed to be restored. Whatever the catalyst, Asa made a decision that would define the first decades of his rule. He would return Judah to covenant faithfulness regardless of the cost. The reforms began systematically. Asa ordered the removal of foreign altars throughout the kingdom. He broke down the sacred stones that had been erected to Canaanite deities. He cut down the Asherah poles that stood as symbols of fertility goddess worship. These weren't merely symbolic gestures. In the ancient world, removing religious objects was a direct challenge to the power structures that supported them. Priests lost income, influential families lost status, political alliances built on shared worship practices became strained. But Asa pressed forward, convinced that the spiritual health of the nation mattered more than temporary political convenience. He restored the altar of the Lord that stood in front of the temple portico. He called the people to renew their commitment to the covenant. He assembled the nation and led them in sacrifices and celebrations that recalled the faithfulness of God to their ancestors. The chroniclers record that Asa commanded Judah to seek the Lord, the God of their fathers, and to obey his laws and commands. It was comprehensive spiritual renewal, the kind that reshapes not just religious practice but national identity. The result was remarkable. God granted Asa rest on every side. No enemies rose against Judah during these early years. The kingdom experienced peace and prosperity. Asa used this period of stability to fortify the cities of Judah, building up defences and organising the military. He told the people that because they had sought the Lord, God had given them rest, and they built and prospered. But the real test of Asa's faith came not during the reforms but afterward, when military threat emerged from an unexpected direction. Zerah the Cushite, commanding a massive army, marched against Judah. The numbers were overwhelming. Judah's organised but relatively modest forces faced an invasion force that included hundreds of thousands of soldiers and 300 chariots. By any conventional military calculation, Judah should have been crushed. Asa's response in that moment defined his early reign. He didn't panic. He didn't immediately seek foreign alliances. He didn't try to negotiate a settlement. Instead, he called out to the Lord his God in a prayer that has echoed through history. Lord, there is no one like you to help the powerless against the mighty. Help us, Lord our God, for we rely on you, and in your name we have come against this vast army. Lord, you are our God. Do not let mere mortals prevail against you. It was a prayer of absolute dependence, a public acknowledgement that Judah's survival rested entirely on divine intervention, and God responded. The chroniclers record that the Lord struck down the Cushites before Asa and Judah. The invading army was routed so completely that they could not recover. Judah pursued them and carried off plunder in quantities so vast it took days to collect. They struck down all the surrounding villages, and the fear of the Lord came upon them. This victory established Asa as a king who trusted God, a leader who understood that human strength was insufficient against overwhelming odds. The nation rallied around this narrative. Songs were written about the defeat of Zerah. The temple received generous offerings from the plunder. Asa's reputation as a faithful king spread to neighbouring kingdoms. Everything in his early reign pointed toward a legacy of unwavering trust in divine providence. The kingdom flourished in the aftermath. Trade routes stabilised. Agricultural production increased. The population grew. Jerusalem became more prominent as a religious and political centre. Asa continued building projects, strengthening defences and organising the administration of justice throughout Judah. By every measurable standard, his kingship was succeeding. The reforms had worked. The faith had been vindicated. God had proven faithful. But success has a way of reshaping our understanding of why success occurred. When decades pass between the moment of desperate prayer and the next serious crisis, memory becomes selective. The vivid desperation fades. The overwhelming gratitude softens into comfortable assumption. We begin to believe that our careful planning, our wise administration, our strategic thinking played a larger role than perhaps they did. We forget the prayer that acknowledged powerlessness, and remember instead the victory that proved our strength. Asa ruled in this space of established success for years. The kingdom he governed was stable, prosperous, and secure. His early decisions had created conditions for lasting peace. His spiritual leadership had unified the nation around covenant faithfulness. By the time 35 years of his reign had passed, it would have been easy to believe that Judah's strength was self-sustaining, that the foundation he had built was sufficient to handle whatever challenges might emerge. The reforms were complete, the systems were working, the threats had been neutralized. But faith is not a foundation we build once and walk away from. It is a relationship we maintain daily, a posture we must continually renew, a dependence we either acknowledge or slowly forget. And in the 36th year of Asa's reign, that reality would be tested in a way that revealed how much had changed since the day he faced Zerah's army and cried out to God in desperate faith. Chapter 2. A new threat emerges. The messenger arrived in Jerusalem with news that shifted the political landscape of the entire region. Baasha, king of Israel, had begun fortifying Ramah, a strategic location, just a few miles north of Jerusalem. To understand the significance, you have to grasp the geography. Ramah sat at a critical junction controlling the main road between the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah. By fortifying this location, Baasha was effectively establishing a military checkpoint that could control trade, monitor movement, and project power directly toward Jerusalem itself. This wasn't an invasion in the traditional sense. No armies had crossed borders, no battles had been fought. But it was absolutely a hostile act, a strategic move designed to constrain Judah's options and assert Israel's dominance in the region. The fortification of Ramah would prevent anyone from leaving or entering Judah freely. It would disrupt the economic stability Asa had spent decades building. It would make Jerusalem vulnerable to northern aggression in ways that undermined all the defensive preparations Asa had carefully constructed. The situation was serious, but it wasn't hopeless. Judah had resources, the kingdom was stable, the military was well organized, and more importantly, Judah had a history of divine deliverance that dwarfed the current challenge. Asa had faced far worse odds against Zerah's massive invasion force. Compared to that overwhelming threat, Baasha's fortification project was manageable. A king who had once prayed for help against hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers and 300 chariots could surely trust God to handle a construction project in Ramah. But something had changed in Asa during those 35 years of peace and prosperity. The king who once called out to God in desperate dependence now assessed the situation through a different lens. He looked at the problem and saw not an opportunity to trust God again, but a political challenge requiring a political solution. He considered his options with the calculating eye of an experienced administrator rather than the faith-filled heart of a desperate supplicant. Asa turned his attention north, but not toward God. He looked toward Damascus, toward Ben-Hadad, king of Aram. Here was a powerful regional player with his own interests in keeping Israel from becoming too strong. Here was a potential ally with military resources that could pressure Israel from the north, while Judah responded from the south. Here was a practical solution that made perfect strategic sense by the logic of international politics. The plan was straightforward. Asa would send gifts to Ben-Hadad, treasures that would make an alliance attractive. He would appeal to their existing diplomatic relationship and propose a new agreement. If Ben-Hadad attacked Israel from the north, Baasha would be forced to abandon the Ramah project to defend his own territory. The threat would be neutralized without Judah risking a direct military confrontation. It was, by conventional wisdom, a smart move. But there was a problem with the plan, one that Asa either didn't recognize or chose to ignore. The treasures he would send to Ben-Hadad weren't just state assets. They were sacred resources, gifts that had been dedicated to God, stored in the temple treasury and the palace treasuries specifically because they represented the covenant relationship between Judah and the Lord. Using these resources to buy a military alliance was more than just a political maneuver. It was a theological statement, a declaration that the treasures dedicated to God could be repurposed for human schemes when circumstances required it. Asa gathered silver and gold from the temple treasuries and from his own palace treasuries. The amounts were substantial, enough to make Ben-Hadad take notice, enough to shift the balance of regional power. He sent them north with a message carefully crafted to appeal to Ben-Hadad's interests. Let there be a treaty between me and you, as there was between my father and your father. See, I am sending you silver and gold. Now break your treaty with Baasha, king of Israel, so he will withdraw from me. The message revealed Asa's thinking. He wasn't approaching this as a matter requiring divine guidance. He was conducting international diplomacy according to the standard practices of ancient Near Eastern politics. You identify shared interests, offer valuable inducements, and construct agreements that benefit both parties. You leverage existing relationships and create new obligations. You use resources strategically to achieve political objectives. It was all very reasonable, very pragmatic, very much in line with how experienced rulers operated. Ben-Hadad agreed to Asa's proposal. The treasures were persuasive, and the strategic logic was sound. He sent his army commanders against the towns of Israel. They conquered several significant locations, capturing territory and disrupting Israel's northern defences. The news reached Baasha quickly, and as Asa had predicted, the king of Israel was forced to respond. He stopped building Ramah and withdrew his forces to deal with the more immediate threat from Aram. The plan worked. By every conventional measure, Asa's strategy had succeeded. The threat to Jerusalem was neutralized. The fortification of Ramah was abandoned. Asa even took the materials Baasha had been using to build up Ramah and used them to fortify Geba and Mizpah, turning his enemy's resources into his own defensive advantage. The kingdom remained secure. Trade routes stayed open. The crisis passed without Judah suffering any military casualties. In the royal court, Asa's advisors likely praised his wisdom. The political establishment probably viewed it as masterful diplomacy. The people of Jerusalem, unaware of the deeper theological implications, simply felt relieved that the threat had passed without war coming to their doorstep. By the metrics that typically measure royal success, Asa had performed brilliantly. He had identified a problem, formulated a solution, and executed it effectively. The king who had once reformed Judah's spiritual life had now demonstrated equal skill in managing its political challenges. But there was a perspective missing from all these calculations, a voice that would speak uncomfortable truth about what had actually happened. Because while Asa had solved the immediate political problem, he had revealed something far more troubling about the trajectory of his faith. The king who once declared, "Lord, there is no one like you to help the powerless against the mighty," had just demonstrated that he no longer saw himself as powerless. The leader who once relied entirely on God had just bet the temple treasury on a foreign alliance. The man who had taught his nation to trust divine providence above human strength had just written a different lesson entirely, and someone was about to point that out. Chapter 3. The Prophet Speaks. Hanani was not a prominent figure in the royal court. He wasn't one of the advisors who surrounded Asa daily, offering counsel on political matters and military strategy. He wasn't part of the administrative structure that managed the kingdom's affairs. He was a seer, someone who saw things others missed, who perceived spiritual realities beneath political surfaces, who understood that the visible outcomes of human decisions were only part of the story being written. The scriptures give us almost nothing about Hanani's background. We don't know his age, his family connections, or how long he had served as a prophet. We know only that when God needed someone to speak truth to a king who had stopped listening for divine guidance, Hanani was the one called, and he approached Asa not with dramatic thunder or supernatural signs, but with the quiet authority of someone delivering a message he didn't author, but was responsible for communicating. The meeting probably took place in one of the private chambers of the palace, away from the court officials and military commanders who might have defended Asa's strategy. There was no public spectacle, no crowd gathered to witness a prophetic confrontation. Just a king who thought he had handled a crisis well, and a prophet who saw it very differently. Hanani's opening words cut through any pleasantries. "Because you relied on the king of Aram and not on the Lord your God, the army of the king of Aram has escaped from your hand." It was a simple observation, but it reframed everything. Asa thought he had neutralized a threat and strengthened Judah's position. Hanani pointed out what Asa had actually done. He had enabled an enemy to grow stronger while demonstrating that Judah no longer trusted God to handle its problems. The immediate crisis with Baasha was resolved, but a larger strategic opportunity had been missed. If Asa had trusted God as he once had, both Baasha's forces and Ben-Hadad's army might have been defeated. Instead, Asa's alliance had simply shifted regional power without actually securing lasting peace. But Hanani wasn't finished. He needed Asa to remember what he seemed to have forgotten. Were not the Cushites and Libyans a mighty army with great numbers of chariots and horsemen? Yet when you relied on the Lord, he delivered them into your hand. This was the heart of the message. Hanani forced Asa to compare two moments in his reign. The first, facing an overwhelming invasion with nothing but desperate faith and a prayer acknowledging powerlessness. The second, facing a fortification project with carefully calculated diplomacy and temple treasures. The first crisis was objectively more dangerous. The second crisis was objectively more manageable. Yet Asa trusted God for the first and trusted human alliances for the second. What had changed? Not the nature of the threat, not God's ability to deliver. What had changed was Asa himself. Success, stability, and years of peace had gradually shifted his understanding of where security actually came from. The king who once knew he was powerless against a mighty army now believed he was powerful enough to solve his own problems. The man who once cried out to God had learned to rely on his own wisdom and resources. Hanani then delivered the theological principle behind his critique, words that would echo far beyond this single conversation. For the eyes of the Lord range throughout the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to him. This wasn't about God being angry or vindictive. It was about how divine providence actually works. God actively looks for people whose trust is complete, whose dependence is genuine, whose faith doesn't waver when circumstances stabilize. And when God finds such people, he strengthens them, not because they're perfect, but because their hearts are positioned to receive his help. Asa had removed himself from that category, not by committing some horrible sin, but by becoming self-sufficient in his thinking, by trusting human wisdom over divine faithfulness. The conclusion of Hanani's message was, painful but necessary. You have done a foolish thing, and from now on you will be at war. The word foolish stung. Asa's advisors had probably called his strategy wise. His court had likely praised his diplomatic skill. But from God's perspective, turning away from the one who had delivered Judah from impossible odds to trust a foreign king with temple treasures was foolishness of the deepest kind. It wasn't stupidity. Asa was clearly intelligent. It was the specific kind of folly that comes from trusting created things over the Creator, from believing that human schemes could provide better security than divine faithfulness. And the consequence wasn't divine punishment in the sense of God actively harming Judah. It was the natural result of the choice Asa had made. By demonstrating that Judah would solve its problems through human alliances rather than trust in God, Asa had ensured that Judah would continue facing problems that required constant human maneuvering. The peace that comes from resting in God's provision was replaced with the ongoing anxiety of maintaining political alliances and managing regional powers. From now on there would be wars, not because God ordained them as punishment, but because Asa had chosen to operate in the realm of human conflict rather than divine peace. The message was firm but not cruel. Hanani wasn't condemning Asa's character or declaring him abandoned by God. He was simply holding up a mirror and asking the king to see what he had become. The man who once led Judah back to covenant faithfulness had himself drifted from the very dependence he had once modelled. The reformer needed reform. The leader needed correction. It was the kind of prophetic word designed not to destroy but to restore, not to condemn but to redirect. Hanani had come to give Asa the opportunity to recognize his drift and return to the faith that had once defined his kingship. All Asa had to do was listen, acknowledge the truth of what Hanani was saying, and choose dependence over self-reliance once more. But that's not what happened. Chapter 4. The uncomfortable truth. When prophetic correction lands in the heart of a humble person, it produces repentance. When it lands in the heart of a proud person, it produces rage. Hanani's words weren't harsh by prophetic standards. There were no pronouncements of destruction, no declarations of exile, no dramatic judgments. The message was actually quite measured. You relied on human help instead of a god, and as a result you'll continue dealing with human conflicts instead of experiencing divine peace. It was an observation about consequences, not a vengeful curse. But Asa heard something different. He heard an attack on his wisdom. He heard a challenge to his authority. He heard someone suggesting that his carefully considered strategy was actually foolish, that his diplomatic success was actually a failure, that his leadership had drifted from the foundation that once made it effective. And instead of pausing to consider whether Hanani might be right, Asa reacted with the defensive anger of someone whose self-image has been threatened. The king's response was swift and severe. He had Hanani put in prison, locked in stock specifically, a form of detention designed to be not just restrictive but painful. This wasn't a gentle house arrest or a temporary holding cell. It was punitive imprisonment intended to punish the prophet for speaking uncomfortable truth. The man who brought God's word to the king was treated like a criminal for the crime of challenging royal decisions. The scriptures record that Asa was enraged with Hanani because of this. The Hebrew word suggests intense fury, the kind of anger that overwhelms judgment and produces impulsive cruelty. It wasn't merely that Asa disagreed with Hanani's assessment. He was infuriated that someone dared to question him at all. The king, who had once listened to spiritual counsel and acted on it, had become the kind of leader who punished anyone who challenged his choices. And it didn't stop with Hanani. The text tells us that at the same time, Asa brutally oppressed some of the people. The prophet's imprisonment created a climate of fear that extended beyond one individual. Others in the kingdom, perhaps those who had voiced agreement with Hanani, or simply failed to praise Asa's handling of the Baasha crisis enthusiastically enough, found themselves facing harsh treatment. The king who had once unified Judah through spiritual renewal was now ruling through intimidation. This is what makes Asa's story particularly tragic. He didn't become a tyrant overnight. There was no sudden transformation from faithful king to brutal dictator. Instead, there was a gradual drift, a slow erosion of the humility that had once characterized his leadership. Success had replaced dependence. Confidence had replaced trust. And when those shifts were pointed out by a prophet, pride prevented Asa from seeing what had happened to him. Think about the psychology of what occurred. Asa had spent decades building a successful kingdom. His reforms had worked. His leadership had brought prosperity. His careful administration had created stability. Every advisor around him likely confirmed that he was doing well. The people lived in peace. The enemies had been neutralized. By every visible measure, his kingship was succeeding. And then Hanani showed up and said, essentially, "You've forgotten what made you successful in the first place. You're trusting the wrong things." That's almost impossible for a powerful person to hear. When your entire identity is wrapped up in your competence, when your legacy is defined by your accomplishments, when your authority rests on your ability to make good decisions, having someone challenge the foundation of your thinking feels like an existential threat. Asa couldn't receive Hanani's correction without dismantling his entire self-understanding. He couldn't acknowledge that his diplomatic success was actually spiritual failure without questioning everything he had built. So he chose defense over introspection. He chose anger over humility. He chose to silence the messenger rather than examine the message. And in doing so, he confirmed everything Hanani had said about the state of his heart. A king whose heart was fully committed to God would have paused, prayed, and considered whether the prophet might be right. A king who had drifted from that posture of dependence reacted with rage and repression. The tragedy deepened because Asa had the scriptural and experiential knowledge to know better. He had lived through the moment when he cried out to God against Zerah's army. He remembered the overwhelming relief when God delivered Judah from impossible odds. He had personally experienced the peace that comes from trusting God completely. But that memory had faded into the background of his consciousness, replaced by more recent memories of his own successful decision-making. The vivid experience of divine deliverance had been covered over by decades of human competence. This is the danger that success poses to faith. When things are going well, when our decisions seem to produce positive outcomes, when stability becomes normal, we gradually begin to believe that we are the source of our own security. The desperation that drove us to God in crisis fades. The awareness of our limitations diminishes. The gratitude that once overflowed becomes perfunctory. We don't consciously decide to stop trusting God. We simply develop parallel trust in our own wisdom and capabilities until, eventually, that becomes our primary reliance. And when someone points out this drift, we have a choice. We can receive it as the gift of correction, an opportunity to return to the foundation that once sustained us. Or we can reject it as an insult to our competence, a challenge to our authority that must be suppressed. Asa chose the second path, and in choosing it, he set the trajectory for the remainder of his reign. The imprisoned prophet sat in stocks, physically suffering for telling the truth. The oppressed citizens of Judah lived under increased fear, wondering if they might be next. And Asa continued ruling with the outward appearance of strength, while inwardly becoming more brittle, more defensive, more isolated from the very sources of wisdom that had once made him great. The man who had once removed idols from Judah had created a new idol, his own judgment, and he would defend that idol with whatever force necessary. Chapter 5. A King's Pride. The years following Hanani's imprisonment revealed the full extent of Asa's transformation. Where once he had been a reformer willing to challenge the status quo for the sake of faithfulness, he became a defender of his own decisions regardless of their spiritual implications. Where once he had sought God's guidance in times of crisis, he now relied exclusively on human wisdom and resources. The foundation had shifted, and the structure built upon it began to show cracks. The wars Hanani predicted materialized, not as dramatic invasions, but as the constant low-level conflicts that characterize kingdoms, trusting in political maneuvering rather than divine peace. Judah remained stable enough to avoid catastrophe, but the rest Asa had once known, the peace that came from seeking God wholeheartedly, was gone. In its place was the grinding work of maintaining alliances, managing regional tensions, and responding to threats through diplomatic and military means. But the most telling moment of Asa's later reign came not in war but in illness. In the 39th year of his rule, 3 years after imprisoning Hanani, Asa developed a disease in his feet. The condition was severe, debilitating enough that the chroniclers made specific note of it. Medical historians have speculated about what this might have been, gangrene perhaps, or some form of severe infection, or complications from gout. Whatever the specific diagnosis, it was serious enough to threaten Asa's life, and painful enough to dominate his final years. And here, in this moment of physical crisis, a pattern of Asa's spiritual drift reached its tragic conclusion. The text records with devastating simplicity. Though his disease was severe, even in his illness he did not seek help from the Lord, but only from the physicians. This single sentence captures everything about what Asa had become. It wasn't that seeking help from physicians was wrong. God has given human beings wisdom and skill in medicine, and there's nothing spiritually compromised about receiving medical treatment. But the word only reveals Asa's posture. He turned to human help exclusively, without any acknowledgement that God might be involved in healing, without any prayer for divine intervention, without any recognition that the great physician might have purposes beyond what human medicine could address. It was the same pattern that had characterized his response to Baasha's threat. When faced with a challenge, Asa looked to human solutions without considering divine options. When confronted with his own limitations, he trusted created things rather than the Creator. The man who once prayed, "Lord, there is no one like you to help the powerless against the mighty," now approached his own powerlessness without any thought of calling on that same Lord. The physicians did what they could. Ancient medicine had its limitations, lacking the antibiotics, surgical techniques and diagnostic tools that modern healthcare provides. They would have applied poultices, recommended dietary changes, perhaps attempted procedures that we would recognize as primitive. But they couldn't heal Asa. Whatever was wrong with his feet continued to worsen, and the king, who had once stood strong before armies, found himself increasingly unable to even stand physically. The chroniclers don't record whether Asa ever reflected on Hanani's words during those painful final years. We don't know if the king, lying in bed with diseased feet, ever thought about the prophet sitting in prison for telling him the truth. We don't know if he connected his physical suffering with his spiritual drift, if he saw his deteriorating health as an image of his deteriorating faith. The text simply records the facts: severe disease, no seeking of God, reliance only on physicians, and eventual death in the 41st year of his reign. Asa died without any recorded reconciliation with Hanani. There's no mention of the prophet being released from prison. There's no account of Asa repenting of his pride and returning to the posture of dependence that had once defined his early reign. The man who began so well, who reformed a nation and trusted God for impossible victory, ended his life having imprisoned the last prophet who dared to challenge his self-sufficiency. The funeral was elaborate. They laid Asa in a tomb he had cut out for himself in the city of David. They placed him on a bier covered with spices and various blended perfumes. They made a huge fire in his honour. The outward ceremonies celebrated a long reign and acknowledged his contributions to Judah's stability. But beneath the public honours was the private reality of a king who had forgotten where his true strength came from. His son Jehoshaphat succeeded him, and the chroniclers record that Jehoshaphat walked in the ways his father Asa had followed in his early years. Even Asa's own son recognised that there were two versions of King Asa, the faithful reformer of the beginning and the proud, defensive ruler of the end. The legacy was split, the reign remembered as both example and warning. Think about what might have been different if Asa had received Hanani's correction with humility. If instead of imprisoning the prophet he had listened. If instead of continuing in self-reliance he had returned to the faith that had once sustained him. If instead of trusting only in physicians during his illness, he had combined medical care with desperate prayer to the God who had once delivered him from Zerah's army. The trajectory of his final years could have been completely different, not necessarily in physical outcome, but certainly in spiritual legacy. But pride prevented that alternative story. Pride made correction feel like attack. Pride turned challenge into threat. Pride convinced Asa that defending his decisions mattered more than examining whether those decisions aligned with covenant faithfulness. And pride, in the end, left him isolated from both the human counsel that might have helped and the divine relationship that had once been his foundation. The man who had once told Judah to seek the Lord died without seeking the Lord himself. The king who had once relied on God for victory against overwhelming odds died relying exclusively on human help for healing. The leader who had reformed an entire nation's spiritual life died unreformed in his own heart. It was a tragedy not of sudden catastrophe, but of gradual drift, not of dramatic failure, but of quiet pride, not of external defeat, but of internal compromise. Chapter 6. Consequences over time. The story of Asa forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of spiritual decline. We tend to think of falling away from faith as dramatic, as involving clear moral failures or explicit rejection of God. But Asa's drift was far more subtle. He never renounced the God of Israel. He never restored the idols he had removed. He never led Judah back into the pagan practices he had worked so hard to eliminate. By many measures, he remained a relatively faithful king throughout his reign. Yet something essential had changed. The posture of his heart had shifted from dependence to self-reliance. The orientation of his trust had moved from divine faithfulness to human wisdom. The source of his security had transferred from God's provision to his own competence. These internal shifts didn't produce immediate external consequences. Judah remained stable. The kingdom continued functioning. But underneath the surface, the foundation was slowly eroding. This is perhaps the most dangerous kind of spiritual decline because it's so easy to miss. When life is going well, when decisions are producing positive results, when stability feels secure, we don't recognize that our trust has migrated from God to our own capabilities. We still pray, still participate in worship, still affirm our faith, but the deep dependence that once characterized our relationship with God has been replaced by comfortable religious routine alongside practical self-sufficiency. Asa's later reign demonstrates how this plays out over time. The wars Hanani predicted weren't apocalyptic battles threatening Judah's existence. They were ongoing conflicts requiring constant attention, diplomatic maneuvering, and military readiness. Judah never collapsed, but it never returned to the rest that characterized Asa's early years either. Life became an endless management of regional tensions rather than a stable peace rooted in trust. The human cost of Asa's pride extended beyond his own spiritual condition. Hanani, imprisoned for speaking truth, represented every voice of correction that gets silenced when leaders value their authority over their accountability. The people Asa oppressed represented every person who suffers when power becomes more concerned with preserving itself than serving righteously. The son who succeeded him, Jehoshaphat, had to navigate the complex legacy of a father who was both example and warning. Yet even in this tragic trajectory, there's something important to note. Asa wasn't erased from redemptive history. His early faithfulness still mattered. His reforms still had lasting impact. The removal of idols and restoration of worship didn't become meaningless because of his later failures. God's work, through him in those early years, remained real and significant. The story of Asa isn't that one set of failures negates a lifetime of faithfulness. It's that a lifetime of faithfulness can still end badly if we stop renewing the posture that made that faithfulness possible. The chroniclers recorded Asa's reign with neither complete condemnation nor unqualified praise. They acknowledged his strengths and documented his failures. They celebrated his early faithfulness and lamented his later pride. They preserved his story not to destroy his legacy, but to teach future generations about the ongoing nature of faith, about the danger of resting on past spiritual victories, about the necessity of continual dependence regardless of how stable life appears. The contrast between young Asa facing Zerah and old Asa facing illness crystallizes the entire narrative. The young king, overwhelmed by impossible odds, cried out to God in complete dependence. The old king, overwhelmed by disease, sought only human help. Both moments involved genuine powerlessness. Both situations exceeded Asa's ability to solve through his own strength. But in one, he recognized his limitations and turned to God. In the other, he trusted only in human capabilities despite having experienced divine deliverance decades earlier. What happened between those two moments? Success, stability, and the gradual accumulation of confidence in his own wisdom. Nothing dramatic, nothing sudden, just the slow drift that comes when we stop actively renewing our dependence on God. The memory of crying out in desperate faith faded, replaced by more recent memories of competent leadership and wise decision-making. The experiential knowledge of divine deliverance was covered over by decades of self-sufficient problem-solving. And when Hanani tried to point out this drift, to remind Asa of what he had forgotten, the king's response confirmed how far he had travelled from the humility of his early years. Instead of pausing to consider whether the prophet might be right, he reacted with defensive rage. Instead of examining his own heart, he imprisoned the messenger. Instead of using the correction as an opportunity to return to dependence, he doubled down on self-reliance. The physicians Asa consulted in his final illness likely did their best. They applied whatever knowledge and skill they possessed. They made recommendations and attempted treatments. But they couldn't address the deeper issue, the spiritual condition that left Asa seeking help exclusively from human sources without any acknowledgement of divine involvement. They could treat symptoms but not the root cause, a heart that had slowly turned away from the God who once delivered Judah from impossible odds. Asa died without any recorded moment of recognition, without any documented return to the faith of his early years, without any acknowledgement that Hanani had been right. The king who once led a nation back to covenant faithfulness couldn't quite make that journey himself when it mattered most, and so his story ends not with restoration but with warning, not with redemption but with the tragic consequences of pride unaddressed and correction rejected. Chapter 7. A Life Remembered. The legacy of Asa presents a complex picture that resists simple categorization. He wasn't a completely faithful king who made one terrible mistake, nor was he a secretly corrupt ruler whose early reforms were merely political theatre. He was something more recognisably human, a leader who began with genuine faith, achieved significant success through that faith, and then slowly came to trust his own wisdom more than the divine faithfulness that had initially sustained him. The biblical chroniclers preserved his story with remarkable honesty. They didn't sanitize his later failures to protect his reputation. They didn't exaggerate his early faithfulness to make the contrast more dramatic. They simply recorded both phases of his reign and allowed readers to draw their own conclusions about what happens when dependence gives way to self-reliance. In the genealogies of Judah's kings, Asa occupies an important place. He was the king who reversed the spiritual decline initiated by his predecessors. He removed the idols that had corrupted worship. He restored the covenant practices that defined Israel's relationship with God. He taught an entire generation what faithfulness looked like in practical terms, removing what shouldn't be there, rebuilding what had been neglected, and trusting God when circumstances seemed overwhelming. These contributions didn't evaporate because of his later pride. The idols he removed stayed gone. The worship practices he restored continued after his death. The spiritual foundation he rebuilt provided stability for his son's reign. God worked through Asa in those early years in ways that had lasting impact on Judah's history. The reforms were real, the faith was genuine, and the results were significant. But the ending of his story serves as a perpetual warning that beginning well doesn't guarantee finishing well, that early faithfulness doesn't exempt us from the ongoing work of maintaining dependence on God. That success can be more dangerous to faith than failure, because it convinces us we're strong enough to handle things on our own. That the test of our trust often comes not in crisis but in comfort, not when we're desperate but when we're confident. Subsequent generations in Judah would have known Asa's story in both its triumph and its tragedy. When they gathered for worship in the temple, they would remember that Asa had restored proper worship practices. When they saw the fortified cities throughout the kingdom, they would remember that Asa had built them during a time of peace secured through trusting God. When they recalled the defeat of Zerah's massive army, they would remember Asa's prayer acknowledging that only God could help the powerless against the mighty. But they would also remember Hanani. They would remember the prophet who spoke truth to power and suffered for it. They would remember the king who couldn't receive correction without rage. They would remember the lesson that imprisoning truth doesn't change truth, that silencing prophets doesn't validate the decisions they challenged, that defending our choices through force reveals the weakness of our position rather than its strength. The account of Asa appears in both 2 Chronicles and 1 Kings, with slight variations in emphasis but consistent in the basic narrative. Both accounts acknowledge his early faithfulness and document his later failures. Both record his successful military victory against Zerah and his problematic alliance with Ben-Hadad. Both note his reform efforts and his imprisonment of Hanani. The dual preservation of his story in Scripture suggests its importance as a teaching tool for understanding the ongoing nature of faith. For the people of Judah living under subsequent kings, Asa's reign provided categories for evaluating leadership. A king could be assessed not just by his policies, but by his posture toward God. The question wasn't merely whether idols were removed or enemies defeated, but whether the king maintained the posture of dependence that recognized God as the true source of security. A leader who began well but ended poorly taught something just as important as a leader who remained faithful throughout, that faith requires continual renewal, that trust must be consciously maintained, that dependence doesn't become automatic just because we once experienced it deeply. The chronicler's treatment of Asa also revealed something important about biblical historiography. They weren't engaged in propaganda designed to make every faithful king look perfect, or every unfaithful king look completely evil. They recorded reality with its complexities and contradictions, allowing human beings to appear human, acknowledging that the same person can make both wise and foolish decisions, can act from both faith and pride, can lead with both humility and arrogance depending on the circumstances and the condition of their heart. This honest accounting serves readers across millennia by validating our own complex experiences of faith. We don't have to pretend that spiritual life is simple or linear. We don't have to hide our struggles with pride or minimize our failures to trust God. We can acknowledge that faithfulness in one season doesn't guarantee faithfulness in the next, that we need God's grace not just at conversion, but continually, that the work of maintaining dependence is never complete while we live in this world. Asa's story also functions as a warning against the particular temptation of religious leaders and mature believers. People who have experienced significant spiritual victories, who have led others to faith, who have contributed to God's work in substantial ways face a unique danger. The very success of their faithfulness can become a source of pride that gradually replaces the dependence that made that faithfulness possible. The recognition of their spiritual maturity can convince them they've graduated beyond the need for correction. The respect of others can insulate them from the truth about their own hearts. When Hanani approached Asa, he wasn't confronting a flagrant sinner or an obvious hypocrite. He was addressing a king with a mostly successful reign, who had simply stopped trusting God as completely as he once had. The subtlety of Asa's drift is what makes the story so relevant. Most spiritual decline doesn't involve dramatic moral failures or explicit rejection of faith. It involves the gradual shift from "I need God desperately" to "I've got this figured out," that comes so naturally when life stabilizes and our competence increases. The lack of any recorded restoration in Asa's story leaves readers with an unsettling question. Could it have been different? If Asa had received Hanani's correction with humility, if he had recognized the truth in the prophet's words, if he had returned to the posture of dependence that characterized his early reign, would his final years have unfolded differently? We can't know for certain, but the question itself is important because it reminds us that we still have the opportunity to choose differently in our own lives. When correction comes, when someone points out that we've drifted from dependence to self-reliance, we can choose humility over pride, introspection over defense, return over resistance. Asa's life remembered is ultimately a call to vigilance, not the anxious vigilance that questions every decision or the scrupulous vigilance that becomes paralyzed by fear of failure, but the honest vigilance that regularly asks, where am I actually trusting? What am I really depending on? Has my success convinced me I'm strong enough to handle life without God's constant provision? Have I stopped crying out in prayer because I've become confident in my own wisdom? Do I react defensively when someone suggests I might be drifting? These questions matter because the trajectory of faith isn't determined by a single moment, but by the cumulative effect of thousands of small choices about where we place our trust. Asa made good choices early and poor choices late, not because he changed religions or abandoned morality, but because he slowly stopped choosing dependence over self-reliance. His story stands as evidence that the work of faith is never done, that trust must be renewed continually, that the posture of our hearts requires constant attention, regardless of how long we've walked with God or how much we've accomplished in his service. Epilogue: Eyes that search the earth. Hanani's words to Asa have echoed across centuries. The eyes of the Lord range throughout the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to him. It's one of those biblical statements that sounds comforting at first, but becomes more challenging the longer you sit with it. God isn't primarily looking for talented people, though he can use talent. He isn't primarily looking for competent people, though competence has its place. He isn't primarily looking for successful people, though success rightly understood is fine. God is looking for people whose hearts are fully committed to him, people who maintain the posture of a dependence regardless of their circumstances, people who trust him in prosperity as completely as they trusted him in desperation. This isn't about perfection. Asa's early reign wasn't flawless. He made mistakes, faced challenges, navigated complex situations. But his heart was oriented toward God, and that orientation made all the difference. When overwhelming odds threatened Judah, Asa's response revealed where his trust actually resided. Lord, there is no one like you to help the powerless against the mighty. That's the kind of heart God searches for and strengthens. The tragedy of Asa's story is that he once had exactly this kind of heart. He experienced God's strengthening in dramatic fashion. He knew what it meant to trust completely and see God prove faithful. But that experiential knowledge gradually faded into the background as years passed and success accumulated. The heart that was once fully committed became partially committed, divided between trusting God and trusting human resources, split between dependence and self-reliance. And when that division was pointed out by Hanani, when Asa had the opportunity to recognize his drift and return to full commitment, pride prevented it. The king whose heart God had once strengthened became the king whose heart resisted correction. The leader who had taught others to trust God became the example of what happens when trust erodes over time. But the principle Hanani articulated remains true, regardless of Asa's failure to live it out. God's eyes still range throughout the earth. He still searches for hearts fully committed to him. He still strengthens those who maintain the posture of dependence. The failure of one king doesn't invalidate the spiritual reality. If anything, Asa's story makes the principle more urgent by showing what's at stake when we drift from it. Consider what full commitment actually means in practical terms. It doesn't mean never using human wisdom or resources. Asa wasn't wrong to fortify cities or organise the military. It doesn't mean being passive or inactive. Asa's reforms required tremendous effort and courage. It doesn't mean pretending we don't have capabilities or gifts. Asa was clearly an intelligent and capable leader. Full commitment means that underneath all our planning, strategizing and effort, our fundamental trust rests in God rather than in ourselves. It means that when we face challenges exceeding our natural abilities, our first response is to seek divine help rather than exclusively pursuing human solutions. It means that when we achieve success, we recognize God's provision rather than crediting only our own competence. It means that when someone points out we're drifting from this posture, we receive it as correction rather than attack. Asa's early prayer against Zerah perfectly captured this balance. He didn't pray instead of organizing his army. He organized his army and prayed. He didn't deny that military strategy mattered. He acknowledged that no strategy could overcome the odds without divine intervention. He combined human responsibility with divine dependence in a way that honored both. That's what full commitment looks like in action. The contrast with his later response to Baasha's threat couldn't be sharper. When faced with a less overwhelming challenge, Asa relied entirely on human diplomacy without seeking God at all. He used resources dedicated to God to buy a military alliance without praying about whether this aligned with divine purposes. He solved the immediate problem while creating long-term consequences. That's what partial commitment looks like, effective in the short term, but disconnected from the source of lasting peace. For those of us reading Asa's story millennia later, the application is uncomfortably direct. We live in an era that celebrates self-reliance and prizes competence. We're taught to trust data, to make strategic plans, to leverage resources effectively. These aren't wrong in themselves, but they become dangerous when they replace rather than supplement dependence on God. When our first instinct in crisis is to Google solutions rather than pray. When our security rests in savings accounts rather than divine provision. When our confidence comes from our abilities rather than God's faithfulness. The challenge is that this drift happens so gradually we don't notice it. We don't consciously decide to stop trusting God. We just slowly develop parallel trust in our own capabilities until that becomes primary. We still pray, still attend, worship, still affirm our faith. But the desperate dependence that once characterized our relationship with God has been replaced by comfortable religious routine alongside practical self-sufficiency. We become functional atheists who maintain religious language but operate as if outcomes depend entirely on us. Hanani's confrontation of Asa offers a template for how to address this drift, both in our own lives and when we see it in others. The prophet didn't attack Asa's character or question his faith. He simply reminded the king of what he already knew, that he once trusted God completely and God proved faithful. He held up the past as a mirror to examine the present. He asked, essentially, what changed? Not God's ability to deliver. So what changed in you? That's the question we all need to sit with regularly. What has changed in me? When did I stop crying out to God in prayer and start relying primarily on my own wisdom? When did success convince me I was strong enough to handle things independently? When did stability lead me to forget how desperately I need divine provision? These aren't comfortable questions, but they're necessary for maintaining the kind of full commitment God searches for. The ongoing nature of this work can't be overstated. Faith isn't proven once and then finished. Trust isn't established in one dramatic moment and then maintained automatically. Dependence doesn't become our default setting just because we experienced it deeply in the past. The posture of our hearts requires continual attention, regular examination, and frequent renewal. We can't coast on yesterday's faithfulness. We can't rely on past spiritual victories to sustain present trust. We have to choose dependence repeatedly, in circumstances big and small, throughout all the seasons of our lives. Asa's story ends with his death and burial, but the principles it teaches continue to live. Somewhere in Judah, after his death, another person faced a crisis and had to decide whether to trust God or human solutions. Another leader navigated the tension between competent planning and desperate prayer. Another believer wrestled with the slow drift from dependence to self-reliance. Asa's story informed those decisions by providing both example and warning, both inspiration and caution. And the same remains true today. The eyes of the Lord still range throughout the earth. God still searches for hearts fully committed to him. He still strengthens those who maintain dependence regardless of their circumstances. The question isn't whether this principle works, but whether we'll live in alignment with it. Whether we'll be like young Asa crying out in faith, or old Asa trusting only in human help. Whether we'll receive correction with humility or reject it with pride. Whether we'll finish our lives with hearts fully committed, or with the tragic division that comes from gradual drift. The God who delivered Judah from Zerah's overwhelming army hasn't changed. The divine faithfulness that sustained Asa's early reign remains constant. The offer of strength for those whose hearts are fully committed still stands. What changes is us, our trust, our dependence, our willingness to acknowledge that we desperately need God regardless of how capable we've become or how stable our circumstances appear. Hanani delivered his message and faced imprisonment. Asa rejected correction and faced ongoing conflict. But the truth Hanani spoke didn't depend on Asa's reception. God's eyes still range throughout the earth, and tonight, right now, wherever you are in your own journey of faith, that same God is searching for hearts fully committed to him, ready to strengthen anyone willing to maintain the posture of trust that Asa once knew, but ultimately abandoned. The story doesn't end with answers to every question. We don't know what finally happened to Hanani. We don't know if Asa ever regretted his response. We don't know how different his final years might have been if he had chosen humility over pride. But we do know this: faith must be renewed continually. Trust can't rest on past victories. Dependence requires ongoing choice. And the God who once strengthened a king, who cried out in desperate faith, still searches for hearts positioned to receive that same strengthening today. That's the legacy of Asa's mixed reign, the warning from his later failures, the hope from his early faithfulness, and the ongoing invitation embedded in Hanani's words. The eyes of the Lord are still searching. The question is whether our hearts remain fully committed or whether, like Asa, we've slowly drifted into trusting our own strength while maintaining the language of faith. It's a question worth sitting with, because how we answer it shapes not just our immediate circumstances, but the entire trajectory of our lives and the legacy we leave behind.
Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whatever time it is where you are in the world, whether you're settling in for the evening or finding a quiet moment during your day, you're exactly where you need to be. We have listeners joining us from every corner of the globe, and it's beautiful to think that we're all connected through these ancient stories that continue to speak to our hearts today. If this story brings you peace and you'd like to hear more like it, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. Now let us journey back over 3,000 years to a time when the hills of ancient Israel echoed with the cries of an oppressed people, and discover how God chose the most unlikely hero to deliver them. The sun blazed mercilessly over the barren hills of ancient Israel, its heat seeming to mock the suffering people below. For 7 long years, the shadow of oppression had fallen across the promised land like a plague that would not lift. The Midianites, fierce nomadic warriors from the desert, had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. In caves carved into limestone cliffs, families huddled in darkness, their faces gaunt with hunger and hollow with despair. Children, who should have been playing in village squares instead, learned to recognise the distant thunder of approaching hoofbeats, the signal to flee deeper into their rocky refuges. The once fertile valleys that had flowed with milk and honey now lay trampled and barren, stripped clean by the endless raids of their oppressors. The Israelites had forgotten what it meant to harvest their own crops. Each year they would plant in hope, tending their fields with trembling hands, always listening for the sound that would send them running. And each year, just as the grain began to ripen, the Midianites would come. They arrived like a sandstorm, their camels innumerable as the sand by the sea, their warriors dark silhouettes against the burning sky. They took everything, left nothing, and vanished back into the wilderness, leaving behind only dust and desperation. In this time of darkness, when hope seemed as distant as the stars, there lived a young man named Gideon. He was not what anyone would call a mighty warrior. His hands, though calloused from labour, had never gripped a sword in battle. His shoulders, though broad from years of farm work, had never carried the weight of armour. His eyes, though keen from watching the horizon for danger, had never gazed unflinchingly into the face of an enemy. On this particular day, Gideon found himself doing what had become all too common among his people. Hiding. He was in his father's wine press, a stone basin carved deep into the earth, meant for treading grapes. But instead of the purple stain of harvest, this hollow held only wheat stalks and the sound of desperate threshing. Gideon worked quickly, quietly, glancing nervously toward the rim of the pit above him. This was no place to thresh grain, but it was hidden from watching eyes, concealed from raiders who might snatch away even this meagre portion of food. The irony was not lost on him. Here he was, a descendant of Abraham, to whom God had promised this very land, reduced to working in secret, like a thief in his own inheritance. The wheat he threshed was barely enough to keep his family alive, and even this small amount had to be hidden from those who would steal it away. As Gideon worked, sweat dripping from his brow to mingle with the grain dust, he wondered where the God of his fathers had gone. The elders still told stories around carefully concealed fires, stories of a time when the Lord had parted the sea, when he had brought down the walls of Jericho, when his presence had dwelt among them in power and glory. But those seemed like tales from another world, stories of a God who had perhaps grown tired of his people and turned his face away. The rhythmic sound of the flail striking grain filled the small space, a lonely percussion that seemed to echo the beating of his own discouraged heart. Each strike felt like a prayer he didn't know how to voice, a desperate plea to heaven from a pit in the earth, and then without warning, the monotonous rhythm was broken by a voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's flail froze mid-swing. His heart hammered against his ribs as he spun around, expecting to see a Midianite soldier who had discovered his hiding place. Instead he saw a figure sitting beneath the oak tree above the winepress, a man whose presence seemed to make the very air shimmer with an otherworldly light. The stranger's words echoed in Gideon's mind. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who threshed wheat in secret, who started at shadows, who had never held anything more dangerous than farming tools? Surely this visitor was either mocking him or mistaken about who he was addressing. Gideon climbed slowly from the winepress, his legs unsteady, not from exertion, but from the strange presence of this visitor. The man beneath the oak appeared ordinary enough, yet something in his bearing, something in the way the light seemed to gather around him, spoke of anything but ordinary humanity. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon said, his voice betraying his confusion and fear. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt? But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian.'" The words tumbled out of him like water breaking through a dam. 7 years of bottled frustration, 7 years of unanswered prayers, 7 years of watching his people suffer, while heaven remained silent. If this stranger claimed the Lord was with them, then where was the evidence? Where was the God who had once fought for Israel with fire and earthquake, with angel armies and miraculous interventions? The figure beneath the oak tree regarded him with eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding far beyond human measure. When he spoke, his voice carried an authority that made the ground beneath Gideon's feet feel somehow more solid, as if reality itself paid attention to his words. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" Gideon felt his knees nearly buckle. Save Israel? Him? The man who hid in wine presses, who jumped at the sound of the wind through the barley? This had to be some terrible mistake, some cosmic error in judgment. "Pardon me, my lord," he said again, his voice barely above a whisper, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." It was true. His family held no position of honour among the tribe. They owned no great flocks, commanded no respect in the councils of the elders. Gideon himself was the youngest son, the one who tended to mundane tasks while others made important decisions. He was nobody special, nobody who mattered, nobody whom anyone would follow into battle. But the mysterious visitor seemed unmoved by these protests. "I will be with you," he said simply, "and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise hung in the air between them, impossible and overwhelming. Gideon's mind reeled as he tried to comprehend what was being asked of him. But if this was truly a messenger from the Lord, if this was indeed the God of his fathers speaking to him, then surely he could ask for some sign, some proof that this wasn't merely the product of too much sun and too little food. "If now I have found favour in your eyes," Gideon said carefully, "give me a sign that it is really you who speaks with me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you." The figure nodded gravely. "I will wait until you return." Gideon hurried to his house, his heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. He prepared what he could offer: a young goat, unleavened bread made from precious flour, broth to complete the meal. It was a significant sacrifice for a family that had so little, but if there was even the slightest chance that the God of Israel was truly speaking to him, no cost was too great. When he returned to the oak tree, the stranger was still there, patient as stone, eternal as the hills. Gideon set the meat on a rock, poured out the broth, and waited to see what would happen. The visitor extended the staff in his hand and touched the meat and bread. Instantly, fire flared up from the rock, consuming the offering completely. In the same moment, the figure vanished from sight, leaving Gideon alone with the blackened stone and the certain terrifying knowledge that he had been speaking with an angel of the Lord. "Alas, sovereign Lord," Gideon cried out, falling to his knees, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But even as fear overwhelmed him, a voice spoke from heaven itself. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." Gideon built an altar there and called it "The Lord is Peace," but peace was far from what he felt in his heart. That very night, the Lord spoke to him again, commanding him to tear down his father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. It was to be his first act of obedience, his first step toward the impossible task that lay ahead. Under cover of darkness, Accompanied by 10 servants, Gideon did as he was commanded. They worked quietly, dismantling the stone altar and chopping down the wooden symbol of false worship. In their place, Gideon built an altar to the Lord and offered a bull as a sacrifice, using the wood from the Asherah pole as fuel for the fire. When morning came, the men of the town discovered what had been done. Their rage was immediate and fierce. They demanded that Joash, Gideon's father, bring out his son to be killed for destroying the altar of Baal, but Joash surprised everyone, including his son, with his response. "Are you going to plead Baal's cause?" he asked the angry crowd. "If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar." From that day on, Gideon was called Jerub-Baal, meaning "let Baal contend with him." But even after this first victory, even after seeing fire consume his sacrifice and hearing the voice of the Lord, doubt still gnawed at Gideon's heart like a persistent wound. When the Midianites assembled once again for their annual raid, gathering in the valley like a dark sea of destruction, Gideon knew the time had come. Yet still he hesitated, still he needed more assurance. That night he took a wool fleece and placed it on the threshing floor. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," he prayed, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." In the morning the fleece was soaked with dew, while the ground around it was completely dry. Gideon wrung out the fleece and filled a bowl with water, but still he doubted. Still, he feared he was deceiving himself. "Do not be angry with me," he prayed again. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." And God, patient with his fearful servant, did exactly as Gideon asked. The next morning, the fleece was dry while dew covered all the ground around it. Finally, Gideon could doubt no longer. The signs were clear, the calling was certain. The God of Israel had indeed chosen him, the least and the weakest, to deliver his people from their oppressors. But as Gideon would soon discover, God's ways of winning battles were as unexpected as his choice of champions. Word spread quickly through the hill country of Israel. Gideon, son of Joash, had called for warriors to gather at the spring of Harod. The response was overwhelming. Men came from every tribe, every village, every cave where families had been hiding. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find. Old swords passed down from fathers, farming implements that could serve as spears, slings and stones gathered from riverbeds. 32,000 men answered the call. It was a significant force, larger than any army Israel had mustered in years. As Gideon looked out over the sea of faces, weathered by years of oppression, but now bright with hope, he felt a stirring of confidence. Perhaps this task wouldn't be as impossible as it had seemed. But even as he counted his forces, Gideon knew they were still vastly outnumbered. In the valley below, the Midianites and their allies spread across the landscape like a plague of locusts. Their camels were indeed as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Their warriors a dark tide that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Conservative estimates put their numbers at over 100,000 fighting men, but some said there were twice that many. Gideon was contemplating these daunting odds when the Lord spoke to him once again, and the words he heard made his blood run cold. "You have too many men," the Lord said. "I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. My own strength has saved me. Now announce to the army, anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead." Too many men. Gideon stared out at his army, then down at the vast enemy host in the valley. How could 32,000 be too many when facing such overwhelming odds? But the Lord's reasoning became clear. If Israel won this battle with such numbers, they would attribute the victory to their own military might, rather than to God's power. With a heavy heart, Gideon stood before his assembled forces. These men had left their families, their hiding places, their small measures of safety to answer his call. Now he had to tell some of them to go home. "Men of Israel," he called out, his voice carrying across the gathered warriors. "The Lord has spoken to me. Anyone among you who is afraid, anyone who trembles with fear, may return to his home. There is no shame in this. Go in peace." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some men looked relieved, others confused, still others ashamed. But slowly, surely, men began to step forward, to gather their belongings, to turn away from the camp. What started as a trickle became a stream, then a flood. By evening, 22,000 men had departed for their homes, leaving only 10,000 behind. Gideon watched them go with a mixture of understanding and dread. He couldn't blame them for their fear, not after 7 years of running and hiding, but now his army was less than a third of its original size, facing an enemy that seemed to grow larger with every passing hour. Surely now the Lord would be satisfied with the numbers. Surely now they could plan their attack, develop their strategy, prepare for battle. But as the sun set over the camp, painting the sky the colour of blood, the voice of the Lord came to Gideon once more. "There are still too many men," the Lord said. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there." Gideon felt as if the ground was shifting beneath his feet. Still too many? 10,000 men were still too many to face 100,000? What kind of battle was the Lord planning? The next morning Gideon led his remaining men down to the spring of Harod. The water was clear and cold, bubbling up from underground sources that had never failed, even in the driest years. The men were thirsty from the march and eager to drink. Separate those who lapped the water with their tongues, as a dog laps from those who kneel down to drink, the Lord instructed. Gideon watched carefully as his men approached the water. Most of them, weary and relieved to finally rest, knelt down and put their faces directly to the stream, drinking deeply. But a few, perhaps more cautious or alert, cupped water in their hands and lapped it quickly while keeping their eyes up, watching for danger. When the test was complete, Gideon counted with growing amazement and terror. Only 300 men had lapped the water like dogs. 300 out of 10,000. 300 to face the multitudes of Midian. "With the 300 men that lapped I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands," the Lord said. "Let all the others return home." The dismissal of the remaining 9,700 men was even more painful than the first reduction. These were the men who had stayed when others fled, who had shown courage and commitment. Yet now they too had to be sent away, carrying with them the supplies and provisions that would have sustained a larger force. As evening fell over the camp, Gideon found himself staring at his tiny army. 300 men sat around small fires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Some sharpened weapons, others mended gear, still others simply stared into the darkness where their enemies waited. They were farmers and shepherds, craftsmen and traders. None of them were professional soldiers. None of them had trained for this kind of warfare. Gideon walked among them, listening to their quiet conversations. Some spoke of their families, wondering if they would ever see their wives and children again. Others talked about the enemy, speculating about Midianite tactics and weapons. A few prayed quietly, their voices barely audible above the crackling of the fires. "Do you think we can win?" one young man asked his companion, his voice carrying the weight of doubt that Gideon felt in his own heart. "With God's help," came the reply, but even that voice held uncertainty. As Gideon continued his circuit of the camp, he felt the familiar weight of fear settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. 300 men. It was impossible. It was madness. It was a recipe for massacre, not victory. But even as doubt assailed him, Gideon remembered the fire that had consumed his sacrifice, the signs with the fleece, the voice that had called him mighty warrior when he was anything but mighty, the God who had chosen him, who had reduced his army to an impossibly small number, was the same God who had parted the Red Sea, who had brought down the walls of Jericho with trumpets and shouts. Still, as he looked out toward the valley, where enemy campfires twinkled like stars fallen to earth, Gideon found himself struggling with the same fears that had driven him to test God with fleeces. The odds were beyond daunting. They were simply impossible. But perhaps, he thought with growing understanding, that was exactly the point. Sleep eluded Gideon that night. He tossed on his simple bedroll, listening to the sounds of his small army around him. Some of the men snored peacefully, displaying a faith or fatalism that he envied. Others, like himself, shifted restlessly, no doubt contemplating the impossibility of what lay ahead. As the night deepened, the Lord spoke to him once more. "Get up, go down against the camp, because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The Lord knew him well, Gideon realized. He was indeed afraid, terrified beyond measure. The offer to scout the enemy camp was exactly what his anxious heart needed. Taking his servant Purah, a young man who had served his family faithfully for years, Gideon crept away from the Israeli camp under cover of darkness. The descent into the valley was treacherous in the darkness. They picked their way carefully between rocks and thorny bushes, each step taking them closer to the vast enemy encampment. As they drew near, the sheer scale of the Midianite army became even more overwhelming. Their campfires stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction, creating a galaxy of light in the darkness of the valley floor. The smell hit them first, thousands of camels, horses and men, creating a pungent mixture that hung heavy in the still night air. Then came the sounds, snoring, quiet conversations, the shuffling of animals, the occasional clank of weapons or armour. It was like approaching a vast, slumbering beast that could wake at any moment and devour them. Gideon and Purah crept to the edge of the camp, staying low among the rocks and scrub brush that dotted the valley floor. The nearest tents were only a few dozen yards away, their dark silhouettes outlined against the glow of dying fires. Guards moved slowly through the camp, but their attention was focused inward, watching for disturbances among their own people rather than looking outward for threats. As they settled into their hiding place, Gideon heard voices from a nearby tent. Two men were talking in low tones, their conversation carrying clearly in the still night air. "I had the most disturbing dream," one man was saying. "I dreamed that a round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." His companion was quiet for a moment before responding, and when he did, his voice was heavy with foreboding. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." Gideon felt as if lightning had struck him. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, these soldiers were talking about him, about his victory, about their own defeat. The dream was clearly a sign from God. A simple barley loaf representing humble Israel would overturn the mighty tent of Midian. He grasped Purah's arm, and together they crept back through the darkness toward their own camp. But now the impossible seemed possible. Now the 300 seemed not like a pitifully small force, but like the perfect instrument of God's power. The enemy was already defeated in their hearts. All that remained was to make that defeat a reality. Back in the camp, Gideon woke his sleeping warriors. "Get up," he whispered urgently. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." The men rose quickly, gathering around their commander in the darkness. Gideon's voice was transformed, no longer tentative and fearful, but filled with supernatural confidence. "Listen carefully," he said. "We will divide into 3 companies of 100 men each. I will give each of you a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside it. Watch me and do exactly what I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then you blow your trumpets all around the camp and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan was unlike anything any of them had ever heard of. No swords, no spears, no conventional weapons at all. Just trumpets, empty pottery jars and torches. It seemed almost like madness, but there was something in Gideon's voice, something in his bearing, that convinced them this was indeed the Lord's strategy. The men moved quickly and quietly to gather the supplies they would need. Clay jars were found and emptied. Torches were prepared and placed carefully inside, so that their light was completely hidden. Each man took a trumpet, though few of them had any experience with such instruments. The plan didn't require musical skill, however, only the ability to make noise. As the first company prepared to move out, Gideon looked at his men one final time. These farmers and shepherds, these ordinary men who had answered an extraordinary call, were about to attempt something that would be remembered for generations to come. They were terrified. He could see it in their faces, but they were also determined. They had come too far to turn back now. "Remember," Gideon said quietly, "we are not fighting this battle alone. The Lord goes before us. Trust in him, follow my lead, and we will see the salvation of Israel this very night." The 3 companies spread out in the darkness, moving carefully around the perimeter of the enormous enemy camp. It took time to get into position, with each group having to navigate difficult terrain while carrying their unusual equipment. But finally, just as the middle watch began, just as the guards were changing and the camp was at its most vulnerable, Gideon's company reached their position on one side of the valley. He looked across the vast sea of tents and fires, knowing that his other 2 companies were in position on the other sides. Somewhere out there in the darkness, 200 other men were waiting for his signal, trusting him to lead them in this impossible venture. Gideon raised his trumpet to his lips, lifted his jar with its hidden torch, and prepared to find out whether the God of Israel would indeed fight for his people. The moment had come. 300 men were about to challenge an army of over 100,000, armed with nothing but faith and the most unusual weapons in the history of warfare. The fate of Israel hung in the balance, suspended in the darkness between doubt and faith, between human impossibility and divine power. The signal came like thunder splitting the night sky. Gideon's trumpet blast echoed off the hills surrounding the valley, a piercing note that seemed to come from heaven itself. In the same instant, he smashed his clay jar against a rock, releasing the torch inside to blaze forth like a star suddenly born in the darkness. "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The response was immediate and devastating. All around the perimeter of the vast Midianite camp, 299 other men followed their commander's example. The sound was indescribable. 300 trumpets blowing at once, creating a wall of noise that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. 300 clay jars smashed simultaneously, the sound like thunder crashing over and over again. 300 torches suddenly blazed to life, creating a ring of fire around the sleeping army. And 300 voices roared out the battle cry, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The effect on the Midianite camp was catastrophic. Men who had been sleeping peacefully moments before were jolted awake by the tremendous noise, their minds struggling to comprehend what was happening. In the darkness, disoriented and terrified, they saw only the ring of torches surrounding them, and heard only the overwhelming sound of trumpets and shouting. To their sleep-clouded minds, It seemed as if they were surrounded by a vast army. The torches suggested thousands of soldiers, each one marking a warrior ready to attack. The trumpet spoke of organised military might, of disciplined forces moving in coordinated assault. The unified battle cry indicated an enemy confident of victory, sure of their superior strength. Panic spread through the camp like wildfire. Men stumbled from their tents, grabbing weapons, looking desperately for officers to tell them what to do. But in the chaos and darkness, with the deafening noise continuing all around them, communication was impossible. No one could hear orders over the sound of 300 trumpets. No one could see clearly through the confusion of flickering torches and deep shadows. "We're surrounded," someone screamed. "The whole Israeli army is here," shouted another. "We're all going to die," cried a third. The panic was contagious, spreading from tent to tent, from company to company, until the entire vast army was in the grip of terror. Men began running in all directions, some trying to escape what they perceived as encirclement, others attempting to mount some kind of defence against an enemy they couldn't see or understand. In their confusion and fear, the unthinkable began to happen. Midianite soldiers, unable to distinguish friend from foe in the chaos, began attacking each other. A man running through the darkness looked like an enemy soldier. A voice shouting commands in the confusion sounded like the voice of an Israeli warrior. Every shadow could be hiding an attacker. Swords were drawn not against the 300 Israelites on the perimeter, but against fellow Midianites. Spears were thrust not at the enemy, but at allies who had become indistinguishable from foes in the panic and darkness. The great army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years was turning on itself, destroying itself in its fear and confusion. Gideon and his men maintained their positions around the camp, continuing to blow their trumpets and brandish their torches, watching in amazement as their enemies did the work of destruction for them. It was the most extraordinary battle any of them had ever witnessed, a battle won without striking a single blow, a victory achieved through terror rather than traditional warfare. As the chaos in the camp intensified, the Midianites began a massive retreat. Those who could find their camels or horses fled toward the Jordan River and beyond. Others ran on foot, abandoning their weapons, their supplies, their wounded comrades, in their desperate attempt to escape what they believed was certain annihilation. But Gideon was not content to simply watch his enemies flee. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the eastern hills, he sent messengers throughout the hill country of Israel, calling on his countrymen to join the pursuit. "Come down against the Midianites," the messengers proclaimed, "and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Men who had been hiding in caves for 7 years suddenly found themselves called to active pursuit of their oppressors. They came streaming down from the hills, like water released from a dam, energized by the news that the mighty Midianite army was in full retreat. The men of Ephraim were particularly effective, seizing the fords of the Jordan River and trapping many of the fleeing enemy forces. They captured and killed Oreb and Zeb, 2 of the Midianite leaders, bringing their heads to Gideon as proof of their victory. Meanwhile, Gideon and his original 300 men continued the pursuit of the main enemy force. They crossed the Jordan River, following the fleeing armies eastward into the desert. Despite their exhaustion, despite having had no sleep and little food, they pressed on relentlessly. The psychological impact of the night's events had completely broken the spirit of the Midianite alliance. Armies that had seemed invincible just hours before were now scattered bands of demoralized fugitives. The camels that had been as numerous as sand by the seashore were now obstacles to rapid flight rather than instruments of swift attack. Gideon's small force continued to grow as more Israelites joined the pursuit. Men from Naphtali, Asher, and all of Manasseh took up arms and chased the fleeing enemy. What had begun as an impossible battle for 300 men had become a nationwide uprising, a complete reversal of 7 years of oppression. The fleeing Midianites tried to regroup at Succoth and Penuel, but the local officials, perhaps fearing retaliation, refused to provide them with food or assistance. Gideon's pursuit was relentless, driving them ever deeper into the wilderness, further from their base of operations, further from any hope of mounting a counterattack. Finally, in the desert east of the Jordan, Gideon caught up with the remnants of the great army. Zebah and Zalmunna, the 2 kings of Midian, were there with about 15,000 men, all that was left of an army that had once numbered over 100,000. Even this reduced force vastly outnumbered Gideon's 300, but their spirit was completely broken. The final battle was swift and decisive. The Midianite army, already demoralized and exhausted, offered little resistance. Zebah and Zalmunna were captured alive, bringing to an end the 7-year reign of terror that had plagued Israel. As the sun set on that remarkable day, Gideon found himself looking out over a battlefield strewn with the evidence of complete victory. The mighty army that had seemed invincible just 24 hours earlier was destroyed. The kings who had terrorized his people were prisoners. The oppression that had driven Israel into caves and hiding places was broken forever. It had all begun with 300 men, 300 trumpets, 300 torches, and faith in a God who specializes in impossible victories. The journey back to Israel was unlike anything the land had seen in generations. What had begun as a desperate flight by 300 terrified farmers had become a triumphant procession that seemed to grow with every mile. Men emerged from caves and hidden places, women came out of their refuges, children ran alongside the returning heroes. The roads that had been empty for 7 years, too dangerous for normal travel, were now filled with celebration. Gideon rode at the head of the procession, the captured kings Zebah and Zalmunna walking in chains behind him. The sight of these once mighty rulers, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for so long, now humbled and defeated, was almost too wonderful to believe. People lined the roads just to see them, to confirm with their own eyes that the nightmare was truly over. As they passed through villages and towns that had been ghost settlements just days before, people poured out of their houses with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Children, who had never known anything but hiding and fear, looked with wonder at the defeated enemy kings. Elderly men and women who remembered the time before the oppression began whispered prayers of thanksgiving to the God who had delivered them. The celebration that erupted across Israel was spontaneous and overwhelming. In every settlement, people brought out whatever food they had hidden away and shared it freely. Wine that had been buried for safekeeping was uncorked and passed around. Songs that had been silenced for 7 years rang out again from hilltops and valleys. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the victory was how complete it had been. The Midianite power was not just temporarily broken, but utterly destroyed. Their military organisation was shattered, their leadership eliminated, their will to fight completely crushed. Never again would they be able to mount the kind of massive raids that had devastated Israel year after year. The psychological impact was equally profound. For 7 years, the Israelites had seen themselves as victims, as weak and helpless prey for stronger predators. Now they had witnessed their God fighting for them in the most dramatic way imaginable. The story of the 300 and their trumpets would be told and retold around campfires for generations to come. A permanent reminder that no enemy is too strong when the Lord chooses to fight for his people. When Gideon finally reached his homeland representatives from all the tribes of Israel came to meet him. They came with a proposal that on the surface seemed like the natural conclusion to his remarkable victory. "Rule over us," they said, their voices filled with genuine admiration and gratitude. "You, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian." It was an offer of kingship, of dynastic rule, that would establish Gideon's family as the permanent rulers of Israel. After centuries of loose tribal confederation, of judges who arose in times of crisis, only to fade from prominence when the emergency passed, the people were ready for something more permanent, more stable, and who better to serve as their king than the man who had delivered them from their greatest enemy? The offer was tempting beyond measure. Gideon had gone from threshing wheat in secret to being offered the crown of all Israel. The boy who had hidden in wine presses was being invited to sit on a throne. The man who had doubted his own worth was being told that he was worthy to found a royal dynasty. But Gideon's response revealed the depth of his spiritual growth during this incredible journey. The fearful farmer who had needed multiple signs and confirmations had become a man who understood something fundamental about the nature of God's kingdom. "I will not rule over you," he declared firmly, "nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a profound statement of faith and wisdom. Gideon recognized that Israel's true king was the Lord himself, and that any human ruler would be merely a steward of God's authority. He had learned through his own experience that victory came not through human strength or wisdom, but through complete dependence on divine power. To accept a crown now would be to claim credit for what God alone had accomplished. The people were disappointed but not surprised. They had seen enough of Gideon's character to understand that he was not motivated by personal ambition. Still, they wanted to honour him in some way, to create some lasting memorial to his remarkable victory. Gideon did make one request of the people, though it would prove to be a fateful one. "I do ask one thing of you," he said. "Each of you give me an earring from your share of the plunder." The Midianites, like many desert peoples, wore gold earrings, and the spoils of victory included a considerable amount of such jewellery. The Israelites were happy to comply with this modest request. They spread out a garment, and each man threw a gold earring onto it. When all the contributions were gathered, the weight of the gold was 1,700 shekels, an enormous fortune by the standards of the time. In addition to the earrings, there were ornaments, pendants, and purple garments worn by the Midianite kings, as well as chains from their camels' necks. With this gold, Gideon made an ephod, a ceremonial garment similar to what the high priest wore. His intentions may have been pure, perhaps wanting to create a memorial to God's victory or a way for the people to seek divine guidance. But the results were tragic. All Israel prostituted themselves by worshipping it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. The very man who had torn down his father's altar to Baal, who had refused the crown because only God should rule Israel, inadvertently created an object that led his people back into idolatry. It was a sobering reminder of how easy it is for even the most faithful to stumble, how quickly victory can turn to spiritual defeat. The golden ephod, created from the spoils of a battle won by faith alone, became a false god that drew the people's hearts away from the true God who had delivered them. Yet despite this failing, the primary result of Gideon's victory endured. The land had peace for 40 years during his lifetime. The Midianites never recovered from their devastating defeat. Other potential enemies, seeing what had happened to the mighty Desert Confederation, thought twice before threatening Israel. Gideon himself lived quietly on his estate, enjoying the respect of his people, but never again taking up the sword. He married and had many children, 70 sons from his various wives. One son, born to a concubine in Shechem, was named Abimelech, and he would later bring great trouble to Israel in his quest for the power his father had refused. When Gideon died at a good old age, he was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. His death marked the end of an era, the passing of a man who had embodied both the highest faith and the deepest human frailty. As we reach the end of this ancient story, told now across thousands of years and countless retellings, the lessons of Gideon's life continue to resonate with profound relevance. His journey from fearful farmer to victorious leader speaks to truths that transcend time and culture, offering wisdom for anyone who has ever felt inadequate for the tasks before them. The first and most striking lesson is how God chooses his instruments. When the angel called Gideon a mighty warrior while he hid in a wine press, it seemed like either a mistake or a cruel joke. Gideon was none of the things we typically associate with great leaders. He wasn't brave, wasn't confident, wasn't from an important family, wasn't trained in warfare or politics. By every human measure, he was spectacularly unqualified for the task ahead. Yet this was precisely why God chose him. The Lord deliberately selects the weak to confound the strong, the foolish to shame the wise, the lowly to humble the proud. Gideon's weakness became the perfect vessel for divine strength because there could be no question about who deserved the credit for the victory. This principle was reinforced by the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300. With overwhelming numbers, Israel might have attributed their victory to superior military strategy or exceptional courage. With just 300 men, there could be no doubt that the victory belonged to God alone. The method of the victory itself drove this point home with unmistakable clarity. No swords were swung, no arrows were shot, no conventional battle was fought. Instead, the enemy was defeated by trumpets, torches, and shouting. It was a victory that made no sense according to human wisdom, but perfect sense according to divine strategy. Gideon's story also illustrates the patient grace of God toward human weakness. When Gideon asked for signs, when he tested God with fleeces, when he needed encouragement through overhearing the enemy's dream, the Lord did not respond with anger or impatience. Instead, he provided exactly what his frightened servant needed to move forward in faith. This divine patience extends to our failures as well as our fears. Even when Gideon created the golden ephod that led Israel into idolatry, even when his victory was tainted by this spiritual stumble, God's larger purposes were not thwarted. The peace that came to Israel lasted for 40 years, and the story of Gideon's faith continued to inspire future generations. Yet Gideon's failure with the ephod serves as a sobering warning about the subtle nature of spiritual pride. The man who had refused a crown could still fall into the trap of creating an object that drew worship away from God. Victory can be more spiritually dangerous than defeat, success more corrupting than failure. Even those who have experienced God's power in extraordinary ways must remain vigilant against the pride that can grow from their very victories. The story also reveals the importance of recognizing God's sovereignty in our circumstances. When Gideon questioned why God had allowed the Midianite oppression, he was struggling with one of humanity's oldest questions: why does a good God permit suffering? The answer that emerges from his story is not a theological explanation, but a practical demonstration. God had not abandoned his people. He was preparing to deliver them in a way that would reveal his power and restore their faith. Sometimes what looks like divine absence is actually divine preparation. The 7 years of oppression created the conditions that made Israel ready to trust completely in God rather than in their own strength. Without that desperation, they might never have been willing to follow 300 men with trumpets against an army of over 100,000. Gideon's reluctance to accept the crown offers another crucial lesson about the nature of true leadership. The people wanted to make him king because he had saved them, but Gideon understood that salvation belongs to God alone. Human leaders are at their best when they serve as instruments of divine will rather than as objects of human worship. This principle applies far beyond political leadership. In families, in businesses, in communities, in churches, the most effective leaders are those who understand that their authority is delegated, that their successes come from sources beyond themselves, that their role is to point others toward truth rather than toward their own personalities or achievements. The transformation in Gideon's character throughout the story demonstrates the power of stepping out in faith despite fear. The man who ended the story was dramatically different from the one who began it, not because his circumstances had changed, but because he had learned to trust in something greater than his circumstances. He discovered what countless others have learned, that God's strength is made perfect in human weakness, that his power is most clearly displayed when human power is obviously inadequate, that the greatest victories often come in ways that make no earthly sense. For modern listeners, Gideon's story speaks to anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the challenges they face, whether dealing with personal struggles, family crises, professional obstacles, or community problems. The principles that guided Gideon remain relevant. True solutions often come not through human wisdom or strength, but through surrender to divine wisdom and dependence on divine strength. The story encourages us to look beyond the odds, beyond our qualifications, beyond conventional approaches, to find the unexpected ways that God might work. It reminds us that He specializes in impossible situations, that He delights in using unlikely people, that He often works in ways that confound human expectations. At the same time, Gideon's story warns us about the ongoing nature of spiritual vigilance. Victory is not a destination, but a stepping stone. Success is not an end, but a beginning. Even those who have experienced God's power in remarkable ways must continue to guard their hearts against pride, idolatry, and spiritual complacency. The golden ephod that became a snare to Gideon serves as a perpetual reminder that our greatest spiritual dangers often arise not from our failures, but from our successes, not from our weaknesses, but from our strengths, not from what we lack, but from what we have achieved. As we close this ancient tale, we're reminded that Gideon's story is ultimately not about Gideon at all. It's about a God who sees potential where others see only weakness, who creates strength from surrender, who wins victories through the most unlikely means. It's about divine love that persists through human doubt, divine patience that endures human testing, divine power that works through human frailty. The trumpets that shattered the midnight silence in that valley so long ago continue to echo through the centuries, calling each generation to trust in something greater than themselves, to step forward in faith despite their fears, to discover that the God who delivered Israel through 300 men with torches is still in the business of impossible victories. In our own valleys of challenge and oppression, surrounded by enemies that seem too numerous to count, facing odds that appear insurmountable, Gideon's story whispers the same truth that changed a fearful farmer into a mighty warrior. The Lord is with you, and in Him even the weakest can become strong. Even the smallest can achieve great things. Even the most unlikely can be used for extraordinary purposes. The battle belongs to the Lord, and in Him, victory is always possible. And so we end where we began, with a simple truth that transcends time and circumstance. When God chooses to fight for His people, no enemy can stand, no odds are too great, and no victory is impossible. The story of Gideon continues to unfold in every generation, in every heart that learns to trust, not in human strength, but in divine power, not in earthly wisdom, but in heavenly guidance, not in what we can see, but in what God can do. May this ancient story find new life in modern hearts. May its lessons take root in contemporary soil, and may its timeless truths continue to inspire faith, courage, and hope in all who hear it. For the God who called Gideon from his hiding place continues to call ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, continues to choose the weak to confound the strong, and continues to win impossible victories through the most unlikely means. The story of Gideon is, in the end, the story of all who learn to trust in something greater than themselves. It is the story of divine love that never gives up, divine power that never fails, and divine grace that transforms fearful hiding into mighty victory. This has been the story of Gideon and the battle against Midian, shared with you tonight through sacred slumber. May it bring you peace, may it strengthen your faith, and may it remind you that no challenge is too great when faced with divine help. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the trumpets of victory and the light of hope that never dies.